3. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationships between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupy. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action toward real truth and reconciliation. And I want to tell you, I just add a personal note before I hand the mic over, so to speak, to Councillor Bocek for a moment, but had the pleasure of actually voting on our waters again on Saturday, and I can tell you it's a wonderful reminder of how fortunate we are to be in this township. I think we should always remember that we are extremely lucky people. Councillor Bocek, you had an extra note on an ex-councillor of ours that has unfortunately passed away. I'm going to turn it to you, please, for a moment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Coatsier. Today, we're truly saddened of the news of the passing of our friend and colleague, Guy Conlon, former member of council. On behalf of the township of Georgian Bay, the council, the staff, and the entire municipality, we extend our deepest condolences to the Crombie family and to both of his communities, 6 Mile, including 6 Mile Lake. Guy was 99 years of age. We have lost a great community champion and leader. I feel very fortunate to have spent time with him, as short as it was. We met first in 1995. We would meet once a year at an annual pig roast, and we would discuss the reasons for me being on council and how I could make a difference to this township. After his career of public service, he made himself available to talk and to mentor us in the right way of achieving our goals. His legacy will live on in the people that he has helped. Please join me in a moment of reflection, and thank you, Mr. Conlon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the time.
Thank you. As you've already stated, on behalf of all of us, residents, staff, council, our condolences to the Crombie family in this time of memories and reflection. We hope they can spend more time on the positive than the negative at this time. Thank you. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Councilor Tatchell and Councilor Graziano.
Today we're discussing short-term rentals again, and in the interim since the last time this has come up, my wife and I have decided to invest in the property in Whey Township for investment purposes, which would include short-term rentals. I have submitted the question to our integrity commissioner whether or not this being a neighboring township would have a conflict of interest for our township, and she was of the opinion that it does not. And I'm happy to share that opinion with council and with the clerk's office if they'd like to have that on file.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Graziano, please.
I've got conflict of interest. This is later closed. It's a confidential matter. I can't disclose any further. I'll have to recuse myself also from the consent agenda as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other declarations? Nothing further. We're going to go into presentations. Mr. Dowell.
Yeah.
We got to stand. There you go, sir. Thank you very much. And
Look at the camera.
Congratulations and thank you. We appreciate you being on service for us. Now, 5 years will grind. Let it pass. Yes.
That's why Chad has gray hair now.
I'm 18-year-old about it.
Yes. Thank you again. All right. And next on our agenda, deputations. And we'll start with the Southern Georgian Bay Ontario Provincial Police first quarter report. And I see Mr. Tatchell, Ms. Majer, and Mr. Hobbs behind, and I'm just going to say, over to you, please.
Good morning, thank you for having us here today. So, as we go through the report, staff secretary Majer is going to do the introductory piece, and I'll speak about the numbers happening.
Thank you, Inspector. Good morning, Your Worship and council members. Sorry, do you bring me a number, please? Yeah, thank you. I'll wait. Oh, geez. Well, I can see it. Is that helpful for everybody?
This is clearly an undercover operation.
Let's try again.
Looking more positive now.
No, I can't have this new. There's too many. There we go. Okay.
Yeah. Looking good.
There we go. Yes. Okay.
That's fantastic, thank you. We'll just roll to the next page, please. Thank you. So, this is, the first point is regarding all municipal areas that we police and, of interest is about fraud prevention. So within this, first quarter of 2023, our detachment investigated 56 occurrences involving fraud. We've noted, recently there's been a sudden surge of seniors, targeted related to grandparent and romance scams. To give you an example, within 1 week alone, we received over 13 reports in relation to these frauds. As a detachment, we have engaged the community through different media forums and have also attended providing educational seminars in areas such as local banks and senior centers recently. And there are more seminars that are going to be scheduled in the future. Next point is regarding Tony Township and Safer Internet Day. So our community safety officers attended one of the local schools and spoke to the intermediate students of cyberbullying and think model, which is it true? Is it hurtful? Is it legal? Is it necessary? Is it kind? And this is a proactive approach in providing students with the knowledge they need to make better decisions when online. And it was some fantastic conversation that arose from that presentation between the students and our police officers. The next page, just a focus on the town of Pecuniary and their Winterama event, which is the old Winter Carnival in Ontario. It was 75 years, their anniversary this year. We had some of our uniform members, including our auxiliary volunteers, attend and having oversight of various events. The kids had a tremendous time with their cardboard toboggans they made, and we had our radar instrument out where the winner was clocked at 27 kilometers per hour. No tickets were given, but it was a great time. And something that I participated in and had a blast, and we're looking forward to some healthy competition next year is we had an EMS competition with the log sawing. And this had our partners from local fire department and ambulance attend. We tried hard as we did, but we did not come up on top. Fire did, and this spring, as part of the bet, we have to go to the department and watch one of their fire trucks that I was able to get them to come up with a barbecue for us at the same time. And the next one is actually in your area in the township of Georgian Bay. Sadly, back on January 22nd, we had a cottager that observed two motorized snow vehicle operators in distress on 6 Mile Lake. Members from our detachment, including OPP Aviation Services, Georgian Bay Fire Department, Simcoe County Municipal Region paramedics attended the scene where they took over continuing rescue efforts that were initiated by local residents on the scene. We had two of these operators go through the ice. One male driver, 58 years of age, was removed from cold water and was transported to a trauma center where he has since recovered. And the second male rider, who was 59, sadly was located deceased the following day by our OPP underwater search and recovery unit with the assistance from the Georgian Bay Township Fire Service. I can say on a personal note, I appreciate Chief and coming to our detachment. We did a bit of a debrief this weekend on how our members of our services handled the event. It was good partnering, and we look forward to working together in the future. The next point is focusing on the town of Midland and the Colonia Special Olympics back in January. This is a popular sport now called pickleball, and so there were teams from all over that attended, and we had one of our officers present the medals to these Special Olympians, and it went over very well. The athletes really enjoyed having a police officer present, and a lot of money was raised towards the charity, but also supporting the message of inclusion and acceptance that this program brings. And lastly, this was quite a popular video that was shared on our social media in the town of Midland. Officers attended a call for service in early January and noted a deer that was in a bit of a tight squeeze between some fence and oh, sorry. Okay, and anyways, they assisted very carefully in getting the stuck deer through, and the event captured over 7.8 million views. Which I have my lead officer, Constable Dave Hobbs, behind me. That's pretty unheard of for video.
It's great.
Yeah. I'll let the record for our detachment.
One more than Jen.
It's a good news story. We're good to go. So thank you for that, and I look forward to the next quarter highlighting some other community events that we doing.
Thanks, Natalie. So I'm going to go through, I'll go through the report. So I just want to give a heads up to start. So the numbers on this report are actually accurate, and I'm going to provide accurate data. The challenge is when we run this report, they are looking at updating this report. They've had some data glitches. There's two reports I provide, the calls for service billing report, and this one, the call for service is accurate. So this is, it shows that we didn't have any violent incidents in the first quarter of this year, which would be great to say. However, we did have, so we did have 2 assaults. One was domestic related, one was a work-based incident. So up slightly from last year, but still not a lot of incidents, but we did have 2 violent crimes. Much like when we go to a property crime, it isn't accurate either. It's off by 3 incidents. So instead of 3, we actually had 6. We had 3 frauds. One of the frauds was one of the grandparent scam that Natalie spoke with in the beginning presentation. So it just shows that everyone thinks these occurrences don't happen in their area. We did have one in Bay Township. Luckily, in that case, the first identified as a fraud before they actually disclosed money. We have had people in Southern Georgian Bay Detachment that have lost a lot of money with this grandparent scam. So if nothing else, and I know David's done a good job of putting it on the media, please remind your friends, your loved ones, that we do not call asking for bail money on the phone. Like, we're talking to people losing thousands and thousands of dollars and gift cards. We get there and ask them for gift cards. Yeah, but it happens. And luckily, Council Hobbs did a great job. We've gone to the banks, talked to bank managers. There's a balancing act between them interfering in financial matters of people and warning people and asking questions, because it's tragic. There was a stretch there, like Natalie said, we had 13 instances in a matter of a week, and almost every day we were getting calls about these instances. So please remind your friends and loved ones that if they have any questions, just call the detachment. But that's not how we do business, and unfortunately, people are paying. So, so we did have 3 frauds. One was the grandparent scam. One was cyber type incident, and one was home improvement type incident that we had for this year. The drug crime, it's not completely inaccurate. So we did have a low number for the month. When we go to Clare, so one of the reasons why these numbers don't always align is because this pulled out are unfounded, which is the next page, sorry. So we did have 2 unfounded incidents, but when we look at our clearance rates, so those numbers are off, because it showed 0 for violent crime, because it didn't say we had any violent crime. However, they're perfectly. And in actual fact, we were at 100%. We had 2 violent crimes, both incidents were solved. So property crime was at 18.2 clearance, so it's actually 33%, just because the number of incidents we had and the number that were solved, and some of them are still ongoing. Unfortunately, ones like the grandparent scam, although we generally, if we can put an end to it, it's just that's a very hard time to solve. A lot of times we'll have runners come pick up the money, and then it's moved entirely overseas. Some of it's local, some of it's out of the province, and some of it's out of the country. So it is a really challenging one for us to follow. I just spoke with unfounded. We had 2 incidents there. You go to the next page, please. So again, this, when we get into traffic type stuff, it is not broken down for the township. We don't have the ability to do that. That goes through ICON. So this is for the whole Southern Georgian Detachment, but just to give you an overview of the enforcement being done. So in the first quarter, we laid 486 offense notices related to Highway Traffic Act offenses, 1 criminal code traffic, which was an impaired driving incident. Criminal code non-traffic, so that's your other charges that aren't related to criminal. Yeah.
This one?
Right there.
This. No.
Page, yes, right there. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
No, I was asked to make it bigger, but I don't know.
I don't do presentations. I look back and it's on slide 1. So the criminal code non-traffic where it says 34, I know it's very small print. I apologize for that. That's just your other criminal charges that are traffic related. There's no liquor license act charges late in the first quarter. And then others, obviously your cash on, and then 1 charge.
No.
If you go to the next page, okay, perfect. And that just breaks down your traffic charges. So of the charges, 297 in the quarter were speeding related. There's no seatbelt charges. There's 1 there that I spoke to earlier, and then there was 2 distracted driving charges that were paid in tax. Look forward to it. Thank you. So when it comes to collision, we've seen a significant reduction in collision, which is great. We had pretty mild winter, I will say, for the first quarter of this year. So we didn't get a couple of major snow events, but definitely major snow events that we didn't get, which has a significant impact on our. You'll say that we had the one fatal, now they already referred to that with the photos, that was unfortunately the one, over our vehicle, right, so that's the one, fatal collision that we had, and again, sorry, this is for Georgian Bay Township specifically. So we've had one fatal, obviously zero is what we want to see, but we are still down significantly in the same time frame last year. And then if you go to the next, it's fatalities in the Tatchell area, you can compare it, it breaks it down as to the causal factors. And that's just more for your information, when we look at, for collisions, we look at speeding, we continue to do one. Speeding, distracted driving, continue to be one. Two of our biggest causal factors when we look at our collisions. We have, you will see an increase. We've had a lot of new officers coming into the next few months. Between experienced officers coming from other services and recruits, we have 5 recruits going coming to the academy in September. We have 1 experienced officer coming in June. We have two recruits coming in June as well, so it's hard to keep track. Then we get more, it's hard to keep track, but a lot of officers, and we do have a really robust regionally and locally traffic initiatives. As we're moving out of the pandemic, we're seeing, we're going to see more and more vehicles on our highways this summer. We know that. So we do have an increased traffic initiative. That'll be for our major highways, but it'll also be for our township roads as well. Because I know I hear it all the time since I've been coming here. Yes, they're out on the 400, but what about this township road, this township? So we recognize that that's important, and that's important for local citizens. So the members are being reminded, yeah, it's sometimes easy pickings on the 400, but really what people want to see is they want to see us on the township roads in our community. So hopefully you will see an increase in traffic enforcement and presence in that. Right? I'm going to keep going to the next. By all means, the questions from the worship. So there's a new complaint.
Sorry, do you want to keep?
It's completely up to council. If they want to ask a question now, I'm going to go.
So you said that most of your. You said that most of your speeding violations today are on a major highway, 400.
Sorry,
Did you say that most of your speeding violations are on the major highway and not the side?
I don't have a break. I'm not saying most of them are. I'm just saying that's what I hear from the public, or when I come to the service board meetings, if people see us on the highway, they don't necessarily see us on the side of it. So that's required. I don't have a breakdown of where the offenses took place.
Okay. One other question, if I may. There was some publication about changing the speed limits on the major highway. I see it's been done coming out of Windsor on 400, sorry, on 401. But I'm not seeing the changes elsewhere. Are there any plans to change the speed limits on this section of 400?
So obviously as an MTO decision, that's got nothing with us. I know they did a couple, I know people also use pilot, proof of concept, whatever they did on a couple. So they did the 402 coming in Sarnia for the section QEW that they did the highway on, where they increased it to 110 instead of 100. I'm not, and that was done, I believe, last year, little blur the last years, but I've not heard a final report whether they've seen observed reductions in collisions or not. I think they're probably still calculating that. So I have not received information that they're looking at it here. That doesn't mean that they're in the background having those discussions, but they haven't reached out to us as to certain jurisdictions now.
The standard that on the 400 north of that here is a stretch of 110. And I'm not at all conscious of different changes in speeds when you're with traffic going in and out of that particular zone. I think everybody just keeps going at the same speed that they're comfortable with, however legal or illegal it may be.
And you probably have accurate question bias, but I have not with regards to actually raising speed limit in the section one, and they usually will reach out to us for input, but not always.
So I was just intrigued with your stats where there's 100% change in the reduction. One of your notes here, speed being a contributing factor. So
The
collisions, right? So are you suggesting that these new proposed speed limits are something that you would embrace and support with MTO?
I'm not saying either. I've seen a lot of places that, so the only thing I will say, because that has to be flagged on, I will say slower speeds increases reaction time and our ability to slow down vehicles. That's a known fact, that's not. So, there's many reasons why we increase speeds, whether they've seen increases in collision in those sections of highway. I don't have the data and I can't speak to that. MTO probably would be able to provide that information.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Butcher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions, but they're not related to the data that you've provided us here. Will we have an opportunity at the end of the presentation to ask a question?
Sure, maybe, so yes, by all means.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis? You're wanting to speed some more? Is that the-
Let's not go there. In your chart regarding motor vehicle statistics, you indicate one of the columns is property damage. What qualifies as property damage? Is that to the vehicles or is that to somebody's actual property?
So property damage, and I apologize, I should clarify, property damage is when there's just damage to the vehicle. PI, personal injury, is when someone's hurt. So it said property damage, that's damage to the vehicle. There could be damage to the property, but it's not necessarily indicative of that, it's property damage to the vehicle.
The vehicle itself. Yeah, okay. One final note is that in your charts regarding your records management system gives us a January to March number and then a year to date March number, which is the same period of time. Is that one of the glitches you guys are going to be fixing?
Well,
That is a
the
glitch.
same data, so I don't have to provide a quarter. My understanding is that's what the team's trying to support. I can provide, it can be provided monthly, provide 6 months. So sometimes I might be providing in the first category, maybe January until April, and if we're presenting in June, then we can still do a year to wait at the end of June. So that's what the police service board and council want, and how they want the data actually presented. My understanding is we do a quarterly here.
Yeah. It just seems a little redundant. Okay, thanks.
I 100% agree with you, sir.
I'll say, keep on going, please.
Right.
These people could ask you questions all day, so you know. it's important.
No worries. Most people, I'm not as as Dave, but I will. So for policy per complaint, so there's, again, we don't have the ability to break it down per township. So although it says township of Georgian Bay, this is for all southern Georgian Bay detachment area. There's one conduct that's still under investigation. So basically what that means is someone has made a complaint with the YPRD. Sometimes we'll screen it out right away. Sometimes we'll send it to our investigators, and this one has not concluded yet. So that's all I can say to that. Secondary employment, anytime any of our members are looking for doing a job outside of policing, there's a whole conflict of interest because they work for the Ontario public sector that they have to go through. So the questionnaire that goes to our integrity commissioner, who ultimately is the commissioner, but he has staff that looks at it. So, so there's one request that's gone in, if someone just wants to do some substitute teaching on the side. So then if you go down to the number of patrol hours, keeping in mind that for the first quarter, 45.75 hours of cruising patrol hours. I will say that some people get hung up when they see that number low. I actually prefer this low because generally if it's 45, that means they're just driving their roads. I don't want to say wandering aimlessly, I mean that's a bad thing because sometimes it's important to have patrol. If we have significant, if we know there's challenges here, we have what's called focused enforcement or focused patrol, and that's where I want to see, because that's where we really use our staffing to the best of our ability. So if we know there's issues at this stop sign, that school bus patrols, because we're having people going with school bus, then we have more focused enforcement. That's not captured under this data. So when you see 45 hours, that doesn't mean that the officers were only patrolling the area for 45 hours. That just means that they weren't actually on a directed enforcement or focused enforcement at that time. So Snowmobile patrols, only 7 hours wasn't the best season for getting on the speds this year. The number of times where they're closed, open the trails. And then a quarter of an hour of foot patrol. And then transfers, I spoke a bit about it. We have a few members that have transferred out, but we do have a lot of members that are coming back in through recruits, probationary conflict, and a couple of experienced officers that are transferring into the year. So again, this just speaks to the collisions, breaks it down for the quarter, it just the property damage that we spoke about, there's 12. The 3 personal injury, and then the 1 tragic fatal collision. Next page, please.
That's the end. This one.
Yeah, the call for service billing report too.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
No.
Oh, it's a separate document.
It's a separate document.
It was distributed to council.
Yes.
So I can start talking. So
Yeah.
I spoke a bit about the numbers, but the important thing, and as I say, I'm not going line for line. line, because I know we have a set number of time to yield, and you added for review. What we're seeing is we're seeing significant reductions, and that's what we want to see. So even in violent crime, over the same time frame last year, 2022, we have a reduction of 6 violent crimes, which is important. Pretty much all the areas, when you get the collisions, we're down 17. I always go to the last page, which shows that overall, during the quarter, we're down 17 incidents over the whole year. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have on AM. I just don't generally behind my mind. And so this, as your finance department knows, this makes up part of the billing process, it's the rolling average. So anytime we can see reductions, that's always a positive step forward for the municipality. And we don't use this for training, but it's a good document. And because of the number of categories that help us sort of have a look at it and see where we want to go and see like frauds creeping up, then we'll increase our media, maybe you can get out to the schools and get our seniors groups if it's a grandparent scam. Stuff like mental health act, we see huge increases in that. Maybe we have to look at our mental health program that we do have to just cover the township. So again, that's more just for your awareness, barring any questions on that.
All right, well, thank you very much. I suspect there'll be a few questions, but I'm going to start with Councillor Bochek, because he already asked to postpone till the end, so we better give him first dibs.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Natalie and Tim, for a very complete report. I have 2 questions that are unrelated. The first one I'll start with is the 7 hours of patrol time to the snowmobile trails. My question is a simple one. Do you only patrol the OFSC trails, or do you also patrol the marked trails on Georgian Bay?
That would be both. And again, what we have to look at is the safety of our officers. At times, if the trails are not doing very well, and as the inspector alluded to, the weather is a very mild winter. We always had our scheduled officers prep to go out, but we also follow what has been provided by OFSC to indicate if the road or trails are closed or not. This also is related to our lakes, frozen lakes. We will not put an officer out if it's unsafe. However, we will make efforts in perhaps having a cruiser at an entrance of the trail or in an area where we are alerted of maybe that there's a few operators out. And if we're able to interact with them, we stress the safety aspect as well.
Great. Second part, in lieu of the fact that we're into voting season, the lake is no longer solid, and our coastal Georgian Bay residents are now getting access to the economies. Can you tell me when the patrols will start on coastal Georgian Bay and when they will commence on Georgian Bay for the year 2023? And moving forward, is there any plans to shorten the season or lengthen the season, or do you have any thoughts on that? I haven't seen any patrol boats out on the bay yet, but I'm just wondering when the patrols will start and when they will end. And the second part of that question, if it's not too much, is the inland. When will the inland lakes start to be patrolled, and when will that commence as well?
So unfortunately, Staff Sergeant Janot, who's been in attendance, she got called away because she oversees our marine program, but I did talk to her on Friday. So I do know that our full-time patrols, where we have members who are assigned to patrols, will start next month. In the meantime, this month, we will have patrols as officers are working by will hit the weekends versus hitting the weekends. But we know that as we start getting the warmer months, then we start to see the uptake in during the week. It's just about getting officers. Their marine training is coming up in the next week or so. Our boats are prepped and ready to go. So you will start to see our boats on the water in the next couple of weeks, and then full time next month, that's where we have coverage pretty much every day.
And traditionally, when would you pull them off the water and the patrols would stop to the coastal Georgian Bay?
So I'm told, I was here last year, around the end of October, they do go late into the season. I haven't walked from the staff started in July, and it's a common question, how we can break down our numbers better, so we can tell you specifically how much time, like even, I know that came up at our, like how much time, like even when we're on Georgian Bay, how much is sort of in this township, because I know it's important to the council and to our, members of the public, so we're trying to find out a way with our data, with our officers, to break it down more, so I think it's easy enough for me to say, yeah, we spent so many hours in Georgian Bay. I recognize Georgian Bay itself is a big body of water. So we want to make sure that your folks see them. So we're trying to, even if they're okay, if they're on Georgian Bay, but they're closer to this, the land on this area, how do we break that down? So I'm more hopeful that when we, especially when we get to the end of the season, we'll be able to provide more detail on the actual areas that you can take back to your members of the public. And I'm sure it's important information. I'm sure you asked it here.
I do, and thank you for that. And I just want to reiterate how important that your Marine Patrol are to the township of Georgian Bay, because a lot of our residents do live on water access only properties, and you're our only line of defense out there. Our fire department, of course, helps out as well too, but we really need your patrol hours the way they are. And the inland is very similar, is it? Yeah. Okay. Great. That's, I can give that to my constituents and the both sides.
Thank you. Councilor, excuse me, Councilor Graziano, please.
Good morning, and thanks again, officers, for the detailed reports. It's great to see the OPPL community specifically interacting with the children, everyone else, and I'd like to invite them to suffice that they have a plan with you to join the Glasgow Pool for Cancer this year in August. It's a great event, raises a lot of awareness and funds for the cancer cause, and it'd be great to see some either on duty or off duty also participating in that.
Sir, you have that date.
Last week of August, I believe, and then happy to go back to you on the specific date for this year. It's a great event. Again, it's a 13-kilometer paddle. Hopefully, we're as fortunate as we were last year. Yeah, perhaps we'll have the end of the day as well this year. Question with regards to our township, specifically maybe broader your whole jurisdiction. Where is the largest increase in enforcement that we're seeing this year? And get a review it with the document, which is curious. You have to isolate aside from the grandfather issue. Where's the largest enforcement increase that we've seen across the sport?
So when you say enforcement, you mean for calls for service, like what we call or what we're putting our effort into?
Efforts and calls. What's the largest issue that we're with there?
So the strategy that we came up with, working with Region at the beginning of this year for moving forward in this year, there was a big push because we're in the process of our action planning cycle, and I'll speak to that shortly. We're in the process of developing our action plan. So we are looking for input from our counselors. I have to have the action plan. It will be me now and be writing it, but we have to have it done by the end of this month. So as we prepare for that, we generally hear that our biggest visibility and speed enforcement are always our biggest need. So it's part of our process moving forward. Traffic enforcement and traffic safety and safety on our roads, waterways, and trails is one of our biggest points that we're spending time on, and then investigative excellence. So it's not necessarily in relation to specific incidents, it's just ensuring that we put the time and the resources in every incident to ensure our investigative excellence to move forward. So fraud, yes, it is our biggest one. The grandparent scheme, and that's cyclical, right? It moves from area to area. It just happened in the last month or two, so that we're facing to get hit. We'll deal with it, and then the unfortunate incident, the individuals in the community. I don't know if I've seen, like, collisions are down across the whole area. Again, the traffic will start to creep up. We saw a significant drop over the last 2 years in collisions, and a lot of that was because of the pandemic. The best people in the world. I know I live in a seasonal area as well. A lot of people move to the cottage, which I'm sure you experienced here during the pandemic. But we didn't see the vehicles on the roadway, so we're going to see, in my opinion, and this is just me speaking, I think we're going to see an increase in traffic this year as we, I won't say fully, but as we leave the pandemic and people are traveling more, we're going to see a stronger increase in traffic. We started to see it a bit last year. I think we're going to see it even more this year, so we're going to put a lot of resources into our roadways so we don't see our collisions spike because of the increased traffic on the road. So that's our biggest priority.
Hope that answers your question.
It does, and I just have a second question to that. You mentioned which, understandably. Do you track any subset data specifically around the percentage of collisions that are caused by self-driving vehicles currently? Or is perhaps there a reduction in collisions because of self-driving vehicles? Relation.
Your worship. And we don't, as organization, they may track it. I'm not aware of any, or I kind of brought to my attention in this area involving self-driving vehicles. That's interesting to see if our provincial traffic operations track that data. They track a lot of things. There's a lot of chemical data. They track time of day, weather conditions, whether it's animal, whether it's all this. It's a good question. I don't know if they're tracking that. I anticipate as we move forward with the increase in them, I'm gonna have to, but I can't answer that for you.
Thank you both. Thank you. Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. Excellent. Just wanted to thank you for your presence out on Georgian Day in particular. Sometimes it must be really challenging to get out there and the weather conditions and so forth. But I was very interested in your comment that you're going to try and sort of track a little more specifically where the marine activities are. I think it's what you said earlier. And might I just make a slight suggestion to you in terms of breakdown or sort of identification. The way I like to think of Georgian Bay is geologic and geographically at the same time, they're very similar things. So Western Georgian Bay is metamorphic rock, shale, and Collingwood all the way up to Tobermory and so forth. But Southern Georgian Bay is sedimentary rock, and that runs from Collingwood over to Port Severn. The eastern shores of Georgian Bay are igneous rock and volcanic rock. And so I think in terms of tracking our particular area, we have a little bit of what is you call us all Southern Georgian Bay. In reality, from a geologic and geographic perspective, we're really Eastern Georgian Bay. And maybe that's a way to break it down. So if you have a lot of calls in Midland Harbor, Penetang Harbor, Port Nickel, Victoria Harbor, Tiny Tay, etc., they're another part of the bay, in my view. So maybe that's a way to think about it, is to see if you can break it out in sort of an Eastern Georgian Bay portion, and it'll be sort of the waters of coastal Georgian Bay, but also the inland lakes, all within that sort of geographic area. So just a thought.
So I see Staff Sergeant Majer writing feverishly, but I didn't do long science when I was in school, but we definitely will pass that on. Staff Sergeant Janot is sort of, she knows this is something that's important, so I'll pass it on to her. I will leave this, I never heard where. Thank you for the input.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bradfield, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Staff Sergeant and Inspector, for your report. They're always particularly very interesting to understand what's going on from the policing side. And my question really is for the CAO or the clerk. I think last month we had, or last time we had the OPP in, could ask whether or not it's possible to have the Bracebridge detachment come and make a similar presentation. I'm just wondering if I could repeat that request. Thank you. That's all.
We'll get Midland on it right away, because I'm sure they'd love to talk with a few of the other detachments, just part of the sport, you know. They can't just pick on fire departments and lose. Well, thank you very much. I have a more, dare I say, almost personal question. That is, Inspector Tatchell, I thought they were announcing a replacement for you, and are there any updates that you can give us?
So, I didn't, like, no offense, the lovely area, I know something up here, I didn't think I'd be here for this meeting as well. There's been some delays, so the chief of Central Region, Chief Pierre, which I know his worship has met before, retired or so ago. They just announced his replacement last week. So I'm told, now I will stress, I've been told this a couple times, but when I was told this time, it was, I promised, and I'm told that I've never been promised before. So you put as much merit into this as you see fit. I'm told that we should know, in the next 2 to 3 days, who the successful candidate was for this position. I'm also told the superintendent's daughter will be reaching out to the 5 mayors. I have a conversation, this kind of explained in the days, I think, but for a process that happened at the end of March, it's extended much past. Like I said, I'm driving up to this area, I'm kind of covering 2 detachments at this point, so I'm splitting my time between 2 areas. But in fairness to our community, our members, and the council, they need to identify the person who gets some consistency in the hearing and sort of knowing what the name is. So that is not, I'm aware of that. I know our regional command is aware of that. Unfortunately, anytime there's a promotion below a commissioned officer, it requires the commissioner and the head of the organization to actually publicly announce that. And because there's other moving parts, I don't make excuses, it's just reality. It's taking a bit longer than expected. So fingers crossed. Hopefully in the next couple of days, they will announce.
Well,
Permanent.
we certainly appreciate all the service you've given to our area, and wish you nothing but the best when they allow you to concentrate your efforts a little more than the spread out that you are now.
I appreciate that, thank you, sir.
One other question, if I may, and I see you got your colleague behind you, Mr. Hobson there, but what's the easiest way or the best way for our, whether they're counselors or residents, to get, let me call it OPP news and or updates?
So I know this came up last week, and there's some challenges that I've had some open conversations with Dave, close my conversation with Dave. But really the easiest way, through Twitter, through our news portal. And I understand there has been some challenges with some of the news portal, and I encourage you that if you're part of the news portal, that means that when Dave or his partner in the media department, Aaron, when they send out their media to their media releases to the media, if you're part of the portal, you will get it as well. So we tend to be more responsive, and if you're having issues getting that, please reach out to Dave, and he can sort of walk you through how to improve it and through Twitter. And I know the issue about road closures came up. The easiest way for us is that, and I recognize through many areas that I've worked, that when you have a major provincial highway and we shut down 400 and we're sending hundreds, and in the middle of summer, thousands of vehicles into your roadways, first of all, there's a lot of things we have to take into consideration. So the level of the roadway, are we sending commercial road vehicles onto the lower threshold? That's going to create a lot of impact on the council, especially when it comes to repairing roadways, the traffic. So we will be speaking with our supervisors to ensure that when we shut down a road such as the highway, we should be reaching out to the whoever's on call for the township with regards to public works to work out our detour. Sometimes Waze and Google Maps aren't our friend because they don't always follow our direction. They say, "Oh, this looks like a short route to jump on." Next thing you know, I've got a truck stuck on the road that wasn't meant for commercial vehicles. But we should be reaching, talking with our public works. And so when we're doing that, I'm hopeful that internally there's a way for the public works, whoever we're calling, because it's hard for me to commit to my sergeant, and I quite frankly can't commit to my sergeant is going to start calling counselors and elected officials on road closures. But in fairness, if we're shutting down the 400, we should be engaging with the public works so that we can work on a plan when it comes to, because we may think it's great, not knowing that you guys are now doing culvert repair or whatever, resurfacing roadways, and now we're sending our vehicle down, our traffic down the road. So they should be reaching out to your public works, who's ever on call, and it's easy enough for us to, I don't know how if it goes through fire dispatch or how you have that, and we can find that out. Who we should be contacting to have that conversation in the proper way to have it, and then hopefully do that internally that they're able to notify the elected official and senior staff on, okay, just so you know, we just got contacted by the OPP was shutting down 400, and this is the route we worked out, so then we start to call from the constituents. At least they know that we're in a conversation. It's not going to be ideal regardless, but at least it's better than expected down and cross the fingers that people go on the right direction.
And otherwise, Twitter is our best source.
It is.
Kind of glad, but
I hear you. I'm not a big social media man, but it tends to be what happens if we have a major shutdown, we will reach out to our media officers and we'll try and get it on Twitter so that the public knows and through Twitter and through our media protocols so that we can have questions to the public so that they're.
All right, thank you very much. Comprehensive.
Thank you. I have another, probably an action item. So, your calls for service report is interesting. I would be interested in the operational category. And seeing the detail for 2022. And kind of perhaps next time you're back, that detail for 2023. And where I'm essentially going with this is we've had chats in the past about how to deal with resident issues, and these are usually issues in the evening. Murphy's Law says it's going to be a foul weather. It's on a water access only property, but I'm intrigued with categories of things like noise complaints, noise complaint animal, trouble with youth, etc. Anyways, these are kind of the characteristics of complaints that might come from people complaining about short-term rental neighbors. You, I think, are aware that we are wrestling with this topic of what do you do with short-term rentals. There may be some further actions that we take, but I would think, and I would hope that as you prioritize your focus for the summer, that one of the areas of focus, in addition to what we've already talked about with roads, is that finding ways to respond to and deal with the complaints that are immediate and need attention, where township staff aren't capable of responding, and so the only path left is the OPP for some sanity of possible enjoyment of some of a property where you have an offensive criminal property involved. So that's kind of a double request. One is for the data to give us an idea of what you recorded last year and what we are recording this year, but also a request for prioritization on dealing with those matters. Because if we don't, it absolutely destroys any enjoyment of people who own properties up here. And we've had lots of examples of people coming to us and showing up here in our council chambers, sharing stories that are just horrible. And they either don't know who to call or they can't get response. So I would ask if you could try to prioritize those types of issues for the summer. Thank you.
Through your worship, over two things. A common thing for short-term rentals, as you are aware, is an ongoing issue in all communities in Southern Georgia Bay and all our seasons. Most areas that are trying to figure out how to deal with it. The first challenge I find is that a lot of people that will come to council and say that they've had issues have not called anybody. And so what we find is that, so first thing first, please encourage to make sure that if there's a that they call. A lot of times we'll find that they've endured throughout the night. And then they'll come and they'll raise their concerns, and we will check our records, and we have no indication that they ever called. And I know you've budgeted for that before, so please encourage that they call. And with regards to prioritizing, obviously the officers working, the supervisors working, that next will have to put it in perspective. Obviously, if we're dealing with a serious collision of that, it will get pushed down. If we're not dealing with doing proactive stuff, then it will go up for this. So it's flexible with regards to what's going on that night. But more for clarification, so you're looking for those type of calls for 20, like, are you looking for like not addresses, but areas, or because some of them aren't going to be related to being at a seasonal property or short-term rental, they may be more in the community. I just want to clarify what you're actually looking for. Getting the information and analyzing isn't overly cumbersome for us as long as we know what we're actually looking for.
Well, my first ask is just to get access to the data predominantly for 2022, so we know what people actually, so what things you were exposed to, because as you say, I think a lot of people believe that there is no hope and they don't call anybody. And so that's something we want to change from an approach from an attitude standpoint of our residents. But similarly, if they do call, what are they calling about? And that operational category looks like it's more characteristics of the kinds of things that short-term rental people would have a problem with. It's not just water-only access. There are road access areas where we had one resident come in recently and tell us about the fact that they can't walk up and down the road anymore because of the speeding by of the short-term rental people. And, grandparents can't take their grandchildren out for a walk anymore. It's not safe. I mean, these are things that if they aren't complaining to you about them, we need to motivate them to do that. And then we would also similarly ask that you have kind of increased sensitivity to that. Because I suspect that there could be a lot of those kind of complaints moving forward. Once we kind of turn on the, hey, you can call the OPP, they've said they're going to look into it. Let's generate the statistics that allow us to ultimately then take action.
And I'll just, through your worship, 2.1 Jeff, by all means, we have regional illness, they can look at that data, they can dig down and try to give us heat maps too, which will allow us to in the areas that generate things so called. So we'll reach out to our analysts that look. It takes a little bit of time, but it's not cumbersome. It's smart in that regard. And I don't disagree. I'm going to be back there. Part of the challenge and something we have to remind about my officers for. So a lot of times we will get called, we will come drive to the area. Don't hear the noise, don't do anything, and we don't engage with the complainant. And it's something we truly, and in fairness, we'll take it back, remind our officers that if we get called, even if we get there, we don't see it, we're saying that at least. Again, if it's 4 o'clock in the morning, we're maybe not knocking on the door, but at least the next morning, someone's going by and explaining to the complainant that, yes, we were in the area, we did have a look, we saw this, we didn't see this. So at least they know that we are doing something. Because sometimes we are, but I understand how they feel we're not, because they don't actually see us, they drive by. When we get there an hour later, they may have fed up and tried to go to sleep. So we understand that, but we will have to remind our officers and have that conversation with our supervisors to make sure that they close it and follow up. So that people know that we have to come and we did check it out and this is what we did.
Is there any value in video recorded observations shared with you?
100%. We were looking at this, especially if it's the final we're looking at charges. If someone does report that, I don't need to share that with the officer, back there. And if we're looking at charges or whatever way resolution we're looking at, it definitely doesn't hurt to have that information.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Graziano.
Sorry, I apologize. I don't have crazy noise back.
Please consult.
I just had, just an additional note that I can through. So about a couple of weeks ago, I reached out to all of the municipal officers in our detachment areas. Tony was included in that. And what I'm looking at doing is basically making a tip guide for our officers that if something does happen, especially after hours or on weekends, because I will say that every municipal area that we police, each area for the municipal law enforcement officers, they all have different schedules. And I will compare, for instance, Tiny Township has like 19 students on hand over the summer, and some areas don't. And I know that that is usually a financial pressure. So what I'm doing is creating a tip sheet in the sense of when we get a call, if we need our municipal law partners engaged, we will send them, and what I'm getting is an email address from each one for the officer to report back saying, FYI, we went up to his complaint, or there was the dog running at large, something to loop them in, because we talk about communication and how do we ensure that we're all being made aware of the incident. It's hard, there is a breakdown. So that's my effort in trying to look at how can we enhance a better partnership with municipalities and the police, because we do, Councillor Hazelton, talk about operations. Well, we do have operational priorities, But this is not being discounted, that it is not at the top of the list, it is still a complaint or a call for service that has been given to the police. We will follow up and we will be seeking assistance from municipal law enforcement officers as well if needed. So I just wanted to let you know that that's kind of the thing.
People know.
To build up this, we've been working with the OPP on this. There is a report that will be coming to council next month regarding administrative monetary penalty system. It's called AMPS in short. And that's that we will be engaging the OPP so that we will be able to take steps easier and process people through a penalty system easier than taking officers' time and putting them through a provincial court for some of our offenses. And you'll see that with the report that's coming today later on, the short-term rentals, we're going to be looking at this is part of our solution with the short-term rentals. It is a system that will be able to report. The OPP will be able to report on this system and move things, I'm going to say, quicker, and we'll now have a process. And the best piece about it is the statistical data. We'll be able to have that data going forward. So we've taken some giant steps in the last 6 weeks here working on that project. And you'll get an update of that, and it's for the enforcement piece.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor
Sorry,
Rothman.
question. Can I add one more thing?
I'm not gonna get to come.
Short-term rental.
I think you might as well give up, no problem.
Well, Councilor Hazelton brought up the analytics portion. So our current software program that we provide in our reports, there is no indication where we check off that this location is a short-term rental. It's just an address. So that's where, again, I wanted to relay that we must work with the township, that sometimes perhaps it's marrying up what we provide to the municipal law enforcement officers, that we went to the noise complaint and maybe we'll have to provide an address and you marry it up to, these are the only short-term rental addresses that are permitted. So I just wanted to mention that it's not a simple tick mark on our clearing. It's an address that we get dispatched to, but we don't have that indication of who owns the property, is it a short-term rental?
Good, thank you. Dr. Rothman.
Thank you. Just to add on to the previous comments that I provided earlier, August 26th at 8 a.m. computer cancer, and given the length of time I had to wait for my comments to be brought forward, perhaps the OPP would consider joining Councilor Rascal's team for cancer this year. So,
I will encourage Councilor to your team to participate on your. Sure. And further to that, we are always looking for community events. So if any of the councilors are aware of us, please make sure that you let us come up, because we're more than happy to when we can to attend that.
All right, well, speaking of attending events, thank you very much for coming to council today. We greatly appreciate it. And obviously, as you can tell, council is very interested in your activities, and as our residents. And we hope to see you around more often, but on mostly positive grounds, if we put it that way. And to you, Inspector Tatchell, again, our thanks for all the service you provide in this area, because it could be that we won't see you in front of council again, and all the best wishes to you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Council, next on our list is the TownSuite municipal software presentation. I have three names here, all three joining us, or
Yes.
so we're gonna have council. We have Sarah Hobbs and Melissa Salonen and Andrew Whey are joining us.
We're unable to hear you. However, it appears that you're talking.
I was talking.
Oh, now we can.
Good
hear you.
morning. Yeah, I had my mute on, sorry. So you guys should be able to see my screen now. TownSuite presentation for Georgian Bay Township. Perfect. Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try to flip through our slides as quickly as possible. I know we were given a 10-minute limit for our slides, but I'll try to get through as quickly as possible so we can get to any questions that you guys may have after that part is completed. First of all, thank you for the invitation to present to you guys this morning. We're very excited to, I guess, to talk about who we are, where we come from, and especially in the context of the work that we're currently doing with the township, implementing a lot of software applications to really kind of modernize and streamline and change how things are working and being connected on the inside of your software applications in the municipality. So I'm Sarah, I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing with TownSuite. We have Melissa, who is our project manager, and Andrew's on the line as well, and he's our CEO. So I'll be doing all the talking today until we get to questions if they want to pop in for any answers or any discussion as well. So this is just a quick run through of what I'm going to cover off in a couple of slides here today. What is a MERP? Well, who is TownSuite MERP? How is TownSuite implemented? What do we do after? So what are the post-implementation services that are provided to all of our customers? Then a quick overview of the status of all the different applications that we have implemented that are live, as well as what's happening now and what is going to be scheduled later. And then really, what are the outcomes? What are the project outcomes that I know when Julie was looking for, a new solution way back when, it's almost, it's probably a year and a half, 2 years now. She wanted to really streamline a few things. So I'll touch on all of those elements as well and where we are with that. So what is a MERP? MERP, what is a MERP? Sometimes we say MERP, so you don't have to excuse yourself, but it's part of a municipal enterprise resource planning solution. So TownSuite is an enterprise resource planning solution designed specifically for municipalities. It integrates core business processes, it automates core business processes, and it's mediated by software and technology. So it's a solution. But TownSuite is a municipal enterprise resource planning solution. So it's really designed just for municipal government, like the Georgian Bay Township, like all of our other clients across the country. So it's connected, it's end-to-end encrypted. We have real-time transaction processing and information updates that happen throughout the software. There's no manual work, no manual intervention, no manual processes required. It's Canadian hosted, fully supported, and it's also maintained and continuously improved, which is really important because we want to make sure that we're always flexible, adaptive, on top of the things and providing the things that you guys need as a municipality and along with all of our other clients. Approximately 200 municipalities use TownSuite across Canada. TownSuite is fully supported by an experienced team from the management, sales and marketing, like myself, implementation, including Melissa, development, technical support, and we also have partners. So TownSuite consists of a couple of broad ranges of applications. There's a lot of things within each of these categories, but we have our financial piece, our asset management, land management, e-services, and reporting. Reporting is really important so that you are getting the information that you need when you need it, along with all your individuals working in the respective departments within the township. We provide TownSuite across a number of different platforms, from Windows desktop applications, mobile applications, we have browser-based self-service applications, and it's all hosted in our 100% Canadian cloud environment. So just a quick flick, I'll say. We're based in Newfoundland, so I don't know if that's kind of just a Newfoundland thing, but our financial application, which includes access to our asset management, our work order management, we have land management tools. Both these are desktop applications. We have our self-service applications through our e-services portal, which is a one-stop shop for all of the online services you may provide through TownSuite. And we have a mobile app for building inspections, event attendance, ticket scanning for events, and a number of different tools that are available there as well. And just a snapshot of what's happening at the municipality now, your customer service portal, your e-services, that is up and running. And right now we do have the e-billing that is functional. So this is a link just actually to your own website and a link to the e-services portal where your customers would be able to access their e-bills. So who is TownSuite? Who are we? We're first established in 1987. Started in Newfoundland and Labrador, headquartered in Newfoundland and Labrador. The three of us that are joining from TownSuite today are currently in our Gander, Newfoundland and Labrador office. We do have an office in Nova Scotia and as well as New Brunswick, and we have partners, one partner in Ontario from sales and marketing's perspective, and we have a couple partners as well throughout the other provinces in Canada for marketing as well as implementation and other work that we do. TownSuite is responsive and agile, and that's really important to ensure that we're. Ooh, I forgot to animate that one. We'll start at the beginning though, and we'll end up at the end. So ensuring that we're dynamic, responsive to what our municipal clients' needs are. So in 1987, TownSuite was started. We started with our first clients. They're still with us today. And then we gradually grew across the whole, well, we're not in every province, but we're getting there. The first implementation that we had in Ontario was in 2015. So we are not new to municipal government. Ooh, let me go back. We've been around for a long time, working with municipalities, initially starting with just a rudimentary put your assessment data in and spit out your property tax invoices. And gradually we grew over that time to incorporate a lot of different functionalities that our clients needed. So here we just have a kind of a timeline just to show our growth and development of both the company, initially incorporated as Procom Data Services out of Newfoundland, with MBS, Municipal Billing System, was really what that was all about. And this kind of takes us back to, you know, kind of what that looked like way back on a DOS-based system. So I'm going to keep just the top and bottom there for now. So just adding municipal meter billing. We all remember Y2K. So, you know, trying to work through that. We added our land management tools in 2006. We have the asset management added initially for that initial iteration with the PSAB requirements that were levied across all of Canada in 2009. 2004, we added some more items, including the first iteration of our e-billing and our first iteration of our recreation portal. We also started with our hosting of our e-services applications. We had work orders and complaints that were added at that point in 2016. And this is just kind of an outline of all our different components. An employee portal. Just show a quick flip of this. I know that's in progress right now at the township. TownSuite Cloud. So we added that in 2019, and it is now required for all of our new implementations, including the township. Then we also reincorporated federally, nationally, I should say, as TownSuite Municipal Software, Inc., to better reflect who we are and what we do across the country. And then in 2021, we added mobile inspections and inspection scheduling, and we've added more components to that inspection tool that, you know, for bylaw inspections, and we'll continue to add more and more things as we carry on. We do continuous improvement all the time, and that's really the name of the game for us, to make sure that we're responsive to what our clients are looking for from a municipal government administration, management, and operations perspective. So how is TownSuite implemented? Project management, we install and configure our Canadian cloud, and we maintain that on the ongoing basis. We take the lead in all the data conversion and the data migration, which is a really painful part of the process. If you know you guys are left to your own devices to get data from your current system or systems into a brand new solution. So we take the lead there to make sure the data is going to be, you know, we're mitigating those risks of that data, you know, being damaged or not being validated correctly, to ensure that we're having a smooth process to get up and running and deploy those products right away. And if anything does go and is not expected, anything that comes up as a challenge, then we work to resolve that as quickly as we can, as diligently as we can, to make sure that that's resolved going forward. All implementations include training, and then ultimately the deployment is determined in the order of prerequisites and co-requisite requirements that we have, because some of our applications depend on some of our other applications for the base functionality. So TownSuite has an iterative, a collaborative, and a responsive approach. It's a little bit different than you know, what other municipal software providers would do, because we're ensuring that we're engaged with you guys. We're prioritizing what's important. We're working with you as closely as possible, but also to reduce the amount of time you have to spend, because you guys have, you know, your staff have things to do with their day job, and that's over and above what's happening with any software implementations. So once the software is up and running, whether that's kind of the whole package or each individual module, we provide technical support. So there's always somebody who's available from and this is some technical support is provided from Canada, from primarily our Newfoundland-based office. We also have continuous improvement that's happening all the time. We basically spend about 35% of our annual revenues on research and development, and that goes back into collecting feedback from customers, working with new clients to collect things that are important to them that could be beneficial to everybody who's using TownSuite. So we actually will assess feature requests and improvements based on the benefit that a range of clients will be able to realize with those changes, those benefits, those new development items that will be deployed automatically without your IT people having to go around and install updates. We have automatic deployment and installation of all of our software to ensure that everybody is using the same version, which means that it's easier for us to support. We provide monthly webinars. There's no cost for any of our clients to attend that. So we do that every month with a different topic. I think there's one this week, payroll processing. So we also provide all of our product documentation. We encourage feature requests, and we have additional services that are available for a fee, including customized training. We do kind of, process review and PD kind of engagements to see how we can get more out of TownSuite based on how you're using it and what are the things that are, not really being fully utilized to their full extent. So this is where we are right now with Georgian Bay, with the implementation and the deployment of all the different applications that the township had selected back in January of 21. We're live with the core financials, live with the financial side of our asset management component. The e-billing is live. Purchasing, we have some of our land management tools are also live, and in progress we have the capital budgeting side of things, the payroll and employee portal. So employee portal requires the completion of the payroll component. I know that these things are fairly close to being ready to go live. Inventory, work orders, and we have the management side of the asset management. So your life cycle management, and planning for those replacement events that are going to be happening over the course of your life cycle of your assets. And while I have these items identified as next to schedule, recreation, service requests, and 3-on-1, we have done an initial review. So they have commenced as in they're in the very early stages, but there's still a little bit of work to do there to just help you guys get things set up there so that you can start to do things on your own and utilizing these items, these applications to their full potential. So the desired project outcomes, I think this aligns with what the township was looking for, is just really to streamline vendor interactions. And Julie, I think you're there, but I was unable to locate at the last minute the big diagram that she had put together right in the very beginning of this very big spider web of products and how they didn't connect. So essentially TownSuite replaces 3 individual vendors plus supplementary paper, Excel, manual processes that were being done, to supplement these products, to their best ability. We also are replacing 4 manually managed department administration process sets. So recreation, complaints, and requests for service. These things were being handled manually by email or by paper. So this really kind of establishes a software-based process set for these different components. TownSuite also leverages existing GIS data, and also I got an email from Graham while we were waiting for our turn to start presenting. Graham Good from the District of Muskoka about getting an API available and set up for you guys so that they can extract data and display the Township of Georgian Bay's data, GIS data, through their own GIS tools. TownSuite is also providing the ability to produce new capacity for e-billing, which I showed a few slides ago. Recreation self-service for facilities, events, programs, memberships, employee engagement and self-service for payroll. So pay stub access, T4 access, leave requests, timesheets, and there will be more and more HR tools that will be provided on an ongoing basis. That's part of our continuous improvement processes. We are always developing new things, improving existing things, and these are provided back to our customers. So the other outcome that's really important, I believe, for any municipality, and especially Georgian Bay, is stakeholder engagement and interaction. So our e-services portal provides a one-stop shop for township stakeholders, whether that's residents, whether that's visitors, it could be you guys as councillors, elected officials, other staff members of the municipality who aren't participating in this today, as well as, vendors. They're able to, to be paid by electronic fund transfer through the bank. So, your customers can receive billing notifications and then pay online. That automatically is going to be updated because TownSuite is working always in real time. Once something is updated or processed, that means everything is always up to date. There's no buttons to push. There's no data to import. There's no duplication of a manual transaction record somewhere. Everything is done through the system. Everything is always up to date. So these reports that you're running for council meetings, for committee meetings, just on a regular routine review basis, these are always up to date with the data that's been updated at some point in the whole daily routine of things. So a really very important element of what we do as well is our continuous improvement is deployed on an ongoing basis. It's automatically deployed, and that is always available through your subscription. There's no additional costs for version updates. I know I hear sometimes of horror stories. We had a version update, and then there's issues, and then there's extra costs, and we were down for a week. So we avoid all that by doing iterative, small, at least 4 times a year for public updates, that is deployed automatically to all of our customers. And that is available at a forecastable annual subscription fee, so that there's no surprise costs. There's no surprise things that are going to be thrown your way in a year or 2 years. When we are going to say, here, there's an update, and in order to get it, you got to pay us a whole bunch of money. So we don't do that. It's not really great to do, in our opinion, to do that. And we've never done that. We want to make sure that everybody's benefiting from all the work that we're doing on an ongoing basis to provide software that's very valuable to the overall flow of information, connection of your staff to updated data, and connection of staff to other departments as well. Instead of having all your land management data in one department, and it's totally separated from the finance department, for example. So we're connecting that data as much as possible to make it more of a benefit to everybody who has a stake in what's happening in the behind the scenes software in the township. So flipped through that pretty quick. So just thank you for listening. And do you have any questions? I guess I see a hands up, but I don't know if I'm moderating. If somebody, I think there would be moderating.
I'll be doing the moderating. If you wouldn't mind stop sharing your screen, then we can see everybody all at once. But while you're doing that, Councilor Graziano, I see your hand has been up for a while.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Hobbs, thank you for the presentation today. Interesting software, great to hear that they're a community-based company. Always happy to hear the supporting the community. I have a few questions for you, if I may. How customizable is TownSuite, specifically with regard to modules? Can modules be built ground up, or do previously required modules need to be pre-developed and then customized?
So it's a little bit, the audio was a little bit fuzzy on my end. So you're asking just if we're reliant on any other products?
No, I'll repeat my question. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. How customizable is TownSuite, specifically in the creation of new modules?
Okay. Yep. So TownSuite is configurable. So we don't do customization. There are a lot of configurable options that your staff are able to utilize in setting up all the different departments, the different applications, the way that you want them to be working for the municipality. We don't get to the level of kind of customized screens and things like that. All of our products are based on kind of what we've heard that our clients are needing over the years. Again, up to 36 years in business. If there are new data that might be required, then we will add functionality for that. But all of your reporting is customizable. So I don't like to say customized, but there are reporting that is customizable. I know that I think that there are some things that are being done now with the township on some of the other reports that we kind of have a go live kind of list of things that are necessary, and then there are other things that will happen, just not right at that go live stage. So I know that the FIR reports are changing, so that's something that we will help you to customize. But in terms of the e-services, the things that your customers, your guests, your visitors, and you guys as elected officials will see, that is customizable in the sense that you can configure, the events, you can configure your e-billing in a way to be what you want it to be.
Great, thank you. Second question to that is, you mentioned a complaint module, I'm assuming, or option to receive inbound complaints. Is that something that we've deployed currently, or is that in the roadmap for us to deploy as a township?
It is in the roadmap to deploy. Yeah, it's one of the next things. It's one of the last two things, because service requests in 311. So that is it has begun. It's not quite there to be a kind of an active ongoing implementation yet, but the initial review has been completed with your staff.
Excellent. I have two additional questions, all kind of the same scope. So if you can bear with me for a moment. Does TownSuite have an API that allows other tools to connect to it? And does a tool by the name of Radius connect to your tool?
Sorry, what was that? The tool that you mentioned specifically?
I believe it's a short-term rental tool called Radius or Radius. Am I pronouncing that right?
Granicus.
Granicus, thank you.
Granicus. Right now, we do not, but we do have an API that's available to exchange data. We do limit, I guess, to a certain extent, what that data would be that can be exchanged, just because of the way that the financial system is designed. So I have that noted. I can have a look and see what that's all about, just so, and maybe we can have a chat with your staff team about that later.
Great. And last and final question. Thank you, Council, for being so patient with me. Does TownSuite have on its development roadmap a short-term rental module that might be upcoming in the future?
We do not have a short-term rental module on our agenda at the moment, where that would be kind of a short-term rentals in the sense of like your accommodation short-term rentals or facilities rentals.
As in managing short-term rentals within our municipality.
Yeah.
For residents specifically.
So we have a facility rental module. We don't have like a accommodations type of short-term rentals at the moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilor Credco, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Sarah, thank you for the presentation. It's great to see the overview of what TownSuite is capable of. And I'm just going to actually expand a couple of questions that I think Councillor Graziano just asked. And that is, so the planning module is implemented for the township of Georgian Bay, but service requests isn't, and that's part of the complaints I think that you were just describing.
Correct.
Really, just in terms of a high level, what's the effort timelines to get there? I know it's not scheduled yet, but once it's scheduled, is it a lot of work to implement? Are there a lot of processes that you have to map into your system? Is it a 2-year project or is it
no
a 6-day project?
You're probably talking like, so the recreation and the service requests individually could be, probably in the range of a couple of months. We basically start and show you guys how to do the initial setup of specific, I guess, processes there in each of those applications. These are kind of the last remaining items to be scheduled. And the biggest effort for the whole project, of course, is the finance, and that one took the longest. But the recreation, just kind of going through, just doing recreation and service requests, because they're both the ones that are not in progress officially at the moment. They have begun with initial review, but so we will just show you how you can set up custom forms for applications, how you can set up custom forms for specific types of complaints. So, and then also show your team how they can delegate and automatically assign staff from the township to specific categories of complaints or service requests. So if somebody complains about a pothole, that's obviously going to go to someone who's complaining about maybe a loose dog, or somebody has junk car in their vehicle in their backyard somewhere. So it's really not an intensive effort for those items. So that you're probably looking at combined several months each for the 2 remaining applications that are to be done. Definitely not a couple years.
And then within that scope, so I'm just kind of wondering about the planning process. So you might have an application that comes in through an e-service for minor variants, and then that would connect to the forms and the planning processes that have already been built. Is that how it works, or is that, and again, is that a big build, or is that just really connecting pieces that are already in existence?
Yep. So right now with these service requests and the automatic form, connection to the planning. Right now, that automation part is not complete, and that is currently being done. But your staff in the planning department will be able to receive an application for a building permit, for example. They can manually enter it at that point. The e-bill, any application fee that will be initiated, that does have its own automated process once it's recorded. But that automation between the automatic forms as well as the getting that into the planning program, that is under development. And that is something that, there's no extra fee to have that available once it's done. It's just, but it will be there at some point with a lot more automation and the application in and getting all that kind of in the system and working through that process that is already implemented.
Okay, thank you. And then the one last piece of my question, which of course I'm multi-parted as well, is just, I think we have, you're talking about the GIS data and the connection to the district of Muskoka.
Yeah.
I think right now we have some data errors in our mapping data. And just for my, and maybe for council's education, if this has to be corrected, is this done by the district that is then fed through your integration? Or is this something that our planning staff has to correct and is shared back with district? So our lines might not be correct on our mapping, so our lots and on the plan are not necessarily where they're supposed to be when you look at it overlaid with the Google map.
Yeah, and that probably is more of a township, between the township and the district to resolve. We don't, the data is really just interfaced from your available GIS sources. So the data that we utilize from the GIS perspective, that's maintained and connected to the township data through TownSuite. But the actual GIS data that's been created and maintained between both of your municipal entities, that's not, that would be between you guys and the district, I believe.
Okay.
I have that noted though, just to, if we can ask to see what's happening there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Sarah. Sarah, couple of things. First of all, I am by no means a software expert at all. Probably IT challenged at times. However, I am a believer in when there's good technology out there, why reinvent the wheel? Applies to a lot of different principles in business. And we are a business of sorts. There are tons of ERP systems out there, I understand. Why do we need TownSuite? That's my first question.
So TownSuite is designed especially for municipalities. So business systems are limiting to an extent because they don't connect the data. They don't necessarily have a means of doing your property taxation. And while there are a lot of utility billing systems out there, the way that TownSuite is inherently designed, you can have a customer that can own 1 or 500 properties. You have a customer that can be responsible for 1 or 500 utility accounts. You can have a one-to-many relationship between that customer, and this is the root of the finance and where that is a big benefit from a municipal perspective, is that you can have that one-to-many relationship with multiple, I guess, contacts and multiple people who would be responsible for multiple types of accounts that you guys are managing from the property taxation and the utility billing perspective. The other thing from the municipal perspective is that we're always keeping our ears to the ground for what the requirements would be from the ministry, from the federal government. We also work closely with Impact. We're doing a lot of data exchange on the planning side. So these are very unique to municipalities, and it's just not replicatable in your business systems that are ERP systems. And from the TownSuite perspective, we're the only vendor in Canada that has our own suite of applications that are designed by us, maintained by us for the different applications that go beyond the finance. So from the planning. So there are a lot of one-off independent planning and land management applications. There are a lot of one-off independent asset management applications. There are a lot of one-off independent recreation solutions and service requests and complaints. But really, TownSuite is we're the one that has all these applications available that have been developed by us, they're maintained by us, they're improved by us, and we make sure that they're connected so that we're not having to rely on APIs and integration partners and and pointing fingers if something goes wrong and then trying to figure out how to fix it. So we provide an experience that is very different than some of the other, I guess, vendors that are there. Not saying the other vendors have solutions that are inferior. It's just that we provide a service, a software as a service product that is designed to connect. It's designed to leverage data across the solution for anybody who needs access to that. And we're 100% Canadian. So that's a bit different than where you guys have come from. And then the main financial solution is now American owned with offices in Canada. So, trying to keep things under the Canadian brand is important for protecting that data that you guys maintain on behalf of your customers, their personal information, and your staff for their personal information as well. I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor Cooper.
I think it partially does. I do have a follow-up question, if I may, and that is, and I may sound like I'm from Missouri, which means
That's okay.
Show me, prove it to me. So the reason for the first question now, this follow-up is that TownSuite has been a long time coming in terms of getting this developed for our township. It hasn't been TownSuite and TownSuite. I prefer TownSuite, and just not seeing that at the moment. Why is this taking so long?
Well, there are challenges that often arise during these projects. They're very complex. So, I guess the biggest thing is that we are not leaving the township to sort out and figure out some of the items that are coming up. We have a lot of things on the go. We have a lot of work that is ongoing, and a lot of the work that we're doing is actually, working with your township staff, to resolve some of these issues. So, we've had a couple of applications that have been live for quite some time. The financial application's been live for just about a year now. So unfortunately, there are things that will arise, and because all of these products are being implemented, that also adds to the complexity, because we need to ensure that the products, the payroll, for example, that has to be completed before we can start using our self-service employee portal tools. So while it might not be sweet in the sense of, it's taking a little bit longer than anticipated, but the thing is that we're here, we're a partner with your staff, we're here for the long run. And at the end of the day, the township will realize a lot of those outcomes to streamline vendor interactions, to automatically connect the data and automatically connect data to your stakeholders, your different stakeholder groups, and going forward, these challenges will not be an issue because they will have been overcome.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions. I'm trying to understand some reps.
Microphone.
I guess you didn't hear me at all, did you?
I can hear you.
So I'm trying to understand kind of a little bit of the history and the path forward. And I think you said that finance is live. It's been live for about a year. When did you start installing here at the township?
April of 21, I think, is when our first meeting happened.
Okay. So I'm just going to play back what things that I've heard, which caused me concern earlier, but since you're here, and I would like to get your insights and perspective on it. Some of the things that I've heard is that we as a township are working with TownSuite to custom develop a solution, and we're spending a lot of time assisting in the development of that solution. And I'm wondering, how would you frame your relationship with us? Are we doing that, or are we doing something different?
So we are not working on a custom solution. I will, admittedly, some of the asset management stuff that is currently being developed, that is a relatively new area, and that was communicated when we were, initially talking to the municipality. But the other side of that is I guess the third implementation in Ontario. In the grand scheme of things, we have about 200 clients across the country. And every time we enter a new province, you know, in 2015, our client that implemented at that time was very small. They did not have the same complex requirements as the Township of Georgian Bay. So, you know, we're not custom developing a product, but there are things that, you know, are going to have to be done through any implementation. And that's kind of par for the course for any implementation that we do. And we incorporate these things into our continuous improvement. These things are being provided then to everybody who's using TownSuite, you know, wherever they may be in whatever province. So we're not custom developing. There may have been some things that we needed to do as part of our development process to, you know, respond to those requirements. Especially, you know, we have every time we work with a municipality, you know, there might be assessment things that are a little bit different between what we've encountered with other municipalities who've implemented. From the banking system, you know, we have to interface with your bank files. So there's a lot of testing and things that need to be done. So there are things that will come up that require development resources on our end. But it's not a custom solution. There are always things that we will develop, but that is configurable, is providing for that configurable capacity that we provide to everybody who's using TownSuite. So I know that we're almost at the end. So, you know, there are things that are being completed now. There are things that will be coming up in 2 years when you guys are live in all the different applications. But this is just part of what we do. We're not charging for any extra development. We're not, you know, we're providing a product that is really, you know, a whole environment for your municipal administration, management, and operations. And things are always going to change. So, and things might come up that we never knew of before. Then this is just part of what we do. We work with our clients to provide TownSuite, to improve TownSuite, you know, to introduce new things in TownSuite as those needs arise. So the result of what TownSuite is today is a result of all the feedback that we've received and all the engagement and collaboration that we've undertaken with all of our customers that use TownSuite right now.
Thank you for that. And I do understand the environment you're suggesting you're working in, so thank you. I have one more, perhaps more specific question. I got kind of excited about the fact that finances had already been live. And I just figured I'd ask a nice, simple question. And I was basically told that oh, that's going to be a 6-month window before we can, you know, get around to deploying things that need to be done. And this was really the planning. The question that I asked was, if we want to identify the large planning projects that are in our township and attach or report on the financial costs associated with all of the elements of that large project, whether they be legal, planning time, contractor time, or whatever. How would we do that? And I was immediately told, well, we can't do that today. Probably going to be 6 months. We did pass a resolution directing staff to provide the report, recognizing that it wasn't available and it's more of a hope and prayer that if we get it sometime. But can you give us a little insight into why what would seem to be a simple question of if we've got all the finances and all we're trying to do is match them to an existing planning project, why something like that, which to me sounds so simple, would be such a long-term requirement?
I can't speak to the 6-month timeline that you were provided, but we have job costing that would be available. So, you know, you can set up a job for your planning project 1, a separate job for planning project 2. So these are things that you can actually attach cost to as you're processing invoices, processing payroll, processing things through, you know, going through that. The other side of that is if you're using the work order module to plan your projects and manage your projects, then we do have a little bit of time before that will be complete. So there's a couple of different factors there. Without managing the work in the work order module, you still should likely be able to you know, to process those transactions associated with that project. So I mean, I could make a note and check into that one specifically. So
just at a kind of a high level here.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of software systems through my years, And where things are installed and percolating along, there is usually a very powerful ability to ask new and different questions that you haven't asked before, and find a way to get that information fairly quickly. And I would say that would likely be an expectation of many of us. And I don't know if that's something that you need to be involved in, directly hearing these questions from us and then guiding staff on how to do it, or I don't know, but somehow I think we need to get to a faster turnaround response than what we've been seeing.
Yeah, so, and I think the best route forward is probably to bring these things up with, with our technical support team, or, through the, the regular PM meetings that are still happening for your implementation project. So through the, the staff that would be participating in that on the township side. So that's, I have that noted as well, and Andrew and our PM are here on the meeting. So just need to be able to, I guess, capture that so that we can make it into an actionable item. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Sure, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sarah, for the presentation. I do have a few questions, and they will be high level. I can't get into the weeds on this because I don't understand any of it, to tell you the truth. We have a long history here in the township of Georgian Bay, dating back to mid-century when we amalgamated and brought a lot of different smaller counties together. Our history is such that we're going to be left with a lot of things in filing cabinets and boxes moving forward. Obviously, you're going to take the written material and transpose it into digital form, and we're going to have access to that. What I'm looking for is kind of a cutoff date, or a date how far you will go back. So when I'm looking for something, I can, know if it's from, say, 2015 moving forward, I'll be able to go and ask for something from TownSuite. But would I have to look at the manual files previous to that?
So you're talking about the data in the database, or your specific documents that you maintain? Because
the specific documents that we need.
Wouldn't that be a question for our staff versus the software provider?
I'm not sure.
well, I couldn't speak to that point. We do have document attachment throughout TownSuite. So we've had clients that have digitized every document they had in a filing cabinet and attached it to an account within TownSuite. So we have had clients that have taken folders. They had filing cabinets full of folders with there's a folder per property. And they've actually scanned the contents of that document or that folder and attached that to the property account. So there are ways and means to do that, to digitize documents through TownSuite. But we also have an integration available with Laserfiche. So I mean that's over and above what we do. But for a formalized document management process, there are solutions that provide that for you. But just at the very basic, I guess, document management level, you can digitize your documents and attach them throughout TownSuite, so you can do away with all that paper. But then there's no limit on what TownSuite will manage from a history perspective, if you want to maintain it beyond the 7-year retention policy, which is kind of the standard document retention policy that's kind of out there for as guidance for municipalities. Then that's up to you if you want to keep that history. We don't limit the amount of data and the age of the data that will be accessible through the software.
Thank you very much, and I think that answers my question. It's really incumbent upon our staff to update and not you. So my questions can be taken to staff as the mayor suggested.
And I'm going to allow our clerk to offer a response as well.
Thank you.
Staff are aware that TownSuite does have the ability to store some documentation. However, it is not an electronic records management system. Therefore, it doesn't have the proper retention requirements that is required by Ontario legislation. So we are looking at updating the current system that we have. But again, keeping things forever in perpetuity is not in keeping with Ontario legislation. If it's a 7-year retention, then we get rid of it, paper and digital, after 7 years.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Hobbs and your colleague as well for the presentation. Very informative. Let me implementing ERP systems. I would argue is never smooth because there are always complexities involved.
There's a lot of complexities for sure.
It's like renovating a home, or it doesn't even have to be a home, commercial building. You never know when you break open that wall, what you might find. And it adds to the challenge. But anyway, I thank you very much for your presentation, and we all appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today.
All right. Our last deputation is from Ms. Clare. You're gonna, sorry, just on that, turn my mic off, I apologize. The last update, deputation is from Ms. Clare, our Georgian Bay Public Library CEO, and you're gonna offer a library operations update.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. I'll try to keep it brief for you, but we had an exciting start to the year, so I'm joining today to provide a quick quarterly update for you. There will be time, obviously, for questions at the end. I'll go through a couple key points and let me know if you have any other questions. So to start, the library was successful in obtaining the Summer Experience Grant. This grant provides full funding for a summer student position at the library. The position will help to support staff in their delivery of summer programming and services. As we know, it becomes a busy time of year for us. We had a successful March break, which included partner programs with the local Honey Harbor beekeeper, aka Miss Queen Bee, as well as our Fire and Emergency Services Department. And to follow up our March break special programming, Summer Reading Club will be launching June 24th, and we'll also include a variety of special programs with our community partners. So June 24th, if you know of anybody looking to sign up, send them our way. The Georgian Bay Public Library is a member of the Federation of Public Libraries, which is a group of 363 libraries located across the province. Within this group, I have recently filled a vacancy on the Government Relations Working Group. So what this working group does is it's a group comprised of library CEOs from across the province who advise and advocate on behalf of Ontario Public Libraries to influence provincial funding and policies. So coming from Georgian Bay, I'll be representing the small and rural libraries, and I'm looking forward for us to have a voice within this organization. And additionally, last but not least, we recently filled a vacant circulation assistant position at the library with a local resident. And I just wanted to say thank you to the council members for sharing and posting the position across the networks. We had a nice response to the post. And that's it for our update today. I'll be making quarterly appearances. I think I mentioned it at the beginning. It's a quarterly update. So you'll see me again, hopefully in person. But until then, hopefully we'll see you in the community.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And after two lengthy deputations, it's nice to have one that's quick and to the point. Any questions or comments from council? Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your report. And this is a question that should go to the clerk because it's not related, I'm sorry, to the library. It's related to a previous statement about 7 years and the data being stored or accepted. Would you clarify what you just said?
Sorry, 7 years, it was just an example. Most financial data is kept for 7 years, not all, but most. That's why I reference a 7-year time frame for retention. But each record type has a different retention period, some being permanent, some not being permanent, but the average for financial records is 7 years, similar to like your income taxes.
So for planning, for example, it could be 30.
Yes, many things under planning and building bylaws. Example are permanent.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Stephanie, you're doing great stuff. Thank you.
Listen, I'm happy to field questions about record retention. You know, the clerks and the librarians tend to have a lot of overlap.
I'll save that question for later.
Councilor
Stephanie, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to also extend a great job to the library here in Georgian Bay Township. It's great to see everything that you guys are doing. I'm just curious for our audience, are there any upcoming events that I'd like to speak to that the library is having? So if we can.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask you to repeat the last part. You had said, are there any upcoming events at the library?
We'll be hosting and or organizing within the community. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question and for your kind words. We just finish up our regular, so we always have programming, and I should have sort of clarified that in my presentation. We do have a sort of regular cycle of programming supplemented with special sort of sessions for things like March break and summer. But in addition to the summer programming, the March break, and our usual regular cycle of programming, we do have some book sales coming up at the library. So over the May long weekend, we will be having book sales at both our Honey Harbor and Majer branches. And then on Canada Day, there will be a Canada Day book sale and community festival in Honey Harbor. And then on the August long weekend, we do a book sale and community event at the Majer branch. Does that sort of cover what you were looking for?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
May I just add to Stephanie's comments there, in that if one is on the library website, one can get updates on activities at the library on a regular basis. There are emails that come out that will give you a full schedule of events that the library is participating in. Also, I know that Segway is pretty good about getting stuff out as well that involves not only community events locally and everything, but also including the library. So the number of different sources that people can go to, but the library does put out emails if you request it.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Just point of clarification on the point made by Councillor Jarvis. So you can go to the library website. My question is, does the library push information out? I'm a very big believer in pushing versus waiting for
Negative feeling.
Can you comment on that, please? Are you doing that with this? Well, with your membership, I'm talking about, of course. And
Yes.
maybe the community, maybe the cottage associations push information out. Can you talk to me about that, please? Thanks.
When members of the community sign up for a library card, they are given the option to opt into our newsletter at the library, at which point we add them to our newsletter subscriber list. And then at any time during their visit, or if they're online, we do have a newsletter sign up form. Say they haven't already signed up, they can sign up there. So we do send monthly newsletters and then special newsletters in addition for special events.
No push.
And community organizations, do you send information out to various cottage associations who are very active, I think, in using the library, especially in the summer months? Thank you.
We communicate regularly, so I communicate with our community partners. It wouldn't be through our newsletter list unless they subscribe. However, I am in frequent communication, and as are the branch managers, with local community groups. For example, I'm in touch with some of the Honey Harbor Association members coming up for our special event in July. They'll want to be in attendance, so we stay in touch with them through that way, but it's not necessarily a newsletter push unless they've signed up for the newsletter itself.
So just to follow up, I'm just suggesting perhaps with the larger, well, many of the community associations, some of which are very large, and you can push information out to them, they in turn will fire it out to their community. Just a suggestion to broaden your reach on the push side of things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Yes, one addition to that question. If hypothetically speaking, the person were to have opted out originally when signing up for a library card, but now wishes to opt in, what's that process look like? Is it just simply going to the library and requesting that be changed?
Yeah, and we do post, so yes, they can, we see regular patrons often, so they can just let us know they want to opt in person, but we do have a form online on the website where they can just enter their email and it is a simple opt-in, and we will post about it frequently through our network as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And perhaps we can also get the social media contacts we have here at the township. Send out reminders to everybody that the library is a place you can sign up for additional information. Never hurts to remind people. I think
that's right.
I think Councillor Cooper is making that point as well.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your update and all that, again, all that you're doing for the community. As you can hear from council, we're very appreciative of your work, and I know our residents are, and look forward to getting the next update.
Thanks very much. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thank you. Council, I'm going to suggest we take a break and reconvene. First, the item I have in front of me is the consent agenda, excuse me, and I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of May 8th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And next on our items is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor.
That's not consent.
Oh, that's all the detail. Okay, then you have to give me the next pile.
Well, no.
Is there open forum?
There's no.
Okay. And then I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of May 8th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then we're going to have our communications from council and mayor. And last time I started at that end. So this time I'm going to start with Councillor Bocek, and we're just going to go in order because it's easier for me to keep it straight that way. Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Sure. Thank you. A busy spring, as all the councillors, I'm sure, when residents start showing up to come to open up their cottages, not a lot of questions being asked. So very engaged with the community on lots of planning and building issues. At district council, things were fairly straightforward. There's nothing engaging about our township. We will be engaging heavily on the solid waste issue moving forward. And from the health services unit, again, I'm a member of the health services committee. There was nothing pertaining to the township of Georgian Bay, nor was there on the CAPS committee, nothing pertaining to the township of Georgian Bay. I will reiterate that there's a lot of funding going to happen towards the new hospitals, the new hospital build, and we should be very well aware that this township will be contributing towards that as well too. That's really my month in a nutshell.
Thank you, Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And I think I would echo Councillor Bocek's comments about it being a busy month with talking to a number of different residents and associations in the township. When the snow melts, apparently things happen to the roads and the waterways. I also had the opportunity to meet with the Lions Club in Majer last month for their charter dinner, which was attended by a large number of people. And I was also inducted into that organization at that meeting.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Now the service begins.
Yes. Councillor Jarvis.
Beyond the usual would be, of course, the usual would be library and committee of adjustment we had last month. Also SegBay. SegBay was followed by a reception for members and others who wanted to participate in a small event down at Deadstock. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with Deadstock. It is a commercial enterprise just off Highway 401. You can see it just north of Quarry Road. On the,
I think that'll be the 400 for us.
okay, whatever it is. Anyway, Deadstock, I wasn't sure what Deadstock was until I got there, and this chap is taking lumber and wood from reclaimed and reutilizing it and doing quite a very, very interesting job with that. So very interesting operation. And nice to see that SegBay is sort of opening these things up for everybody to have a look at. And it's kind of fun to do. And I know they will continue with other events such as this in the future. It was good to see the meeting had taken place at the Brissett House. I know there's still lots of discussion, as there was there, about where the Brissett House is going to go from here. Anyway, it was good. That was it.
Thank you. Clerk Whey, you've had your hand raised.
Sorry, if I could just add a comment to Councillor Jarvis. The new sign behind us is actually made by Deadstock from.
Yeah, I was going to comment that the sign just behind us was made by Deadstock.
Okay. I was getting nervous, that something was going wrong with our electronics or anything. And
It's a fun tie-in.
okay, yeah, no, appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Graziano. Thank you, Worship. Busy month again, as always. This month or this past month, I of course had my monthly standing meetings with the lake associations
addressing all things concerning on our inland lakes. I also attended, along with some other fellow councillors, the Majer Lions 75th anniversary. And again, I wish to extend a congratulations to the Majer Lions for 75 years. And then lastly, I also attended the Majer Legion Cornhole Night on Friday night, which was an excellent night as well. But aside from that, it's been busy with constituent meetings, and that is all I have to report for this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazel.
So this month, as we've heard from a couple other councillors, has been the beginnings of the season. I had my first trip to the cottage via Glenn Funston and his Air Uber water taxi on April the 19th, which is an early start for the season. Thank goodness the ice was out. Shortly thereafter, I attended the AMO Advanced Land Use Planning, and more on that to come later in this meeting. I attended an on-site at Macy Bay on the invitation of the real estate agent representing a potential buyer. Overall, it was a good visit, lots of optimism for the future. I was also invited by Clerk Whey to meet with township staff and the Brissettes regarding their severance process on their property on Nahi Harbour Road. And again, more on that will come tomorrow. And as others have been reporting, lots of calls and emails with residents in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I was just checking my calendar to see exact dates and I couldn't find it, but it was around the middle of April that I was able to get out to my cottage and open up, which was not really early, but early enough. And but still trying to get back out again. I think the other sort of notable is that around the 1st of April, one of our constituents, actually my brother, made it out to his cottage on the 1st of April through the ice. So I thought that was pretty cool for this year. But in terms of other activities, lots going on. Aside from the usual meetings with the district and the township, there's been a lot of time spent in the last month or two discussing and trying to resolve some of the situations around solid waste, and specifically trying to get data that's meaningful to us, because it's really been quite challenging to understand some of the things that we see that come out of the district and try and line that up with any sort of financial information. So we've got a long way to go there. I have a meeting scheduled after our engineering and public works meeting in May to meet with the director of finance and the director of engineering, or I should say commissioners. I think that's their fancy title. So meeting with them just to understand some of the statistics. The other thing is I've been working quite hard pulling together a ad hoc community group for a planning advisory group on community plans, I should have said, and that's gone rather well. Everybody that I've approached have agreed to join that committee, and we're meeting closer to the end of this month, actually in this location. And I'm hopeful that we can get some information out to our planning department and to the council in probably after a couple of meetings. So a meeting in May and a meeting in June, and then present to council in July with our findings, particularly sort of giving direction as to how community plans were developed over the years and the criteria that were used to create community plans, so that we make sure there's a consistent approach in planning to community plans. So thank you. That's what I've been up to.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've also been busy, and I think like everybody else, enjoying the change in seasons and actually getting out on the boat and enjoying our potholes, because hopefully soon those roads will start getting repaired. But in the meantime, you know, it's a sign of spring and summer coming. So in one sense, it's positive to see them. But no, I been involved over at the district over the past month, and all the things like their strategic plans, talking to the hospital board. Also, actually, last week had lunch with Jeff Lehman, the chair at the district, talking about various projects, and I'm quite convinced between Chair Lehman and some of our fellow district councilors there that I think this term will be a little different from our township perspective than it has been in the past. And I'm certainly working very hard in that direction. Couple more meetings took place on floating cottages, including one with Transport Canada. Still waiting for the information they promised, but I can tell you that our MP is pushing very hard on that as well. Met with Parks Canada in regards to the Big Shoot launch ramp. Not entirely enthused with what I heard, but doesn't mean we're going to give up on that campaign. It's just we're going to have to be a little more patient to find the solution, I think. I had the pleasure of being up at Kildare Park last month, where there was a celebration that included a number of the Indigenous communities as well as the biosphere on basically Indigenous protocols policy that they had created. But it was a great opportunity to meet with lots and chat with lots of people. I also took the beginning of this month a couple of the planning programs offered by AMO and found some of them. It was some information quite interesting. But I also found interesting is last month I was at a planning their equivalent planning council at down in Barrie for a neighborhood development that was happening a couple blocks from where I live in Barrie during the winter. And what I found very interesting there in their way of trying to keep the meeting on point was that while any resident could come and speak, as briefly as possible against the whole thing, when it came to council, the only councillor who spoke was the councillor of the particular ward where the application was taking place. And the purpose of that councillor speaking was simply to pass on the questions or comments that they had received from the residents. So it gave the staff lots of the additional input from those who were not able to attend, which I thought was quite an interesting approach to the whole thing. Now, mind you, these are, multi-unit property applications. They're not doing this for they don't have the applications we have for single residential anywhere near the volume, because most of their properties are a little more straightforward. But I thought it was an interesting approach. Oh yeah, I helped decorate smile cookies a few days ago. But if you got a smile cookie that where it looked like the face had suffered from Botox lip treatment, that was those are probably the lips I put on. Because the hole they cut was pretty big and just. But anyway, it was always good. I think that's enough comments for me for now. Councillor Bochek?
If you would allow, I think it's incumbent upon me to say something about the solid waste issue on Gibson Lake. And know that it's on our radar. It is not a Township of Georgian Bay issue. It is a District of Muskoka issue, and that's why I didn't bring it forward. But I have been working with Councillor Pretko and Councillor Graziano, gaining all the information. And I will be meeting with Councillor Cooper to take it to the engineering committee at the district to give everybody a little bit of knowledge. What happened is signs went up on the depot. They were in error. The signs came down, the new signs went up, stating that the depot was closed on Tuesdays and Thursdays and would be manned for regular hours during the day. And we'll be dealing with that issue up at the District of Muskoka, not here at Georgian Bay Council.
And I can assure you, Chair Lehman is very much aware of the challenges there.
Yes, I received an email from Chair Lehman and he's very interested in our plight. Thank you.
So, all right. Councillor Cooper.
Just on solid waste, I just wanted to say that I'm certainly going to be working very hard with the Engineering and Public Works Committee and want all sorts of feedback, but I will remind us that the district provides services. We get to choose the services that we want. And we need to remember that. So when we see something like this that just transpired, that wasn't something that we requested. So we need to remember some of these things because it is a problem. So thank you.
All right. I'm going to go to our CAO. CEO Mariotti, I don't think we've heard from you yet this morning. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mayor Coetzee. Good morning, Council. And I have to say that thanks to the Botox lips and eyes of those smile cookies, there was a lot of members of staff who had a sugar rush last week. So thank you. Yeah, I attended an incident management system training course just to become more familiar with some response protocols and how to better assist the fire chief should we have an emergency. Together with the library staff, we also had a meeting with the school board to talk about the building in Honey Harbour, and I have to say it was a great meeting, and we've got some paths forward on a couple of items there. One thing that I think is really great news and important, I think, for the overall broad strategic direction for the township is affordable housing. Together with the archipelago, we will be meeting with Moose Deer Point First Nation and Wata First Nation and the district to set up a preliminary meeting to see if we can have a multi-stakeholder input to be able to create some affordable housing in the Majer area. So watch this space. We'll keep you posted, but I think that's some fantastic news in the coming years. Staff, on the staff perspective, we held a potluck a couple of weeks ago, which was a huge success, huge turnout. I think we had leftovers for 2 or 3 days afterwards. And we will be planning a staff and council barbecue that was discussed at a previous council meeting. So that'll probably happen in the month of June. So keep your burger flippers at the ready. And we'll also try and coordinate that session with the colours training session that again council had discussed with staff. So we'll try and do it all in one go for efficiency purposes. And lastly, we did the senior managers out of their own pocket. We actually carried out a team building event out of town. So that was interesting to see which ones of us are competitive. So I'll leave it at that. And the Good Roads Conference, yes, together with Councillor Bocek and Mr. Sokash. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we have a couple of staff reports to look at. And the first one being the Climate Action Plan Sustainability Department, the 2023-62 report. That's what it says here. Commissioner Majer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an opportunity that has come forward through the District of Muskoka. They have engaged all of the Muskoka municipalities. As I mentioned in the report, we did not have membership in this during the time we had a previous CAO, but this CAO understands the importance of this particular group. And so we are able to participate. By participating, it means that we'll be able to use and be a part of projects that this sustainability group gets involved in, especially since our tax base is financially supporting any of the projects. And so I just wanted to more so just give a heads up that this is what's happening and be able to ensure that we have somebody on the committee.
All right, well, thank you very much. Councillor Hazelton.
Is the report that's provided reflective of our township's input or not?
Through Your Worship, I don't understand what the question is.
So you've got this this report, and in the report there's lots of information, lots of pages of information. I'm wondering, is this reflective of our township's input? You said that we hadn't previously been able to do it because the CEO wasn't supportive, but they are now. So is this supposedly reflective of our input, or is that a future?
I would, through your worship, Councillor Hazelton, I would say it's from today moving forward.
So what we're reading is prior to, was prepared prior to our input.
That's correct.
Okay. In that case, I would appreciate the opportunity of sharing with you, not today, but at another time, a variety of concerns I have, because this doesn't seem to be addressing our township. The fact that we have an enormous shoreline of Georgian Bay, and there's nothing in here about Georgian Bay, causes me great concern. So I think we want to, if you're going to be at the table with this group, I think you want to be helping them understand that perhaps our absence in the past has meant that they've ignored us. And that's what I read loud and clear when I went through this in detail. So not anybody's fault that we're in this state, but I would just encourage us to understand that we are completely missing our township's interests on this report. And I think we should be very proactive in dealing with it.
Through your worship, I completely agree.
Okay.
It's a shame that we haven't been at the table. And so that's, we're delighted that the CAO sees this as a priority and we're able to come back. And now we have to swim upstream and try to make sure that what is being, what's happening in this climate action plan will include us. It's an interesting conversation, and just to put it out there, there's great representation of people that want to have the Township of Georgian Bay in their climate action plan or local climate action plan or ice cap. When we do form the Sustainable Community Advisory Group, I think the first thing we need to do is determine what we really want from these agencies that are supporting us, because municipally, we are definitely at the high end of what we have done already for climate action. And especially since we're about to go into the green municipal funded project of looking at our 16 buildings, I can't see any reason why we wouldn't be at PCP level 4 or 5, whereas our area municipalities are just now getting into PCP level 1. So we've been quietly at this for a number of years, and this is not reflected in this activity from the district, nor is it reflected from the biosphere. It is reflected with SSEA, but we've dealt with this during budget, like how many organizations do we need to be involved with? So we'll look at that. Councillor Hazelton, it's just important to note that this one is directly funded by tax dollars that we don't necessarily have control over because we haven't been at the table. So we need to be at the table so that we can redirect some of the energies towards Georgian Bay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, a couple observations from the report, and thank you very much for that. And I appreciate your response to Councillor Hazelton's comments, because I had sort of the same observations there. So I won't repeat that, but I want everybody to keep in mind that under financial considerations, you note that costs will be incurred and they could be substantial. So it's something we got to keep in mind going down the road. Not that they aren't legitimate or worthwhile, but they will be conceivably quite substantial. And that makes sense considering the situation we are in the world. And but it's something we all got to keep in mind.
Through your worship, I agree. Whenever there's a project, I'll come back and have a conversation with you to find out if it's a directive of what you want for your constituents.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We pay, the Township of Georgian Bay, I believe, pays about $98,000 a year to SSEA, who produces a climate action plan on our behalf. And we also contribute through the District of Muskoka to SSEA, and they provide reports as well on climate action. So we have been represented. We haven't been representing ourselves, but through SSEA and the climate action that we pay for, there has been substantial information provided. I think this is a great program. I'm going to support it 100% to get us at the table. But know that we haven't been left alone. We've paid good taxpayer money for an organization to represent us on climate action thus far.
Well, and I think if I may, before I go to Councillor Graziano, that as I think it's important to note, as Ms. Schneier has already noted, we're actually ahead of many of our neighboring municipalities in our steps. We got a long way to go. It's not like we can rest on our laurels at all, but we are ahead of most of, well, not most, many of our neighboring municipalities and the steps we've already taken.
Through you, Councillor Bochek, it does put us in a position because we would love to be able to be mentors to our area municipalities. However, we have so much that we need to do ourselves that I can't spend that energy mentoring when we have so much along the coast that needs to be taken care of and in our own houses, right?
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please. Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Snyder, as a relatively new councillor, could you provide some context as to why the previous CAO was not inclined to participate?
Through Your Worship, no, I can't.
Okay, so there wasn't ever a reason provided. It was just simply we're not interested in, and we would move on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And I absolutely support this as well. So it's good to see that our CAO does, and we'll be hopefully moving forward with this shortly. Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. I'm very pleased to hear that regardless of being at the table or not, we are in the position of having taken some steps here. I'd also remind us, and I hope this will be brought forth with the climate action plan, the fact that the township of Georgian Bay must be incredibly ahead of the game in terms of our natural environment. We have wetlands, we have vegetation here. We've got to be in a carbon, whatever, what the right term is, in a very positive light compared to almost anywhere else in Canada. So I think we need to remember that, you know, we can make, I would call it good steps, but they're probably baby steps compared to what we really need to be focusing on, which is not messing up our environment here and overdeveloping and putting in septic beds that are too close to the water, and I could go on. So I think we need to remember our environment here. It's number one. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, I 100% agree, Councillor Cooper. I'm on that team. It's what we talk about all the time. You might not see direct actions on the daily, but we're on the same page for that.
And I'm just going to add that actually last week, Ms. Schneier, Mr. Mariotti and myself were in conversation with the MECP. Hopefully, kind of cross my fingers, you know, announcements to come sometime in the future, but conversations with them about trying to protect what we have that I consider is beyond invaluable, which includes all those wetlands just inside of the coast, if I can put it that way.
Your Worship, and to Councillor Cooper, that also involves the Georgia Bay Land Trust, which I hold very close to my heart in terms of what the good work is we can do. And because it was the mission of council in the previous session, and I suspect as we go through the strategic plan, it's making decisions for our children's children, right?
All right. So on behalf of our children and their children and so forth, I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council accepts the draft township climate adaptation plan attached to staff report and approved, and that staff be authorized to issue a request for proposals for consulting services to develop a township climate mitigation plan jointly with the lower tier municipalities, and the project be funded through the Climate Action Reserve Fund at the district level. Councillor Hazelton.
Based on what I heard, this plan as attached is not reflective of our township. And so I think we want to make sure that in the resolution, we're receiving it. We're not approving it. It's basically, we are receiving it for information, and we are asking our staff to participate in the process and craft changes that are reflective of the needs of our township.
Through your worship, I agree, Councillor Hazelton. I believe that if there's any RFP work that's been done to date, it has not included the township of Georgian Bay. And so if it is the will of council for me to be able to be on this committee and be able to support the township through this district funding, you can be assured that we're going to make sure that there are items in the RFP that represent the Georgian Bay coastline and the residents here in Georgian Bay.
I'm wondering though, further to what Councillor Hazel had to said, in the first sentence, we have be it resolved the council accepts the draft and staff report and approves. Can we just say receives the draft township? Would that still?
Well, that's just fine.
Okay.
We'll have to pretty much go back and ask them to look at their new leaf program and see how the township of Georgian Bay can be included.
Yeah.
Why don't you, apologize, your worship, if you want to add additional direction to me that, council directs staff to ensure the township of Georgian Bay is adequately reflected in the new leaf climate action plan, and any further RFP work, then that will certainly have you, I'll be standing on your shoulders as I, as I rally forward, and that would be beneficial for me.
Okay, so here's my draft rewording. Be it resolved that council receives the draft township climate adaptation plan attached to the staff report, and that staff be authorized to issue a request for proposals for consulting services to develop a township climate mitigation plan jointly with the lower tier municipalities that fully recognizes the township of Georgian Bay, and that the project be funded through the Climate Action Reserve Fund at the district level. All those in favor? And that is carried. And Councillor Hazelton.
I get the feeling that other councillors read the report and probably had comments, and perhaps in a committee of the whole type forum where we can talk freely and openly, various councillors could share their thoughts, concerns to help guide staff as they go forward.
Well, and I'm sure in the meantime that that our Director of Sustainability would appreciate any feedback on that report, because that would help inform her communication with the district.
Through your worship, I agree. And I'm just scribing an email now just to make sure that we are included in any further workings. It is going to be a game of, not a game, a process of catch up. And I can only hope that we can at least be as an addendum to the new leaf plan. I really feel that the Sustainable Community Advisory Group will be a really great platform as well for this. And of course, the good work of council. Happy to hear any feedback.
Thank you. Your worship, if I may. Councillor Graziano. Very quickly on a different matter, on the next matter, with regards to short-term rentals, I'm going to follow suit with respect to Councillor Predko's prudence and declare conflict as well, even though, well, an indirect conflict rather. I don't have any short-term rentals currently. However, that's not to say that there will maybe one in the future. So I'm just going to declare that and recuse myself as well. Thank you. All right. And that, I guess we're up to that item.
Yeah.
So-
Yes.
Yes, you.
Correct.
Yeah. But
Okay.
join the crowd in the audience.
I just want to.
Yeah. Okay. So. Next is short-term rental registration update from our Fire and Emergency Services Department. And we have a relatively new face. So Chief Undom, I see your hand up. So could you initiate, please?
So council, first of all, I'd like to introduce to you our newest addition to our team. Albert is fulfilling the temporary contract position while Karina is off on her maternity leave. And Albert has been working on this short-term rentals project, taking it over from where Karina had left it off, and is now we're trying to bring it to the finish line here. So I'm going to turn this over to Albert, and Albert, take it away.
On behalf of all of council and everyone else, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And if you want to make a comment or two about yourself before you jump in, please feel free to do so.
Thank you, sir. Your Worship, members of council. So I've been asked to speak to follow up on a report that you guys had put forth in February. And my updates are as follows, to offer more information for you. The action plan is that moving into June 2023, we're going to incorporate an education session with all our members that are going to be looking at STRAs in our district or in our township. Further to that, we're going to move to a pre-compliance registration in October of 2023. With formal paid registration starting in January 2024. We're also looking to support that information. I reached out to Granicus and did an initial dive in April. And with that findings, there was 243 STRAs presently at that time in our township alone. But that number was brought down to 203 because of possible duplications in those on multiple platforms. So even with that number, I believe the report in February only represented 60 rental units. So as we could show, there is a significant amount. Moving forward from April into obviously the busier months, we do expect those numbers to rise significantly. With that being said, we're looking at doing a number of things through Granicus, as they've offered 3 modules that would be very intricate in our abilities to be able to stay on top of things. One of them is the address identification, which would allow us to have them monitor over 70 plus platforms of short-term rentals that are out there. And they would monitor and provide us with ongoing monitoring of the listings in our jurisdiction, updating listing activities and details for every 3 to 5 days, screenshot activities of every listing, duplications of listings into unique rental units, and an activity dashboard and map to monitor the trends and breakdowns of those compliances. Now, uniquely to us, it was found that we had many properties that were on waterfront. They also, the average median nightly rate was found to be $508.55. Also, another module that they would be offering, I believe Councillor Hazelton had asked the OPP earlier while I was sitting in here. There is going to be an offer of a 24/7 hotline that would be provided for valuable for out of hours or water access only rental issues. With that would be offering would be a mobile enabled online web form for citizens to submit tips or complaints, text, videos, and photos. So they would offer those suggestions to those people. 24/7 call center for citizens to contact and report complaints verbally, recordings for all call center complaints, email notifications to your team when complaints are logged, automatic outboard IVR calls and SMS messages to permit emergency service contacts, notifying them of the complaints, SMS support for emergency contacts to mark a complaint as acknowledged and resolve, the ability to send resolution notes, and a hotline dashboard for tracking complaints, volumes, trends, and categories, ability to upload comments. So this would be invaluable to staff like myself who were either not available at the time. We would come in the next day. There'd be a very intricate note package that would be developed for us and would allow us to initiate immediately. The other part of it is the compliance monitoring, which would allow the team to send letters to the non-compliant properties 24/7. They would also configure letter templates with our branding and letterhead. Add as many letter sequences as you needed for the escalation, and also monitor the properties that became compliant after letter enforcement. Now, we also know that there are properties that would be popping in and out, and the suggestions that they would be able to stay on top of that. They would be able to monitor anybody who was claiming to be under the 20 days, but if they would like, again, pop in and out, they would have documentation information to pass on to us so that we could escalate that enforcement. So Granicus is a tool that's been around since 1999. A number of our district municipalities are also using Granicus, which has enabled us to maybe work in a more partnership oriented fashion. A lot of our neighboring municipalities are also using them as well. And with that, I think that's it, unless got anything else to add.
Well, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate the report and all the suggestions. And as probably no surprise, I already have 3 hands up in front of me, so we'll see what council has to say. And we're going to start with Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, you noted in the report, you talk about water access properties being a substantial number of the ones being listed. These are not water access only properties, they're water access properties. In other words, they could conceivably have road access as well, correct?
Correct. But majority of the properties were found from their mapping. They have a very intricate mapping system on all the properties that were found. And majority of them were either on water or water access. The other part that I didn't add to it is the unique part to the township of Georgian Bay was found that the houses or the properties were single sourced houses. They weren't just a bedroom or a basement that was available to be rented. They were sole properties. So with that being said, I guess the lot of the attraction is of those waterfront properties.
Right. No, I'd be curious to know if there's any way of breaking down those properties that are water access only, which is a differentiation. Tony?
So if we buy the piece of the address identification piece going forward, then we'll be able to do some cross-referencing and be able to see which ones are only water access at this point, because we're not subscribing to the data. We get just I'm going to say that little piece of data here, you want this, and they tell you what it can do, but we need to, once we have the data and are able to we're going to say manipulate it so that we can see where that data is, which house it is, the actual address. With our data, we'll know most of them right off the bat. Or is that a water access? Right.
Because it will impact enforcement significantly.
Yes, there's a potential for a lot higher enforcement with going this system, even speaking with the OPP on going forward, we're engaging with the OPP with this as well, and this will be an enforcement tool that they need to finish developing with us. But there's other municipalities at the Southern Georgian Bay is in the process of working with it too, so it stays consistent. And then so what we're looking at is potentially if an officer gets at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's a noise complaint, that they'll forward that information right into our data. They'll know that the Granicus, they can call that number, and we can now contact that emergency contact number and say, you've got an issue here. They've got their 20, and if they don't respond to that, then that gives us, helps to support the tools and the officer the next morning when we plan to do enforcement and I'm gonna say issue fines and that kind of stuff, investigate it.
Thank you. One final question for these guys is it possible that we can also consider properties that are being rented out short term, but on a private basis? In other words, they aren't using any of these websites to advertise their properties. Is there any way that we can, I don't know how many that would be, probably not many, as a percentage of the total number that are rented out, but there will inevitably be those that try to evade any compliance requirements, and the best way to do that is not advertise.
Through your worship, that will ultimately come down to officer investigation skill sets and establishing that evidence that that is the case that's happening. And with that moving forward, by having the licensing of, again, having at least a guideline of 20 days or less, or having 20 days or more, gives us a little bit of a threshold. And we would have to establish it on our end as to what evidence that we're succumbing to, how we're going to deal with that premises that you're talking about specifically.
I suspect that granted that 24/7 number may get calls with regards to some sites that aren't even listed or recognized by Granicus as being SRAs. I presume even though they get a complaint on a property, they haven't got as listed as an SRA, they would be forwarding on that onto us as well, right?
Exactly. And that would give us more of a platform than what we have right now, because we're not getting those complaints because they don't know who to call.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to put you on the hot seat here, but I would like to bring some things to your attention that maybe you could consider moving forward that are important to me. The first one being that we've seen in our township commercial enterprises that would house normally 10 or 15 cottages as rental units have now gone the way of Airbnb. In other words, they list them on the Airbnb sites and you can rent cottage B or cottage F or cottage D. Seems to be the way we're going. So I wanted to make sure that you were addressing the commercial side of the Airbnb as well as the independently owned residential side of things. That would be my first point. My second point is we're putting ourselves in a place of authority or a governance figure when it comes to this. And my fear is, and we know that, I'll give you I'm going to try and explain this as good as I can, but an example would be if our building department approves something or is in charge of governing something and something goes wrong, they are held liable. And we all know that townships have the deepest pockets, and usually the people that are the ones breaking the rules don't have deep pockets, and we bear the costs of any lawsuits and that type of thing. So my question to you is, what is the township's exposure now that we've become a figure of governance or authority over this? Are we leaving ourselves exposed to lawsuits? Say if somebody rents a property, falls off the second story because the building wasn't in compliance, but yet we said, we recognize this as an Airbnb. So, and I don't want any answers today, but I certainly would like to know that you are considering these in your approach to doing this.
Through your worship, absolutely, Councillor. I do not disagree with you 110%. But you do have to remember that a number of our surrounding municipalities have already gone this route because they have identified those issues, those liabilities. And if we don't go into a check to ensure that for ourselves, we could be setting ourselves into a liability situation as well. Yeah, you have to remember that a number of our other municipalities within the district have also followed suit. And for you saying or hoping that we don't get ourselves into that position, I think by us actually addressing the monkey that's in the room, it's there. And we do need to start looking at whether we can start with registration first and move forward later into that. We're not into being disciplinary, but we do need to check that we identify that it isn't within our township.
I also think it's extremely important, as has been pointed out to us before, that we're not licensing this operation or advertising them. We're simply making a registration list in the future. And I think what's amazing about this software is the amount of data it will give us to work on it. Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you for the report. It's very interesting that we have this many more properties that are being rented short-term than we originally thought. Just a couple of questions and things that I would like to be addressed, but in the report, I think the suggestion is, excuse me, less than 20 days. There would still be an administrative fee of $500 for renting the property. And in the conversations I've had with many different people, this is not what the residents that I've talked to really want to see. These are the moms and pops that are trying to do a few weekends in the year to pay their property taxes. I think if we're looking at a maximum of 20 days at $500 a night, $10,000 less administrative fees, that's going to pay their property taxes. It's not a commercial operation in my mind and in many of the people that I've talked to. And I would like to see that we're only monitoring, or if people are voluntarily registering for less than 20 days, they're not being fined. But if they are on the radar from the software and they go above 20 days, they would need to participate fully. And then the other areas that I think we're maybe a little bit more gray on and we haven't seen details on is really neighbor, I don't want to say neighbor abuse, but neighbors who are trying to make a point with their neighbors and reporting minor infractions repeatedly, just because they don't like the rental property next door. And how would we address that through our bylaw? And I think the other issue we've talked about in the past is that the bylaws that we have now, the ticket is issued to the offender, but the property owner isn't affected by that ticket. So if the renter leaves with that ticket and doesn't pay, we have a limited ability to get them to participate through the current provincial penalty system. And I know AMS is on the way, but is there any way that we can have something targeted towards the owner rather than the renter? And that would help make a better owner of the properties. Those are a lot of questions. I should have stopped in the middle.
Through your worship, we are aware of it. The AMPS program that you'll start to get a piece on next council meeting. We'll be addressing it, that we definitely want to go after our owners who are allowing it. And I'm going to say we have some good vendors that are out there and we don't hear from them. And then we have some people that are just, I'm going to say absent, and those are the ones we're going to target. And that's part of the registration. And as this moves forward, this is going to be a living document that we may need to adjust as we're going forward, because as you can see with this, we thought we had 60. We had some complaints. But now as we start to gather our data and start to see it, and as we make it more acceptable for the public to be able to launch those complaints and see that there is a mechanism in place to help this, then we expect those numbers to go up. As for people just complaining just because they don't want the short-term rental, this will go back to totally that it'll be the officer's discretion moving forward. Is this a frivolous complaint or is this a legitimate? And with the tools that Granicus is supplying will help to identify that. they upload it and they're videotaping it and give us their statement, that's going to be at the officer's discretion. Is this frivolous or is this a legitimate complaint? And obviously, we do not want to be targeting the good people in our township. We want to take and correct the behavior of our bad apples.
All right, thank you. Counselor Cooper.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. I think we need to remember why we started talking about this in the first place. It was short-term rentals, meaning 3 or 4 days, wild parties. That was how this came up initially and why we are moving in this direction. I believe that's my memory of it anyway. I also would like to sort of echo a little bit of what Councilor Pedco has said. I'm a little concerned that we need to be, let me put another, we need to be careful to manage what needs to be managed versus what doesn't need to be managed. And what I mean by that is that there are a lot of short-term rentals in our township. We should be happy that they're happening. People are paying their taxes with it, and they don't need any management because there aren't any problems. And there's a lot of them. And I think what we want to manage is where things are getting out of hand and where behaviors are such that we need to enforce. But I also understand we need to collect some revenue from certain properties that do have a lot of turnover and maybe are collecting $500 a night. I can tell you that I don't know where this number 508.55 comes from, but that's $3,500 a week. I know people that are renting their places that are $2 million properties for $2,500 a week. So I'm a bit perplexed by this number, unless you're renting for 3 nights at $500 in a drive to property. Another point is related to the access. So I think we need to be careful to understand that there's waterfront and then there's waterfront water access. And I know I'm stating the obvious, but it's a very different kettle of fish. There's really not a lot of problems with the water access properties because people can't drive in from, let's say, GTA and come for a 3-day weekend and go crazy. You got to have a boat. You got to get there. Somebody has to come pick you up. A lot of these places that are rented in water access world are to friends or cousins or some sort of relative of some sort or another, and been doing it for a long time. So let's not manage what we don't need to manage, is I guess what I'm getting at here. So to get to my question after making those statements is we need to think about forced licensing as opposed to not forcing licensing. I support the idea of licensing where there's high turnover over short periods of time and potential for issues with rowdy behavior, but I don't support licensing of properties that have been renting for years and we don't need to bother them. And we're going to really upset our constituents if we do. So I would like to suggest that we need to think about that as a factor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Last but not least. I know. I just wanted to listen to what everybody else had to say. So Albert, welcome to the team. I like very much some of the things that you're talking about with this Granicus thing. Quick question on that first is, how fast can it be installed and get to a live state?
In discussions, I do have a follow-up meeting at the end of the month with Granicus to see where we're at. But a lot of their platforms are already active and running in other municipalities. These were just 3 of the modules that we picked out in the initial with us we thought that would be the best fit for the township presently.
So sorry to belabor this point, but you have a meeting at the end of the month. If you told them at the end of the month, it's a go, when would it be live?
Our initial interest is in October. So during the compliance period between October and January, they would be actively seeking online and giving us a list of people that we would be reaching out to and telling them about the compliance period. And in that period, there is no registration fee. It's free. And that's the interest to have them registered for January.
I understand that's what you've talked about here. I'd like to just blow up the plan for a second and say, if you gave them approval at the end of the month and said, I want it live ASAP, is that going to be live at the end of June, or is it a multi-month implementation?
Chief Mundum.
Through your worship, we can probably have this, if council decided that they just wanted data right now to gather more data, we could probably have this up and running in 30 days or less.
Perfect. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. So let me help you understand where I'm going with this. We don't know what we don't know. And it looks to me like Granicus and their capabilities have a great way to help us understand what we don't know. And I've been hearing from fellow councillors that, there are likely properties out there that we really don't care about. They're not likely ever going to be offending properties. We don't have a short-term rental policy or bylaw in place yet. So I would suggest that asking people to register when they can't look at a document and say, oh, this is what I'm registering for, that's a little bit of the cart before the horse. But getting Granicus in and saying, give us all the data that you've got, allow us to track this thing over the summer, allow us to populate or publish the fact that we have an ability to track and connect all these complaints that people might be putting forward, and that they can do more than just a phone call, that they can do phone call, text, video capture, all the other great things you've been talking about. Having an ability to capture all of that and turn that on immediately, so that at the end of the year, call it October, we now have a lot of information from which to make decisions on how we want to go forward. And we may end up writing a short-term rental policy that says people who are renting for 21 days or 20 days a year, we don't care about them at all. We only care about the people that are renting for different times. And so other questions that I would pose, and these are somewhat rhetorical, but things like, what can they track on rental lengths, like 3 days, 5 days, 7, 14, 21 days? I mean, do they have the ability of identifying ads that relate to those kinds of things? Do they have an ability to track things like, well, what ward are they in? What's their Georgian Bay Township address? I mean, clearly, if they're an island address, it's by definition not, well, almost by definition, it's not road access. I mean, there are certainly there's a bunch of rental properties on Brandy's Island that have road access, but I don't know if he's ever going to go that path. But I think that I like the fundamental concepts of what you're talking about here. $15K for a year to do something with Granicus, to me, given that we don't know what we don't know, and there's a whole lot of it sounds like there's a whole lot of value in giving us visibility into what we don't know. And then at some point in time in the future, when we decide to push the button and create a short-term rental policy or bylaw, then we are then in a position to say, okay, well, we have all this history. We know who the people are that properties are that we're going to need to focus on. And we can craft the appropriate bylaw in place. And then we can proactively go out and say, well, we know you've been doing all this. And our policy is effective immediately. You need to register. But right now, I feel like.
Councillor Hazelton, you said the same thing 3 times. Let's get them to respond. The words were slightly different, but you said the same thing 3 times over. So I'd like to hear their.
I want to go for 4. Come on.
I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. Granicus is $15,000 for the 3 modules. Granicus has more modules available to gather more data. If that's council's wishes, then I will advise council that the $15,000 is not part of the budget process right now. And that's why, as the piece for registration and start to gather that, is so that this doesn't cost all of the taxpayers into this. If council wishes us to expand this program now, then that's an option that you can provide the direction to. As we started to see how many rentals are actually out there, we got our first piece of data, which was we anticipated 60 and we're at 203, and Granicus has already told us that number is going to grow as you start to come into the summer months. So if it's council's wishes, we can engage Granicus now and start some more data to be able to provide that to you. But I don't have it's not in the current budget, so now we need to have that permission as well.
Appreciate that. One final comment. I wish my fellow councillor Graziano was here, because he mentioned to me that there is some guy in the township who would provide us a lot of this data for free, which I'm not really sure I understand, but he seems to know somebody who knows something. And although in the absence of what Christian said, I would be gung-ho to go ahead with this, Granicus thing, but I think the fundamental thing that I'm trying to get at here is we are putting the cart before the horse, trying to get people to register when we don't know enough about the characteristics. And
So now you're getting your first turn in, aren't you?
Okay,
let's move on, because I would like to speak to this matter before dinner. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to do the 2.5 minutes and you took 7.5 minutes. But I do appreciate one thing that Councillor Hazelton brought up, because maybe I didn't read the report properly. I had assumed when you put this in front of us that Granicus was going ahead right away. Because that's absolute, because there's no timeline on Granicus in this, the motion that's in front of me, because I don't know about the rest of council, but I would love to have this data collected starting, well, okay, yesterday, tomorrow, because I think it'll be invaluable to us as we contemplate in the autumn the registration bylaw that you're going to need at that point to have people register. I'm not, and I know you're contemplating this, though it hasn't been set yet, that our fees for the 20 days or less might be down to 250 versus 500. And quite frankly, when Councillor Predko says, well, if somebody's doing it for 20 days at $500 a day, we're at 10 grand. And if they have to pay $250 to register, I'm not feeling sorry for them, because they collected 10 grand for that year. So that's, to me, that's fine. I see that we have a picture on about all the nightly rates on whatever website that came from. I can't tell, but doesn't matter. Airbnb. There's a heck of a lot of them there that are more than $500. Most of them are drive to, not all of them, but that's part of the research that we'd want you to get. So, I think the data is invaluable. I think it's, in my opinion, for the township to spend 15 grand to collect this data, and if this data proves to be at all correct, then in future registration fees, I'm sure we'll get the money back. But I also think it's very important to our residents that we start collecting data on complaints as part of all this, because in my opinion, a lot of this money is being spent to bring a handful, a dozen in line, that the majority of people are probably following the rules reasonably well. We don't know for sure, But I do know that there's a, you know, I say, let's call it a dozen, because I don't quote me the exact number. There's a dozen places out there that are clearly, in my personal opinion, it's clear to me, have been abusive to their neighbors and to our township with the behavior. But I also think it's very important, because you emphasized it here repeatedly, education, but I think we need the data. And so I would personally be in favor of implementing Granicus ASAP. And I think what you're doing here is the right direction for us to go, to set up a registration program, even though I know we're not approving that now, we're just approving and doing more work in that direction to educate our residents and to go forward. And my final comment is going to be in regard to the people who've been renting out their cottage for a few weeks a year to their relatives or what have you. Those folks, many of them, at least the ones that I'm aware of, they're not listing it anywhere. So Granicus won't pick it up. You know, and if I say to my sister, you can have the cottage for 2 weeks, and I won't, because I want to keep it myself. But if I said to my sister, you can have it for 2 weeks, and this is what you caught, Granicus will never know. The neighbors might, because she'll swim over and talk to them. But, you know, that's not our concern of these people who are advertising publicly to bring people in, and not necessarily, though I think in most cases they are telling the folks the behavior rule, but in some cases, clearly they're not. Anyway, that's me. I don't think we should discuss this that much longer, though I know Councillor Bochek has had his hand up for a while. And but do you need, my specific question is, do you need a specific reference in our motion to go ahead with Granicus right away? Because right now that sentence simply reads, the council approves staff to enter into a single source agreement with Granicus in the amount of no higher than $15,000 for the first year of operation.
So through your worship to council, we would need a resolution that says we can move forward with sole sourcing. With that, it's got to be that it's $15,000 for the data that we have requested. If council would like to see further data, then we can bring that forward. If you tell me that you want some piece of identified information that we can't create. So the water access, I do believe we can create that, how many are actually water access with the data we get provided. It just takes some time to do that. But if there is a piece of data specific to that, we know that Granicus has 3 other modules, and at this time we decided to get this up and running. We weren't going to do that. We'll identify that and possibly send it as a next another report then to tell you what those other 3 modules, and if council feels that there's a need for that, I think a good piece is to get, I don't disagree with getting the data now, and because it is our intention to meet with those short-term rental properties, the owners of them, because we haven't given them their opportunity for them to give us their feedback. We've listened to some of the ratepayers who are having some problems. We believe we've got a tool and a mechanism now to deal with that. We need to hear the other side of the story to make sure, because just with the couple that we've spoken to, they don't have a very big problem with this. But they're the ones who are usually the, I'm going to say, law-abiding people and want to keep the good name of their place out there. So we've got a different, so we want to be able to give them, because I'm sure there's going to be some information that we get back from them that we haven't seen. So that's an important piece that we want to be in June, is have our program pretty much ready to tell them, this is what we'll be doing, this is what we're expecting, so that they can give us their feedback, and then we have time to adjust before October to fix any concerns going forward. That's our overall plan. I will turn it over to Celine Is there anything, if council's wishes is for us to engage in the Granicus, is there anything that in particular we need to fulfill?
I think you covered most of it by mentioning the sole sourcing. The only other piece that I would recommend would be where these funds would be coming from in the budget.
And your suggestion would be?
Probably a working fund reserve at this point.
Gentlemen?
And if I may, your worship, if council has a piece of data that you think could really help us to make that decision, quickly send Albert an email and myself CC'd and the CAO CC'd, so we can look to see if Granicus is able to provide that data. If there is, because the more information we have, the easier it is for you to make your decision.
Okay, all right, let's have a quick round. If anybody wants to add additional comment, I'm proposing that this third sentence in the motion in front of me includes a couple changes. It would be that council approves staff to enter a single source agreement as soon as possible with Granicus in the amount no higher than $15,000 for the first year of operations, and be funded from our working fund reserve. And then the rest I'll read it because I haven't changed it. Okay, Councillor Bochek, Cooper, Predco, let's go.
Thank you. And through your Mayor, I hear council's wish to move, and I'm saying put the brakes on here until we get some legal advice and some contact with our insurance company. So with that in mind, I would suggest, with council's approval, a friendly amendment to the motion authorizing our fire chief an amount of dollars that he can seek a legal opinion on this, on our exposure, and to make sure that we're not moving too fast on here. I mean, everything in municipal politics is very slow and deliberate for a reason. And you expressed just by your body language and your facial expressions that yes, maybe we should be looking at those two avenues. It may be a concern in the future. So if we could put something in this resolution to give the authority for our fire chief to spend up to X number of dollars to seek a legal opinion on our exposure as a governance or an authoritative body over this. I don't want to see ourselves 2 years down the road being in a $50 million lawsuit. So I think our insurance company and our lawyer should be a part of this. Not licensing, but we are taking an authority position, just like our building department would do.
Okay. All right, further comments. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Predco, please. Well, Councillor Mariotti, do you want to jump in before? Because sometimes we get staff priority.
You've been demoted.
I have clearly.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I just wanted to touch on Councillor Bochek's point about risk and liability, and you preach where I preach. You know, in the municipal sector, we move slowly but deliberately. And the good news is that these programs have been out there amongst many municipalities for a good while right now, and actually Mr. Chan has worked in this very industry in his previous employment. So we're very thankful to have him working with us, not only on short-term rentals but also on the AMPS system. We've chosen specifically not to call this a licensing. We're not going to proactively go out there and inspect and approve a building to say, yes, it's safe to rent because of that very issue. And I even spoke to the president of the FOCA Association, of the Cottages Association, because I asked that very question, and there was a bit of apprehension after they listened to this question. So we we are just simply registering those folks. Those properties will be attesting that they are meeting all the required bylaws, rules, and regulations. And should there be a complaint and enforcement shows up to the property, and then they see that, hang on a minute, you attested that you were only housing so many people here, and they find that more people were renting, or that their smoke alarm wasn't working, that is when, you know, we will then start adding charges to the fact that they were renting in not a safe manner. So we're very cognizant of the risk of, we're the soft underbelly, if you like, of any action. But we do believe that this is the most prudent way of moving ahead in this, in terms of the short-term rentals.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and I'm glad that our CAO jumped in front of me, because I was going to suggest that I'm not even sure we need a legal opinion. I think we know what's going on elsewhere, so there's already, the ground has been well tilled. And I think our insurance, if necessary, we can get in touch with our insurance broker and put in an inquiry in terms of our coverage. So I think that would cover it off, our liability, if any. And sounds like if we're not licensing, we're probably in pretty good shape. And I would encourage that. And frankly, I also like to hear that we're going to be not proactively going out and hunting people down, because frankly, there are a lot of people out there that are renting out and have been for years. And, they're paying $6,000 to $10,000 a year in taxes. And we're going to hit them with something else? I think not. However, if it's turned into almost a revenue generator business where you're on Airbnb or other sites like that, and you're renting for 3 days at $500 a night, that's a different game. And I think it's worthy of going after. So as far as other information, I could just mention to you that the GeoHub information, if you haven't got it, tells you how many water access properties there are, how many, what drive to. I've got all that data. It hasn't been shared with the townships, but I can give it to you. Or you can get it from Graham Good at the district. And that's helpful information, giving you sort of the 10,000-foot picture as to what we have in our township. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. The one thing that we really haven't discussed, and if we could make a friendly amendment, the residents and community are still expecting the township to be coming forward and talking to them and getting more of their input so that they're fully aware of what's going on with this. So again, some of the comments that I get is that I don't know what's going on, and I hear it's happening. I'd like to just suggest a friendly amendment that we direct staff to conduct potentially monthly town halls through the spring and summer to encourage residents to participate in the discussion, and as well provide speaking notes to councillors for their attendance at events like cottage association meetings through the summer.
Yeah, first sentence, as you know, it has council approving staff to commence public education and outreach. I don't know if we have to detail how they should be doing that in the resolution.
No, that's fine. I was looking at the that's as opposed to the where.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments on whether we need to insist on a legal opinion line, or do we want to let staff? Because and I think it's important to understand that with this motion, which I will read in full shortly, we're keeping the project going forward. We're not finalizing it. And that, it does propose that there'll be a final policy and bylaw for our approval in August, which then we'll see what they've learned in the meantime. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the council approves staff to commence public education and outreach on a short-term rental policy in June 2023, and incorporating any usable feedback received into a final policy and bylaw for council approval in August 2023. And that council approves staff to begin with free pre-compliance registration in October 2023, with formal paid registration commencing in January 2024. And the council approves staff to enter into a single source agreement as soon as possible with Granicus in the amount no higher than $15,000 for the first year of operation to be funded from our working fund reserve. And that council approve the ability to convert a seasonal bylaw enforcement officer to a year-round position within the bylaw department per staff's February report to assist with the implementation, promotion, education, administration, and enforcement of this new policy, bylaw, and associated guide, forms, and documents, as well as the implementation and administration of the Administrative Monetary Penalty System, or AMPS, township-wide. Councilor Jarvis.
Quick request, do we know, Granicus, we're looking at a $15,000 initial investment on our part. Do we know what we would be paying down the road? You said 15,000. I realized we're just asking for 3 modules within that $15,000 price range. Do we know, would that be an ongoing cost annually if we left it at that? It would be, okay. And it could be more if we request other modules. Thank you.
Councilor Pecuniary.
With the conversion of the bylaw enforcement officer position, is there a dollar impact changing it from a seasonal to full-time? And if so, do we need to specify the funds coming from the working reserve?
Seo Mariotti, you got your finger ready?
I do. I think the dollar amount, and correct, please chime in, Chief. It was in the February report. I think it was $65,000 to convert from seasonal to year round. So that's part of the when we factor in the registration fees and whatnot, so that this is at minimum cost neutral, if not some revenue generating.
Except we're doing it right now and we won't be revenue neutral right now.
Yes, yeah, correct.
Chief,
however, the officer right now is working currently, so it would be the conversion. In the fall, there would be additional costs, like labor costs in the fall. Yeah.
All right. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And given that takes care of staff reports, I'm going to suggest we break for lunch and reconvene at 1:30 to get into new business and later on closed. Thank you.
All right. All right, everybody. Oh, I had to echo that, so I got everybody's attention. There we go. I thought a little echo might be nicer than the gavel. Do you want the gavel too? Okay, so let's bring the council back in order, and we have actually, I don't know, eight or something new business items. And Councillor Hazelton, I believe you have the first two, the first one of which is update bylaws for condos. Councillor Hazelton, can you please introduce this subject matter?
Yes, thank you. So we've had conversations over the last several years about the fact that the bylaws for condos in our township have likely been written for other municipal-like areas and not necessarily our township. And so that there are things such as guest parking, dealing with snow storage and things like that, that you know, have been issues that have come to council. And so one of the things that I was somewhat intrigued with, I attended a advanced municipal planning course, and one of the other counselors volunteered that for apartment buildings, they require 0.75 parking spaces for guests per unit. And I think in our township, we require 0.25 parking spaces per unit for condos. And we never seem, apparently, feedback is we never seem to have enough parking for guests at places like Oak Bay and others on busy times. And so it just occurs to me that since we've had these discussions in the past and we keep thinking that we should be changing the bylaws, we haven't taken any action. So the reason for this is to bring it forward as an item that does require action, and ask our planning staff to review some of the perhaps neighboring communities and come up with a more, call it updated set of bylaws that reflect the needs in these condo-like environments, condo and apartment-like environments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Does that any member of staff wish to comment on this before I turn it over to council? Yes, Mr. Smith, I'm looking at you.
Any member, come on, the rest of you, jeez.
I might have given someone else an opportunity.
We could say this, we have a young lady just returned for Europe and she can talk about parking over there and how they build, and maybe that will inform our discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. and Councillor. We would certainly take a look, always, you know, bylaws are looked at on a quote unquote ongoing basis where we learn things. And you're certainly correct when we talk about whether it's parking and city parking where people have access to transportation versus where people come to secondary homes and all the rest of it and enjoy friends and family over. So, you know, quite simply, yeah, the rules and all the rest of it that we apply here and maybe in some of our neighbors, which are maybe more similar to us than say Oakville or somewhere else, is certainly big to be looked at. We are always in a bit of a tight position in terms of it's a go forward policy as opposed to look backward policy, and we have quite a bit of condo development or proposals already that are already zoned, already have site plans, already have parking, as you know. So definitely I look forward to kind of you know, review kind of, if I can put it that way, as opposed to going back and opening up decisions that have been long standing and of which developers have been building around and developing their plans, and in some respects selling them already to the public. So, but yeah, we certainly invite that across all aspects of our bylaw, that we learn things as we move forward and try to adjust that to make it fit in Georgian Bay. Sorry, I can't give you a timeline for something like that. We would, you know, like to take a look at our bylaws as a whole, as opposed to continuously piecemealing them out. next month we may have to look at another thing and one after that. And every time we do something like that and we were to move forward, we incur significant costs for advertising across the entire township, holding public meetings. So, we do keep a little piece of paper on the side. It's getting longer of things to be looked at.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this resolution getting on the floor is very timely. We have subdivisions, the Middleton subdivision in Majer. We're looking at doing some affordable housing in Majer. We're looking at the Port Severn Estates here, which is phase 1, 2, and 3, which hasn't been built yet or started yet. And we have some new planning issues going to be coming forward for Oak Bay for new subdivisions over there. So while the district of Muskoka has the approval authority for plans of subdivision, the policies that the township has, and certainly through our official plan and our official plan bylaws, are taken into consideration at the approval process at the district. So we will need to strengthen our official plan when that time comes. My first comment was this could not be more timely. And I agree 100%. We need to get something in place because the number one issue that always comes back to bite us is when the township decides we're going to assume. And guess what we assume? No place to put snow, no place to park, no place to do anything. And now it's our responsibility because we assumed the road and made it a municipal road. So kudos to Councillor Hazelton. Timely. This should be something we're addressing in this term of council. Absolutely. Thank you.
Guess we don't have to ask Councillor Bocheck where he stands. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also echo Councillor Bocheck's comments. I think it's a wise thing to do, specifically given that my constituents in Oak Bay have had some concerns and challenges in the past, and we've recognized them. I do have a question, Mr. Smith. How much of an impact would this have on your team? And do you feel that you would have or your team rather would have the time to review something similar to this?
All right. And so the simple answer is we're not looking at it now. We talked at the beginning of the year about where we were building your planning department back up. We are still short staff and we are building internally procedures and all the rest of it just to bring ourselves up to date on existing legislation in order to move forward on things. Like I said, we keep a long list of housekeeping things that both staff, councillors, ratepayers bring to our attention that would be discussed in a more wholesome manner as opposed to piecemealing them off time after time, which takes up quite a bit of time and quite a bit of expense. So yeah, we hear yourself and Councillor Bocheck and Councillor Hazelton in terms of this being on the list, but it's certainly not on the list as we're going to start work on it tomorrow. Is it in this year's work plan? This year's work plan in some respects was put together at the beginning of the year, was to speak to how we look at the official plan, which was your major concern for next year. So that is my first priority in that regards in terms of things. And sorry, if I can go back to Councillor Bocheck, subdivisions and all the rest of it, where we're assuming roadways is a different story. Councillor Hazelton's comments were to a condominium development. And we can see, certainly the similarities and concepts about parking and so on and so forth. But one, you're certainly right. We have more control over in terms of snow and all the rest of it. And on the condo side, where we're basically saying, unfortunately at Oak Bay, yes, you get complaints from them, but that is a condominium corporation's decision about what to charge their residents in order to provide adequate parking and snow removal and et cetera, et cetera. So we keep our noses out of that business wherever possible. So we do kind of keep the a little bit separate, but hopefully I answered your question.
You did. I just have a quick follow-up question. Could we possibly elevate this to the district for their input rather than having the burden be brought onto our development, or excuse me, our planning team?
It is primarily a township issue. The district, as Councillor Bocheck and as a district councillor also was pointed out, we work together with them. But development standards to begin with, other than sewer and water, which of course are pretty much district, are set by the township. So when we talk about the small apartment building, we talk about additional parking, those standards come from the local municipalities. And the district is responsible for taking a look at those standards when they're reviewing the plan in front of them. So and we will get the same plan. So if the plan says you need 4 spots and there's only 3, the district together with the township should be saying you're missing one. So it goes together hand in hand. So it's not, and each township, as you can imagine, could be slightly different. Ours could be 3.2, next door could be 3.3. So the district is required to take a look at that, each of those individually.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, just for the clarification on comments that have already been made by councillors and yourself. At what point can we no longer discuss that aspect of a development such as Oak Bay, because there's more stuff going in there eventually, the stuff over here, Port Seven Heights, Middleton. I mean, where are we on those? And is it possible that we might be able to still have some input, or are we beyond that basically?
That boat is pretty much sailed.
That's what I thought.
They've invested engineering costs, they've invested stormwater management plans. All that upfront engineering is in some respects premised on a foundation of planning that kind of continues on.
Right.
And it is, going back and opening those up is not a pretty situation, in that they would incur significant costs at times to readjust everything, lose units, et cetera, which speaks to long-term profitability.
So to clarify, it would really only, if we did anything with our bylaws, it would really apply to anything brand new coming before council as a development.
Definitely, yeah. I would say though, we hear you, and if we still have discussions on the front end, that we would encourage more kind of thing. But when we have a particular set of rules at the moment, that we have all kinds of plans. Oak Bay plans have been around for years, as you can imagine. Engineering drawings been around for years, predicated on a certain set of rules that exist today. So, but that doesn't say that we wouldn't encourage or whatever it is to take a look at developments and to add wherever possible in order to improve situations.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you. So it sounds like with the existing development, we're scuppered. And there's nothing we can do, is what you're saying. Is that correct, David?
The existing ones we have are, the existing we have are condominium corporations. Right? They fully control their requirements within the property. They decide how much to charge condo fees, as you know, whether or not to bring in somebody once a week to clear snow in order to have adequate parking and so on and so forth. And we only, comment on that, I guess, as a township when we have particular problems. So yeah, those have sailed. The ones that aren't built but have been fully engineered out, including roadways, servicing, and so on and so forth, are also very much, pretty much down the road, if you know what I mean, done. It's those, again, that, across the road and all the rest of it, those were fully engineered, fully laid out in terms of all their documents and all the rest of it. So in that regard. So we do look at it as pretty much a go forward premise in terms of when this township would approve new rules at that time.
Just for clarification, so what you're saying though is that we had bylaws in place that allowed whatever they've got in their plans, even not just what they built out, but in their plans, and we have no recourse whatsoever.
No, you have recourse, but it would be, in my opinion, very ugly, because past councils have made, provided direction to developers. Developers, again, have invested money. So if you want to change the rules midstream, you'd be prepared in order to significantly defend that if you had to. Planning rules can be changed today for things that aren't built. But we already have enough legal on the boards already about so you really need to, understand about where you go with that, and accept that we've made some decisions in the past, but we need to make better decisions in the future, as opposed to revisiting those ones that have been already made.
So just to clarify, so if we have bylaws that were in place 15 years ago, and we gave an approval 15 years ago, and Now we say, look, this isn't good enough. We have there is a recourse, but you're saying if we tried to enforce it, we'd have a big fight. Is that what you're saying?
I think that would be a fair assessment.
So that's what we have to, if we want to deal with what has been allowed, we'd have to take on a financial obligation on a legal side of things. And do we want to do that? Or are we just talking about the future?
Right, our crystal ball is unclear. All I can say is that, again, investments have been made, decisions, plans, money's been spent based on predicated things. Yes, they're only on paper, except for, again, the condo corporations, right? Only on paper. Yeah, you could say tomorrow, these are, so the regular planning process, et cetera, et cetera. These are the new rules. And then people would look at that and go, geez, I went from 105 units to 65. Whoa, wait a minute here, right? And those are where we hesitate at the moment on looking backwards and trying to change things. If we have certain things, if things change, provincial legislation, fire, so on and so forth, yeah, those are legal requirements to change. We've looked at turning circles for fire trucks, those kind of aspects. We talked about fire lanes and signage and all the rest of it, right? And et cetera, in order to try and improve existing situations. But going back and opening up fully those other ones is possible, but certainly not, in my mind, a good road to take.
So follow up again, our approval process, regardless if it was 15 years ago, doesn't matter. In other words, we gave an approval, it goes forever. Is that also what you're saying?
So if you were to take something relatively simple, so if you were to, and there's exists in the province of Ontario, there are plans of subdivision that were approved by the province in the 80s. They're still in the books.
And no municipality can come along and make a change?
No, they can. They can.
Thank you.
But in this particular case, these are as much district approvals, because plans of subdivision and plans of condos are done to the district, and their willingness to open up plans in some respects too, which could drive, again, particular costs.
So we could do it. Thank you.
Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. I mean, I think I've more or less answered the question to my satisfaction already, but just to raise, if a proposal came forward that required a amendment to the Planning Act, or the site plan came for review and approval, if the staff realized that even though it was technically compliant, but there were practical issues with implementing what they're providing, you're going to be giving them feedback and making a recommendation to council on whether or not that application should be approved or not.
If they are bringing forward their own amendments, I guess it depends on what it is, right? That they found one unit on the end was a little skewed kind of thing, out of whack. Needed a small change in a front yard or side yard kind of thing like that, on the small side of things. Opening up the whole kit and caboodle kind of thing to say, kind of things probably wouldn't want to go. They want to talk about a real redesign, a real configuration kind of thing of what they want for changes in market forces, et cetera, et cetera. There's an opportunity to talk about more expansive improvements if required.
Thank you. So if I understand this correctly, this motion that's in front of us, were it to be passed, basically means I hate to put it this way, but the deadline to get this done would be a day before the next application comes in the future for a subdivision, or in this case, and we don't know quite when that's going to be. I mean, and this refers specifically to condo developments. So to me, that's, we have to put it out there, and if we hear rumors of something coming along and we think we better speed it up, then we might have to give a little more encouragement to our planning department, saying, can you get this done next month? But in the meantime, most of the projects that we've heard about and are aware of have already gone through an approval process.
That's correct. However, as Councillor Cooper's pointed out, it is legally permissive to open everything up, but not something I would recommend at the moment on those that are been long-standing. There are problems. There's no doubt about it. Okay, and things can be better. But that's that go forward process. I would, we had the means and so on and so forth, the opportunity to do all these right now, I would actually go forward. We're taking a look at some plans and went, geez, that is tight. I'll use that word. Okay. And even for me in that regard. So would I like to see some things change in the future? Most definitely. I just can't say it's going to happen tomorrow.
All right, Councillor Hazelton, you have your hand up, and I see Councillor Bocheck. Let's try to make it as quickly as possible because we're talking about a future project here. So I think I will just my final remark before I hand it over is, in the past when we've talked about developments and we're looking at their plans and all that stuff, we've made the comments that Councillor Hazelton's reflected. So I do think that this is what we should be doing. When we are at our best, we're being proactive, and so therefore I think this is a good motion. Councillor Hazelton.
I just wanted to frame the discussion a little bit differently. We require our residents to bend over backwards and deal with all kinds of new environmental issues, left, right, and center, that weren't there 5 or 10 years ago. And they may have had plans in place. They may have gone to architects to draft up plans for what they wanted to do. And then all of a sudden, oh, you can't do that because there's a wetland here. Or you can't do this, you can't do that. And reason my wanting to frame it that way is I really, first of all, I respect the fact that, it's there. We may introduce legal issues, but we introduce OLT issues with residents when we're trying to deal with things that they're trying to do, and they don't want to necessarily abide by the new policies that we have in place. But things change, and I think that as a township, we need to be aware that where there are developments that haven't been built yet, but may have been approved 3 years, 5 years ago, whatever. In my opinion, that's no different than forcing a resident to deal with things that are new as of 3 years ago, 5 years ago. And so I think that we should be parking in our mind the fact that I don't really care that somebody's invested engineering and other resources on a commercial development. If there are new policies that should be in place, let's find a way to get them in place, because we are forcing our residents to do it. Why not force the developers to do the same common sense, good planning things? Thank you.
Councillor Bocheck.
I'll keep this quick. I just need a little bit of clarity from our planning department. Is it not true that district approvals, when there has been no action taken on the property, come back to the Township of Georgian Bay, and we have to approve to extend at that point in time? Would that not be the time when we would say, hold on, we have new bylaws in place that say you have to have this amount of parking and this amount of snow storage, so we're not going to renew unless you comply with the new bylaw?
If there's so again, there are some subdivisions been around for a while, I think is what you're pointing out. And yes, they do come in for extension, and that happens across the province. If a new bylaw is passed between, let's say that subdivision was done in 1986.
Yes.
All right. If there was a new bylaw that was passed in 2023, then the buildings on the property would have to meet the bylaw. What we're talking about here is basically coming back, however, to the infrastructure on condos, the width of the roadway, the amount of extra parking in particular. Those two things I think are probably snow storage, which goes along with the extra parking where it's being used. That didn't speak to that there was a change to the zoning that says the condo building is now an extra 1.5 feet back that happened in that time, that they still need to meet. I'm not too sure if I'm getting around to how to get this across properly. Changes to your zoning over a period of time do have to be figured into that, okay? So the zoning in effect in 2023 is what that subdivision plan has to build to. If we, however, we move from that subdivision plan back then of a 10-meter roadway to a 15-meter roadway as the township standards, that's a different story. That would have to be modified by the district to take that wide, make the road wider, make the lots smaller, move the houses, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a little bit kind of apples and oranges that we're talking about here. Okay?
But what I want to get clear in my head is we have a subdivision over here that got final approval 20 years ago. They've not put a shovel in the ground. They come back to us every 3 years and ask for an extension. And we tell the District of Muskoka, yes, go ahead and extend it. Is that the point in time where we could say, hold on here, we've changed our bylaws, this doesn't comply, we need to have this before we sign off on it? And the reason I'm saying this is, if we have that ability, then this isn't, it is a go forward, but it isn't something that is years down the road, because we could get an application come back to us and say, they want to extend. Their 3 years is up, they want to extend. Could be next month.
I think we're talking apples and oranges,
Are we?
unfortunately, right?
Okay, if that's the case, but I don't think we are. I think there is an ability here for our township to say, when they come back for the renewal, if they haven't put shovels in the ground, there's new laws. I think we need to address that. And I think it marries with what Councillor Hazelton here is saying. If over there, they only needed 2 parking spots 25 years ago when they got their approval, we just extended another 3 years for them that they can work under those rules and under that auspice, where we had an opportunity to say, no, the rules back there have changed and we're not going to grant you the extension unless you comply. So I'll leave it at that because I think it's a valid point.
All right. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay has bylaws to provide the definitions and standards for the development of condos and their properties. And whereas these bylaws appear to be inherited from more urban locations, and whereas these bylaws need to be updated to reflect the needs of condo owners in our township, therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to develop revised bylaws for condo developments to reflect the unique needs of a Township of Georgian Bay community where condos are being developed as an alternative to detached residence. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, participatory and effective working relationships. And let the records note that Councillor Graziano is leaving the meeting in spite of Councillor Hazelton saying nothing on this topic yet.
I said, was it something I said?
Yeah, I know.
Which I hadn't said anything.
You had it. But now you're going to say.
Okay. So hopefully everybody's read the report and the recommendation, and what I wanted to do was provide some kind of background light here. In addition to first of all, our number 2 goal in our current strategy is transparency within government. And one of the things that that I wrestle with as a councillor is often I hear about what's going on in my ward from residents in my ward before I ever hear about it from the township. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily the right path of communication. And sadly, we only meet once a month. And so perhaps there is a good reason for me not hearing about it, because I won't hear about it till next month at the council meeting. But what I observed when I attended the advanced planning session put on by AMO is that it seems like every other councillor who was in our breakout group talked about tight relationships with staff, where staff, if they were working on a particular matter, if it was a sensitive matter, they would be fully engaged with the councillor of that ward and basically working and communicating with that councillor on an ongoing basis, bringing them up to speed almost not necessarily daily, but certainly maybe a couple times a week on things that have taken place related to that particular project. And I think that when I heard what these guys were saying, and I sensed that there was a significant opportunity for us individual councillors to be much more connected with what's going on in our ward when it comes to matters where staff are working on things. And so, you know, I heard of examples where planning department would, as I say, align with the councillor of note for a particular ward. Or in our case, we've got a district and area, so the district and area councillor and the area councillor might be involved. There are a variety of other paths that people, other townships seem to have as well. But I'm just looking for opportunities where this transparency of what's going on can continue on an ongoing basis so that we are more engaged with things that are going on. If there is, for example, a sensitive matter that's going on, we can bring other community input to that, to the township staff on that topic. So I think there's a significant opportunity here for doing things a little bit differently than we currently do to address this inclusion and transparency strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of staff who'd like to respond to this before I turn it over to council? All right, council. Counselor, oh, you got to be faster than Councillor Bocheck or you'll get missed.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. There's a couple of things. Obviously, being a seasonal municipality, it certainly has its own challenges because it's all or nothing. You know, in the off season, it's very quiet, and then in the summer season, it gets very, very busy. And unlike, you know, there are other municipalities that are year round. The councillors actually live in the municipality, so councillors will more often than not drop in on a regular basis. I know it's harder for councillors who are out of town. So once a month seems to be more the case of trying to catch up on everything that's going on. I think certainly since I've been here, it's been an open door policy. I know there are some councillors that will pop in and shoot the breeze with with members of staff, and in doing that can get an update on certain files. We have to be careful though. One thing is getting an update and whatnot from staff. Another thing, however, is to get involved and lend, and I'm looking at the bottom of the resolution here, lend their available expertise, from councillors and their connections to staff. You know, it's not council's role, certainly as an individual councillor, to lend their expertise to tell staff how to handle a file. So while I'm totally open for councillors to chat with various members of the senior leadership team for an update on a particular file, we have to be careful that we don't start getting into the kitchen, as we say.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have loved to seen this come to Cow and just have a whole hour or two to talk about this, because I think it's very important.
We've already spent too many files that we spent an hour on today. Sorry.
Let's pull this together. No, I agree with this, and I'm not going to belabor the fact that information is key for councillors to be a part of the process when it deals with things in your ward, because I find that I'm over at Oak Bay having dinner and people will come up and say, "Hey, Councillor Bocheck, where are we on this issue?" And I'll go, "I didn't even know it was an issue." And I feel like I'm not doing a service to my constituents when they come up and I say, I don't know, right? And so that's a problem. I find out for them immediately because I walk over here, I bike over here, I drive over here, and I ask somebody and I get the answer. But I think there should be an avenue. I don't know if it's a monthly report or a weekly report, if it involves a councillor, just to bring them aware, hey, we have a culvert on such and such road that we're thinking about replacing. And, we're going to be closing the road for a couple of weeks or whatever. It's inform the counselor of what's going on. So when we get fielded questions from our constituents, we actually don't sound like idiots and we don't have a clue what we're talking about. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also attended the AMO seminar that Councillor Hazelton did, and I recall the conversation around this, and it seems that other municipalities are very much including their councillors in on on circumstances that arise within their respective wards. If I may, with of course Council Hazelton's consent, perhaps suggest an amendment whereby we, as part of the resolution, suggest that staff return back to Councillor Cow with a report on how they can, so they being of course our staff, can make council and the relationship between council and staff, specifically in the context of circumstances or situations that arise that are brought to the attention of staff, but not necessarily council, a little bit more inclusive. And so perhaps they can present with some options in COW for us to debate and determine whether or not we wish to receive those. So it's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzer. And you can probably tell that since my name is on here as a seconder, I support this, and I do. I think it's not only important to help keep our councillors up to speed on matters so that they're not sort of left out in the dark, but I think even more importantly, we need to, and hopefully our staff can understand that there's a significant amount of knowledge available to them through their councillors, through their constituents, and even more exciting in some cases, experts that are in those communities, lawyers, planners, etc., that we don't avail ourselves of very often. In fact, we push back against that knowledge and have in the past, and I hope we don't in the future. So I think it's very important for our staff to work with our councillors and the community, especially when we have a township that has just a variety of sort of situations for properties that are so unique and different. And this is not Markham. This is not Mississauga. This is a very, very unique place, and to have an understanding of what it's really like and what impacts certain areas, why not speak to the people that know and live there? And especially those that maybe have some experience in the planning world would be most worthwhile. So I encourage that we do a lot more of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment separately that if we are party to a motion, it's because we want it on the floor, not necessarily because we support it. For starters, and two, I'm finding myself in agreement with our CAO in that communications are a great idea. Absolutely no doubt about that. And I'd like to know about what's going on in my ward before somebody in my ward brings it to my attention. And it'd be great to have that information. I think there is significant expertise within the members of this council, and certainly in different areas, but I think that our CAO is well aware of that expertise. And I think that would be his prerogative to pinpoint that expertise and how it can help and to use it accordingly. I think that's why we've hired a CAO in the first place. And I think we should accord him the responsibilities that he's been given and take it from there. But taking the motion as it is, I think with perhaps the amendment that Councillor Graziano has provided may not be a bad idea. That way we can get some feedback from our from staff on this. But I think having that communication is essential, and transparency, I will definitely agree, is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the mayor. I just actually don't need to say anything more because Councillor Jarvis said what I was going to say. I think in the terms of the motion we have before us, I think the wording is correct, but I think we need to respect the CAO's ability to ask for input when it's appropriate, but I do think that there's opportunities for us to be informed of issues going on in the communities that it could benefit us all by just having us helping channel some of that to residents rather than them channeling it back to us for us to come back to the staff to ask questions. So.
Thank you. I have to be honest, I do have some concerns about this, and it's not, how should I put it? The intent, which is different than the execution. That's where I have a bit of concern. I mean, that we direct staff to consider ways that they can adopt other best practices to result in closer, more. I don't have a problem with us discussing how we could possibly improve communications between staff and council. I think that makes sense. That's a, worthwhile conversation. To have staff immediately implement new practice. I'm nervous about immediately implement when we don't know what their ideas are or whether they're even appropriate. The last sentence I definitely want to comment on. One is there's no question that we have a lot of people in our township, including our council, some council members who have expertise in certain areas and a lot of knowledge. And we know from the past that many of them haven't hesitated to share their opinions or perspectives with us on certain matters. But I think there's a very important distinction that we should keep in mind, and that is that staff are supposed to be, and I think they are, trained professionals who maintain some neutrality, who try to be as objective as possible. Most of our residents, when they share their expertise with us, are also sharing their opinion with us. And I think that needs to be, dare I say, filtered by staff. I mean, when they're filtering it, 3/4, 90% may get through the filter. But I think it's extremely important that staff have the opportunity to review the information coming in and just not accept it at face value. And I think too, we have to make sure we're talking about, council as a whole is a different matter than individual councillors. And I think that's also very important to take into account. If Councillor Hazelton wants to talk to Mr. Sokash about road construction and the two of them have a one-on-one conversation, that's up to the two of them. But that's a very different thing than Councillor Hazelton saying to Mr. Sokash, you better put in twice the gravel on that one layer, because based on what I know and roads that we've built down in, let's say Oakville, you need that. No, that's not Councillor Hazelton's job, is to tell Mr. Sokash how much gravel to use. He can suggest information, he can provide information, he can suggest sources, that's fine. But I think that's where we have to make sure that we as individuals on this council are not directing staff. And I think also that includes our residents. I don't think we want our residents, regardless of their level of expertise, to direct staff unless we hired them to be a consultant and have that understood professional role. And that's why I see the word leverage, and I'm thinking leverage, leverage can be a negative as well as a positive word, depending upon the circumstances. And that's why that last sentence makes me a little nervous in that, okay, I want to get something and I'm going to bring along 3 residents that I know can speak well and loudly about it. And is that supposed to influence staff to the detriment possibly of everybody else, including the rest of council? I think we have to be careful. My thoughts. I would do round 2, council.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd like to just comment that we've had a lot of really good comments here, and I think important discussion. I don't know that this, I'm having difficulty seeing where this is suggesting that our counselors or our constituents are going to be telling the staff what to do. It's talking about communication. Is what I'm getting from this, and leveraging and increasing the level of consultation and communication between counselors, staff, constituents, and experts that we have available to us. I don't really, if there's something in there that's directing and I'm saying that, then I suggest we take it out. But I think we also need to acknowledge that if we're going to be consulting, our staff is going to be consulting with us, I would hope they go to people that would be unbiased. These are people that care about where they are and they have a lot of knowledge. And I don't think they're coming at our staff and saying, I want more gravel on my road. I think they're saying, I want you to protect this or protect that for these reasons. And this is what you need to think about. And so my concern is that I don't know that we're suggesting anything else here other than really good communications between staff and the people in our community. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
I think I heard a friendly amendment from Councillor Graziano suggesting that we change the second last that clause because we don't know what these new practices are going to be. So maybe we don't want to approve them, but that staff bring them back into committee of the whole for discussion. And I like what Councillor Graziano suggested. I think that would be a useful next step. And while you're noting those things, one other further comment. Councillor Bocek, I think, hit the nail on the head for a lot of communication that I think is currently missing. And that is he wants to know what's going on in his ward and he doesn't want to learn about it from his guests or neighbors when he goes out for dinner. And I think that's a pivotal comment that we need to all internalize. And I don't know a better way of doing it per se. Hopefully staff can come to committee of the whole and come up with some ideas, but I think that is something that we need to find a way to address ASAP.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So I would just agree with some of the comments I think that the mayor made about the people in the township providing their input, and I appreciate the goodwill and the expertise that we have in our community today, and I know that they are acting on the best interests of our community. But I think if we enshrine something that is asking for the input and direct relationships with different people in the community, I think we lead ourselves to a future situation where we have potentially lobby groups or people who've been hired with an opinion. And I just don't know that that's a road that we necessarily, obviously we wouldn't want to go down. But if we start opening up, communication in that manner, we haven't put any controls on what we're asking for. So I think there's just a risk of having biased information in the future that we would then have to deal with in different ways.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, we kind of got sidetracked a little bit here from the main point of what Councillor Hazelton was putting forward. But what I could see coming out of taking this into account with the friendly resolution is something that maybe our CPI could become a working living document where it would say wards 1, 2, 3, and 4 and give the updates there. And instead of the CPI coming out every month, it would just be a living document we could go and look at, see what's happening in our wards, and operations and finance, and everybody could add to it. So that's the conversation I think that we need to have at COW and look at different ways that are not going to task staff any more than what they're already tasked, but be able to give us the information we need on a timely basis so that we can address concerns with our constituents. Thank you.
You know, I appreciate all the discussion, and I think, you know, I was looking at this again, and I think my concern can be best summarized by two words that appear twice in this resolution. That is more participatory. And what concerns me about that is the potential, the possible interpretation of that meaning that an individual counselor is participating more actively in the staff's work of preparing a report and or recommendation. And I think the optics of that could be very concerning, in that, you know, staff council relationships, and I'm talking about individuals now, an individual staff member and an individual counselor, if they are perceived by the general public to have a strong working relationship, which means that the counselor is probably influencing the thoughts, the report that the staff member is coming out, then I think that might not look good on either the staff member or the counselor, because we as council as a whole are to give direction to staff through, you know, the policies we set and the motions we pass. But we as an individual counselor are not supposed to be sitting down and having a nice chat with any one of the individuals sat in front of us here and trying to influence their thinking, which is what many would perceive. Councillor Graziano, I believe I saw your hand.
Yes, your worship. I had actually recommended the term, and not to argue semantics, but
Well, sometimes they're important.
they are, yes, inclusive rather than participatory. And I wonder whether or not that would satisfy or remove that perception.
Speaking strictly for myself, it would not. Because again, I'm concerned about empowering the one-on-one relationship between an individual counselor and an individual staff member outside, let me call it this room. That's where my concern comes in. I'm going to go to CEO Mariotti and then Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Just to kind of move things along and hopefully keep things simple. I'm getting the gist that council would like to be more informed as to what's going on, you know, increased lines of communication. If I can suggest maybe that we can come back next month to COW with some ideas that we can put together to bring, you know, council more informed as to what's going on at the township. And in return, if council can please send me what their ideas are for being more informed. You know, does council want to be informed every time we fill a pothole? Does council want to know what our schedule is every day? Or is council happy to hear more on a kind of a higher level, what kind of projects are happening and progress and so on? And we can maybe either send you know, an email blast, or we can do a monthly report to council. I'm told by staff in the past that there were department reports that were being issued at council. So we can probably return to that. I just ask council to absorb those reports and read them and not file them. But if I can get a sense of a scope as to what council is after in terms of improving the communication and the involvement, then we can come back with some tools that we can discuss at COW.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, I think I saw your hand, and Councillor Cooper.
I think part of it, if I might, CAO Mariotti, is a level of communication on these things. But I think the other aspect is communication between staff and council on matters that have surfaced. And it doesn't mean you have to get authority from council. You can't. You can get it from the entire council, but not the councilor. So I think this is really two aspects of it. So if you want to come back with some new wording, I'm saying there's one is informing us of what's going on. It's great. But the other aspect is being a bit consultative or consulting with us. It doesn't mean you need my approval. It's consulting with. So that's my view. That's part of what this is saying. But that's just, I'm just the seconder.
I'm wondering, and whether or not it makes sense, and I'm asking this of Councillor Hazelton, and perhaps he will confer with the seconder, to withdraw this and postpone it until we have a committee of the whole agenda item next month. Just because of the discussion that has been initiated, which I think probably there's more discussion that may want to take place. But I'm thinking that maybe we can do a little, everybody can do a little more homework, including staff, and discuss it a little more extensively in Councillor Graziano, even Councillor Hazelton's point of view, even though I asked him the question, but go ahead, please.
Yes, I essentially that's my amendment echoes both your worship as well as our CAO, in that it recommends that staff come back to Cal with their recommendations on how we could be, or the relationship could be a little bit more inclusive, which would then bring it back to Cal and allow staff to present their thoughts and comments, and we could open up the dialogue at that point. So,
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Yeah, I would certainly appreciate, as CEO has pointed out, what your thoughts are for, obviously, for the planning department. I hear the words experts and so on and so forth. I work on a business that moves forward quite quickly at times. I see some of you twice a month. Right, I'll see you tomorrow. Some of you, all you tomorrow. I'll see some of you again all on Friday. You know, we're not talking on our regular applications where we sit with you as decision makers. Obviously that's different than we go to talk about some of the bigger plans we have in mind in terms of how we interact with you and community as a whole. But I would certainly appreciate your thoughts about where you would like to go in terms of planning. I could send you every single email that we deal with, and you're shaking your head saying that's not what you want. Right. So, but I'm struggling then after that when I see, you know, our engagement with yourselves and the Committee of Adjustment members about how to move forward on more, I guess you could say, on things. So thank you for that.
All right, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Hazelton, whose mic's conveniently on. This was your motion. I would say we have three choices. One is to call for a vote on it as it reads. Two is to try to modify it to something, or we could defer it. Or I suppose, I know maybe it's the same thing, the clerk might correct me, just simply go to a direction to staff to bring something forward to Committee of the Whole next month. Councillor Hazelton.
So if the objective is to have staff bring it forward, does referring it to staff accomplish that objective?
Madam Clerk. Yes.
Fine, let's refer.
All right, let's consider this item referred. Thank you very much. Councillor Bochek, you have a question? I don't, do we? Okay, all those in favor of referral? That is carried. Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're on top.
I was sort of. Okay. Strategic planning, participatory and effective working relations. No, I'm sorry. Strategic planning process. I apologize. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring this forward. You can see my report and the recommendation that I've put forth. I think we've discovered last month that as a result of our strategic plan and some of the things that transpired, that we may have not gone exactly down in the direction that certainly some of us councillors thought we were headed. I think that, in fact, we came back for a second day to meet as council alone. But I wanted to raise some points in advance of this resolution some of which are detailed here, but
Councillor
others.
Cooper, can I interrupt just for a second?
Yeah.
I made a mistake. I forgot to get a seconder before we could get this discussion going. Councillor Hazel's raised his hand. I feel better now. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Before the clerk starts eloing.
I should have had that in there as well, so I apologize. So, yeah, so there were some basic things that I wanted to point out. One is that we had quite a good strategic plan put together in 2016 to 2019. It's right here. This is a copy of what was produced. Very well done. To the best of my knowledge, none of this came forward, at least for our discussions in our most recent meeting about strategic plans. There's a lot of hard work went into this, including, by the way, I forget the number, something like 200 or 300 surveys that went out to the community. I've got the community questions here that were online. So it started with consulting with our community. A lot of really good information that may have been shared with our consultant. It may have been shared with our consultant or may not have been, but I am concerned that that piece of the process was missing. And I'm not saying all these things to try and put down what has transpired, but to say that I don't know that we got to the right place at the end of the day. And so community consultation, counselor consultation. I sat through the District of Muskoka strategic plan recently, and not only were we interviewed, each one of the counselors, by the consultant in advance, well in advance of the open meeting at council. But interestingly, at the council meeting, basically there were work groups and so forth, but basically it was a survey and of the opinions of the counselors. There were staff there, but the staff were there to make notes from what the counselors had to say. That was the participation by the staff. As you know, in our session, that's not the process that we went through in this last session. I am not against having strategic planning sessions with our staff, but our session is supposed to be representing our constituents. We are the representatives of the constituents, and that's who should set the strategic plan. If we need a strategic plan for our staff and it's more sort of operational in nature, then great, let's have one of those. But I think that's why we had to have a second session more recently to try and clean it up. But when I saw the results that came forward, they looked very much like the results I saw from the first meeting we had. And that concerned me as well. I'm also concerned that for a number of years, our strategic plan at the district, at the township, had the environment as number one. It's on our website as number one, but I see in the list that's come out recently, environment's number 6 or 7. That concerns me. We've gone from a very focused approach to a very unusual approach, including having number one planning and associated things with planning, which I think planning is very important, but it's operational, it's executional. It's not 10,000 feet. And that's what a strategic plan is supposed to be, 10,000 feet. So I think we really missed the boat there. So I think we missed interaction with our counselors, with our constituents. And I think we need to start again. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Does any staff wish to respond before I turn it over to council? Council, CEO Mariotti.
I can, yes, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'm sure maybe there might be some other members of staff who will chip in, but I just want to make a couple of things clear because I'm sensing from Councillor Cooper that a certain procedure was enacted for our strategic plan. And so I just want to clarify the fact that staff's involvement in the first day was at the suggestion of the facilitator. Staff actually questioned whether staff should be present during that first strategic plan. And as far as this facilitator was concerned, he does this on a regular basis to have both staff and council in a participatory manner for the strategic plan. And I think Councillor Cooper, you may not remember, but it was actually discussed at the end of the first day whether this is actually an anomaly or whether it's something that Mr. Lockhart does. And so having said that, we obviously staff and the consultant respected the wishes of council, and that is why we held a second session on the following week or the following Monday. I forget exactly. And that was just council. The results, the secondary set of results that council received was based solely on council's input. So again, Councillor Cooper, you may not agree with the outcome of the environment being the joint third or fifth, but that was solely the results of council. And there was no information management that took place. The raw data was pulled from the polling. And finally, in terms of having the constituents involved, I believe there was communication sent out to council to canvass your constituents in advance to say, hey, there's a strategic plan coming. And I know that council is already in tune with their relevant associations and constituents anyway. And lastly, I believe that Mr. Lockhart was familiar with the previous strategic activity that took place from 16 to 19. And I think that was the starting block really of what we carried out last month. So I think I've said enough.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano. Thank you, Worship. And thank you, Councillor Cooper, for bringing this forward. In our strategic or during our strategic plan, we witnessed at the end that it seemed that the final cumulative results did not represent what council then went on to identify as their core priorities. It didn't seem that at the time iteration number one, or at least the first version of what we saw, was closely aligned to what our constituents or their concerns. However, I do feel that there is merit in including staff's perspective on the strategic plan rather than precluding them. And I wonder whether or not Councillor Cooper would be inclined, again, with a friendly amendment here, I'm going to recommend whether we do have the possibility to run two parallel exercises, one for staff and one for council, whereby at the end we conclude with council voting to include perhaps staff's top concern or top two concerns, depending on how many requirements we identify over the course of the next 5 years or 4 years, excuse me. So we consider staff and their concerns and adopt some of their core concerns along with what we feel our constituents need, and use that as a template going forward for our strategic plan. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek. Ms. Schneider, you want to make a comment, and then I'll go to Councillor Bochek.
Oh, thank you. I just, Your Worship, I just want to clarify that when the council session was done on the Monday, April 3rd, possibly a different date, the results were very similar to the joint meeting that had occurred the week before, except that council took out the HR staff priority and included a fiscal infrastructure priority, and everything else remained ranked and similar. And as I presented, we presented to you a overall summary of what happened in the main event. I haven't gotten any feedback from any councillor about what was sort of drawn up and the actionable items, and we're meeting on Wednesday. So I'm at a bit of a loss in terms of providing feedback to the consultant on Wednesday about what to do, but it is very clear that the only difference in what you prioritized and what staff and council prioritized was what I just mentioned.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, ultimately, we have to get to a place where council can approve this. And if this were to come forward to council, I don't think it would get approved. It's that simple. We need to, I don't even know how to put this, but the process we used at district was staff was on the outside of this horseshoe. Councils were on the inside of the horseshoe. And there was different things, priorities set down. And we walked around and we gave our input on each priority. And by the end of the session, they were able to see where our concerns lied. And then they take that away and they'll come back to us with it. I feel that the process that we went through here, albeit a good one, and I think we'll get to the right place on this, I don't think that currently, if they were to come back with a plan, this council would approve it. And I think that's a tragedy if that happens. I think we need to get to a place and where council sets the guidelines and council puts into the strategic plan our priorities as we see it. And it could be done very simply at the next session by giving us 10 priorities and we itemize them in the order we think they're a priority. Now you have council's answer. So I think there was input taken from staff at the time and it swayed some of council to think a little bit differently and see their points and want to cooperate. And I don't think as an end result, we came up with the truth. So I don't think we're at a position at this point of the game where a strategic plan would be passed by this council at the state it's at now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, Your Worship. The takeaways that I had from the second day was that the councillors reviewed what were the top priorities and without the staff influence present and our outcome was virtually the same, maybe not the same priority order, except for the HR empowered staff versus the fiscal attention. What I think that process was good at was going through hundreds of options and priorities and tasks and goals. But I think at the end of the day, the democratization of those priorities didn't land them in the top order necessarily. Like the environment didn't get to be number one, but it was on the list. But I think the democratization prevented the most important ones from being number one. But everybody agrees that that's one of them. It's just a matter of personal positioning. I think the exercise was valid. I think we came and we broke through a huge number of options. But I think the outcome of the first day maybe tainted the water. And I think that second day for me validated the process. I think we landed where we needed to land, but I'm not sure where we take it from here. And that's where we need staff's final direction.
Commissioner.
I apologize, Your Worship, if in any way I appear defensive. I'm not defensive. I do want to remind council that before we went through the strategic planning process, we did come to you with varying levels of budgetary implications of what would occur if in the new strategic planning process. I believe that we brought that forward in January, if not the fall prior, but just after you were elected. And this was a decision of council to go this route because it was cost effective. And I specifically remember Councillor Cooper suggesting that he didn't think that there would be a huge change in how council would see the strategic plan based on the strategic priorities of the previous strategic plan. And when you look at the mission and vision, it hasn't changed. In fact, unanimously, council agreed that the mission and vision remain the way it is, which really helps direct staff to be able to keep the environment as a priority. When we look at what, and Councillor Predko is right, when you met individually and ranked your priorities, they were the same except for one area. And so to go through the exercise again, I would be concerned about going through this very exercise again, because we would be repeating the same thing. And I do remember, Councillor Cooper, that we had Post-it notes on the wall and a really great opportunity to be able to have people share their ideas. I don't think that this process stopped people from sharing their ideas. It was just a different platform to get the ideas out. There were over 100 ideas to the table, and they were narrowed down in a voting process. And I have concerns about going back to the same facilitator venue if you're not happy with the outcome, because the outcome may end up being the same again.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton?
Yeah, just to back on record, when the idea of going through this and paying somebody to come in, I voted against it. I don't believe our current strategic plan is that broken. Maybe needs to be tweaked a little bit, but I don't see a lot of similarities between the new plan and the current plan. And what causes me huge concern is that here we are entertaining a new set of goals, which I'm not sure that they came from scratch. I think they were distilled out of some previous exercise that we went through, which I think we've already recognized needed to have changed in the first place. But in my opinion, what needs to happen is we need to go back and look at the excellent work that was done by Ms. Schneer back in the creation of the first plan 6 years ago, almost 7 years ago, where we have reinforced the value and the appropriateness of that plan. And now what I see is something that doesn't resemble that plan. You know, the idea of protect and preserve our natural environment being our #1 goal, that's been like gospel. Nobody wants to, I think, change it. I think Councillor Cooper's said a million times, if we don't have the environment, we don't have a township. And so how could that be anything but bold and #1? Anyways, I just think that I'm terrified of what we are going to get into on Wednesday, because in my opinion, as I've said again, for the third time, the plan we have isn't broken. It needs to be tweaked, not thrown in the garbage, because we didn't bring it forth and the facilitator didn't bring it forth and say, well, what do you guys think is broken in this current plan? What should we change? It was like, throw it out the window, start from scratch and see what we come up with. And yet the work that was done by Ms. Schneer and all of the work done in that time window was far more than a bunch of us sitting around a table talking about it with a facilitator. So I want to embrace that work that was done and find a way to revisit it, bring it forward and tweak it as needed and not throw it in the garbage. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, do you want to participate in round 1 before I make some remarks and then we look at doing a round 2?
Strategically speaking,
Or however.
tactically speaking, maybe, or politically speaking. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of information with regards to previous strategic planning process, which I thought was very rewarding at that time. And I don't see that much of it needed to be changed in review when we came together again. I thought, though, that our most recent strategic planning process was very enlightening. And I think Eric said it at the end, one of the last things he said, because he was asked, do you think is this a surprising after day 1? Is the result surprising? And he said, no, I've seen it before. So I don't think anything was a surprise to him in the way we ended up sort of at the end of the day on day one. And I think our reprioritization on day two was enlightening from another perspective, in that the environment got dropped down based on council's voting, which I thought was pretty bizarre when environment should be number one, as per our strategic planning process during first term that we worked so hard on, and our mission statement, and among other things. But I don't think that's bad. I just think it's very interesting and something we can use moving ahead. So I think the further discussion we'll have on Wednesday would be good. If we take everything that we've got based on what we learned in our strategic planning session in first term, and what we learned in our most recent one, and I think we should be able to put it all together and come up with something that works for us. So that's where I am.
Thank you. I have a number of comments. I'm not even sure what order to make them in, so I'm not ranking them by how I mention them, but I also I find it interesting because the district, we're going through a strategic planning exercise as well. The first thing I want to look at is history. 2 terms ago, there was a fairly extensive strategic plan process, if I can call it that, including all sorts of people meeting, like the members of the public in this room, and covering the walls in stickies. Maybe that's why you had to repaint it later. I don't know. And we went through all that and came up with a document that was quite extensive, quite involved, with all sorts of points. Last term, council last term decided to simply review that document and, in a sense, narrow it down a little bit. We could make it a little more focused and not go back to the public, because we were of the opinion that the public probably, based on our experience of having, gone through an election and all that, that the public's opinion or thoughts were more or less similar to what they were 4 years prior. And, we met in the Baxter Ward Community Center, and staff was present, and we went through a bit of an exercise somewhat similar to what we did a few weeks ago, and came up with I'll call it a little more focused strategic plan than the one of 2015 or 2016 or whatever date is the first date on it. And I thought that the exercise that we went through with staff the first day was actually quite informative. Yes, different people had would rank for their priorities a little different. But what I don't want us to think about, which to me, the worst thing that we have to date on all our discussion is it feels like a council versus staff argument. And I think that's totally inappropriate, but also stupid. And what I mean by that is, if all of council were suddenly to disappear tomorrow, staff would go ahead and do their jobs as they have. They might actually have a little more free time because they don't have to sit in front of us for 2 or 3 days a month. But if staff were suddenly to disappear and we only had council, bleep all would get done. We cannot do this without staff, and I think we want to work together. We'll have slightly different perspectives, or maybe in some topics, quite different perspective, but we got to work together. The second thing I wanted to comment on is we keep talking about, well, what the results are not what we want. The results are wrong. We don't have results. We have a first draft. We're meeting again on Wednesday. This is far from final. So let's not jump to conclusions that we're going to produce a strategic plan that is not worth anything when we're not done. I was a little, if you don't mind me saying so, I was a little disappointed when on the second round, when it was just council, it was too fast, in my opinion. And we're told, okay, here's all these topics, spend $100. Well, that wasn't enough discussion. And I know that at least one councillor on numerous times during the first and second session made the comment, well, you mean I can spend it anywhere I want? Well, I can influence the results then. Well, that's not really the kind of conversation you want to have. You want to talk to everybody else and say, let's rank these.
the third comment I wanted to make, which I found very interesting in a conversation, I was involved with a meeting on the strategic plan at district last week. And one of the comments that one of the staff members made, which by the way, the staff are very actively involved in strategic planning there. They've been actively consulted and they've actively provided input. And again, we're not at any final result there. We're just getting closer, just like here. Anyway, she made the comment, this one staff member, she said, you know, when I talk to somebody, most counselors there at district, they always talk about environment being number one. But when they had the active conversations in small groups, they threw 4 or 5 subject topics on, call it roads, and 7 items that they wanted with regards to water and sewer, and only 2 items with regards to environment. Because it was almost confusing, how should I put it? Values versus procedures versus steps we're going to take. And so the opinion she was expressing is at the district level, she figured for the great majority of counselors, the environment absolutely was value 1. But it didn't mean it had the longest list of steps to take. And that was, you know, something that we have to address there. And I think here is that we can call environment number 1, but if we rank things based on, okay, we've got 6 things to do here and 6 things to do there, we may not have the same list for environment. So I think we have to take that into account, because I think, you know, I kind of smiled, but you know, we've made a couple of references already to the planning courses that a number of us have taken over the last few months with AMO, and the one planner, she made the comment which sort of stuck with me. She said, "Yep, council's job is to create policies, but principles come first. You can't have policies until you know what your principles are." And I thought that was kind of interesting. And to me, that's what I'm hoping that when we sit down on Wednesday, we talk about the principles that are behind the strategic plan. And personally, environment is the number 1 principle. Now, you might use a different title, you might call it a value, or you know, we can get into the semantics to our heart's content, but I don't think that even though it may not show it on the preliminary report, I don't think any of us think any less of the environment. And I think that's part of what we have to make sure we cover on Wednesday is, okay, what are our main principles or our main goals or our main wishes? And, you know, one of the things, again, they did at district, they talked about, okay, how would you can define success at the end of the term? Like, what do you hope to accomplish at the end of your term, but also 10 years or 20 years down the road, which obviously won't be us, but we help set the direction. Perhaps I've gone on a little too long, but I think it's premature of us to give up on this process. I think we got to go into Wednesday with a little more determination that when we come out of Wednesday, the next draft of our strategic plan is much closer to what we want than the first draft. And finally, if staff presents a document to us in a month or two's time and it doesn't reflect what we want, then we say, nope, you missed it on this, this, and this. Let's have another session to get it right. My comments for now. Councilor Graziano, you've been wanting to start round 2 for a while.
And my question is going to be incredibly brief. Jennifer, was this a sole source contract that we agreed to with
Yes.
this? Okay, thank you. That's it. Wow. Councilor Cooper.
Just a couple of comments and then a remark about your suggestion, Mayor Coetzee. So it sounds like a couple of things. One is I got this bar chart from our CAO that shows the priorities that were identified apparently with our council, and number 7 is the environment. So that is why I got pretty concerned. And maybe you could say understandably so, or maybe you say, don't sweat it, we're not finished. But either way,
I'd say both.
I think that really concerns me. And it's a long list. That's another issue. And I think it's really hard from a strategic plan perspective. It's great to have 50 items and then 30 and then 11 and so forth, but probably 11 is too many too. It's just too much to get your head around when you're doing a strategic plan. So simpler would be good as well. And as far as having staff involved, I think it's a very important thing to have our staff involved in identifying certain direction for the future. One of the things that happened in that session that really skewed things, we had 7 councillors and we had 12 staff members, and that distorted the numbers and the voting that we went through the first day, just significantly. It was quite obvious. And I understand the staff have certain priorities. Councillors have others. And our main job, I think, is to understand and represent our customers, our ratepayers, and make sure that we are able to do that. And that's why we're here. So I think we need to get this nailed down. So I'm happy to sit through another session. I just want to make it really clear that I'm very concerned by this list, for example, that we may have missed the mark. Because if we said, well, what are the top 5? The environment wouldn't even be there. That ain't very good. So that's my bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. The strategic plan is something that council uses, at least I use it. When I'm making my decisions, I look at the priorities and I actually score myself based on the strategic plan. And when we have a planning matter in front of us, I look at the current strategic plan, and the first thing was the environment. So I keep everything on a scale of 1 to 10, and I assess what's in front of me by how does it marry to our strategic plan? Not necessarily how does it marry to my personal thoughts, but the strategic plan was developed with our constituents in mind. So I use that as my guiding document when I'm making a lot of my decisions. If I was doing that today and the strategic plan were to be finished today, and I was basing my assessment of an application based on our strategic plan, I think we'd be in a real bad place. Because as Councillor Cooper stated, that number 7 is the environment, and in my chart, number 7 only gets 2 marks, where number 1 gets 10 marks. So it doesn't look very good, and most of the applications that came through that shouldn't be passed would be getting passed as far as I'm concerned. So I think the strategic plan plays a big part in our role as council. It's our guiding tool that tells us how our constituents feel and how we want to move forward as a township. And if we don't base our decisions on that, we're basing our decisions on the wrong thing. So let's get our priorities straight. Let's council decide what our priorities are and use that as our guiding document. And that's about all I can say about it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Jarvis, Ms. Schneier, and then Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify that when council was asked during the strategic planning process, our township has been successful when we've realized the following goals. The number 1 goal was the environment is the first priority. That came as number 1. So we're arguing about something that, or discussing something that is moot. It came in as the number 1 priority overall, if you were to say that the strategic plan had been successful. Number 2 was the safe, productive workplace, which I then sent an email out to all of you and asked you whether or not you want that to be removed and fiscal and infrastructure to be put in. Number 3 was truth and reconciliation with the First Nation neighbors. The 4th was customer service, and the 5th was the planning process. That's page 16 of the document that we sent you. And so my only question prior to Wednesday was in that email, and I'm certainly looking forward to a response on that. But Councillor Cooper, you don't need to be concerned as much as perhaps you are. The environment did score number 1. Those are, give me a second to look at it.
Yeah, you could fold into an airplane.
Got that from the consultant. He got that. Yeah, I know, I have seen that. He got that from the consultant and I'll tell you what this is, because I think it's a, hang on, I'll show you. No. Hang on.
Could I just helpfully recommend that, I mean, based on everything we've discussed here, particularly in relation to comments made by our mayor a moment ago, if I look at the top item on that chart, I think it's streamlined planning policies and procedures, I believe that's the top line item. And I'd be looking at it in the context of our environment. I mean, so the overriding bit of all this is the environment, because that's everything we've said all the way along the lines. So why aren't we looking in this context? I'd be looking at these items: district relationship and adjustment, engage with Indigenous communities, on down the line, but with the overriding issue being the environment. And that's how, in that context. So that's how I'd be looking at it. And that's, I think, part of how we'd want to discuss it on Wednesday. My thoughts.
I'd like to give chance to do the second round, and then I'm going to ask council. I mean, in one sense, we're now getting into a debate about what should be discussed on Wednesday, and so I'm going to let councilors Predco and Hazelton comment if they like at this point, and then I'm going to ask Councillor Cooper what he'd like to do with this motion at this moment, given that we're having a decent discussion here, but I'd rather have this discussion on Wednesday. Councillor Predco.
I fully agree, and all I was going to comment on was that it's better safe for Wednesday.
Councillor Hazelton.
I would like to yield my time to Councillor Graziano.
Councillor Graziano. Thank you for that.
So I just wanted to simply say that the way that I see this is that each one of those items on, or what we've distilled down into, I don't see those as weighted. I see them as equally, equally important to our township. It's just the way that okay. It is. Thank you.
Spending the $100.
That's right. But the way that I see it is that essentially we've defined the top and most important components to what we want to see in the future of this township over the next 4 years. However, we're not weighing the environment more heavily or less heavily than any of the other components within. And so that's how I'm seeing it. Even though one scored 7 and the other scored 12, it just happened to be the way that the process unfolded. But I think we all agree that the environment is very much, priority. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Cooper, I can help you understand what this chart is. This chart was a criterion of what was the most critical thing you wanted to solve right now. And the planning, the official plan was ranked as the streamline the planning process and procedure was ranked as a priority of workable actions to happen in 2023-24. And then this other really great little pie chart or little chart that I have here has environmental protection as number 1. So I pinky swear promise you that the environment protection is the number 1 priority of this municipality, hands down, and that you were just asked, which is where this came from, what do you want to work on first? So this was given to you out of context, or maybe it was just a misunderstanding. So you're good. Yeah. No, I think what I can't speak for Councillor or our CAO, but I suspect he was probably looking at the workable document like that came behind, and this was something that you had, that council, that the event had said, where do we get started? And this was the number 1 thing that came up from that question.
So Councillor Cooper, what would you like to do with your motion?
So let's defer.
Okay.
Because we still need to get to some point.
Yeah. All those in favor of deferral? Consider it deferred. No more discussion.
Just a minute, I'll put this fellow's hand.
Okay, yeah. I hate to say it at this moment, his vote doesn't count because we had everybody else. Oh.
I'll second.
Okay,
God, you're so particular. He was here when it was seconded.
Well, yeah, but then he left.
Okay, let's see how quickly we can go through the rest of them. Counselor Jarvis, you wanted to talk about retaining surplus proceeds from tax sales.
I gave a bit of a heads up, I hope, to our CAO on this. There in the CIP, and actually the next two items, D and E, there were two items that came up that I caught my attention. One was the retention of surplus proceeds from tax sales. And I acknowledged in my note to our clerk that we probably do not have much in the way of tax sales within our municipality. But in the cases where we might, I gather now, based on legislation that's recently come down in the province, that we no longer have the opportunity to retain any surplus proceeds. Do we know where things stand on that? Can the CAO give me any heads up on where this stands at the moment?
Rude, we need a seconder, so I'm going to pick Counselor Predko unless he says no.
Thank you.
But I'm going to leave the room in a minute.
We may have to find somebody else when we take the vote.
I don't think there's anything that needs to be resolved. I'm just curious, do we have any further information?
Yeah, thank you for giving us the heads up, Councillor Jarvis, and that is why we have Ms. Anderson, our Deputy Treasurer, who will be able to give you some insight on both of your items that you raised today.
We could address both of them at the same time if you wish. It would be fine by me.
I'll address one at a time as they are different, but the resolution, we can definitely support a type of resolution that the Greater Napanee has put out, because we would agree, you know, that we should retain or have the ability to retain those funds after a year or whatever legislation. And we were disappointed to see that legislation disappear in their last amendments. So we have no problem passing a resolution. We have given one to the clerk that she can put forward today, and we can support that.
Then my motion would be to have council support the document, the letters of support from what we've got here is the town of Greater Napanee, which is fine by me.
Well,
and is that in our
Greater Napanee was the next item, insurance costs.
Sorry,
So
Coburg,
the first one's Coburg.
Again, yeah. Mind you, I think both of those two municipalities weighed in on both these
Oh, okay.
issues. So among others.
How about I read the motion?
That'd be lovely.
As moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko, who is still present. Whereas the regular council meeting on May 8th, 2023, council considered correspondence from the town of Coburg regarding the municipalities retaining surplus proceeds from tax sales. Now therefore be it resolved, the council directs staff to send a letter to all relevant taxation bodies, including the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and all other municipalities in Ontario. So we want every municipality to know that we're doing this? Urging them to reinstate the previous legislation that permitted a municipality to apply for and retain the surplus proceeds from a tax sale in their jurisdiction.
May I suggest a small revision in that we support, I think it would be, we're looking at town of Plimpton, Wyoming, I think. It may have initiated this as opposed to the town of Coburg. I'm looking at the town of Coburg's motion, and it mentions correspondence from the town of Essex and the town of Plimpton, Wyoming. I'm not sure if we're just what the procedure would
It
be.
says
proper.
consider their correspondence.
Okay, fine, okay.
In other words, so we don't necessarily have to make direct reference
Okay,
to it.
thank you.
And knowing our staff, they'll consider it well
Yep.
and then
I
formally.
appreciate that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? All right. That is carried. Thank you very much. In your next item, Councillor Predko, can I put your name in as seconder? Thank you. I've got to give this side of the table a chance too. This is in regards to municipal insurance costs. Councillor Jarvis.
Again, I think we've already had discussions at council with regards to municipal insurance costs and how they're going up. I think it'd be in our favor to support any correspondence moving forward to the province. If you can enlighten where we are at this time, it'd be great.
I don't have any current figures, but you have just went through budget and have seen the impact of rising insurance. So staff, treasurer, deputy treasurer are all in favor of supporting this motion as well.
Yeah, if we can add our name to the pool, I think
As-
it'd be helpful.
As is almost every municipality in
Yeah.
this province. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko. Whereas at the regular council meeting on May 8th, oh yes, he is still here. May 8th, 2023, council considered a correspondence from the town of Greater Napanee regarding the reducing of municipal insurance costs. Now therefore be it resolved that council send a letter calling for action to reduce municipal insurance costs, and this letter be circulated to all Ontario municipalities and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. A couple of quick items to keep the adrenaline flowing. Councillor Predko. Inland Lakes Water Testing 2023, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're just looking to move forward. I think this and recommending staff take the money that we've allocated in the budget and use that for a sole source engagement and get started on inland water testing. I think we had two different proposals, and Tatchell Fraser's group on the out that also currently does the water testing in Georgian Bay will take this on with a certain amount of volunteer work, similar to how Councillor Paul Wienko did it previously. And I think we're also looking for staff to come up with an RFP for future years, so we have a holistic process for our water testing inland and in the bay.
Thank you. Any comments from staff? Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of concerns here, if I may, for a moment. To Councillor Predko, I do apologize for the brunt of one of my concerns being directed at this particular matter. It would have been directed at the earlier matter. However, I had to preclude myself from it. And you'll understand why I'm saying this in a moment. So the first issue that I have here is that in every for the majority of the requests, the financial requests that have come before council, since becoming a councillor here, they've all been sole source contract requests. Examples would be, just as a reminder, 2 generators for December 22nd, or excuse me, December 2022, apologize. Honey Harbor pickleball in March of 23, road sweeping in April 23, strategic plan in January of 23. Thank you, Jennifer, for confirming that. And then today with Gracious, it seems that we continue to request sole source contracts rather than going out to market and confirming and seeing what else is out there. To support this, we also have a test. So we've had the foresight of developing this procurement policy, a 32-page policy book that Township has taken time to draft. And under sole source, essentially it's an exception to the methods of procurement. And it seems that there's roughly around 4, 5, 8 tests here whereby sole source would be considered. And I don't believe any one of those 8 are tested here. And to spare everyone for the time, I'm not going to read them each individually, but you can see in page 10 of the procurement policy what those tests include. The concern that I have here is that I feel that competition breeds success, and the environment, as we've discussed, is a primary concern to all of us. And I would hate to forego having another vendor compete here for the water quality testing in 2023, specifically on inland lakes, simply to just pass this through council today and get something happening. Now, I endeavored, as council is aware, to include and have a conversation with regards to Hutchinson. It took me all of an email and 1 phone call, and a report was developed, a very thorough one at that. I don't know where that stood, as I passed that information on to our CAO and allowed our CAO to run with that information. I don't know whether or not they've stepped up with a revised quote or not. However, the concern that I have is that I don't think at this point in time we require sole source. Rather, I feel that staff has enough time to go ahead and request 2, maybe 3 additional quotes. And have us as council really review what's going to be best for our inland lakes and what best bang for our buck we can get by having, others compete against each other. There were some also concerns that I wish to address, specifically around insurance, having a vendor that would have insurance for their team members as they went out, having the ability to launch boats readily and when required, rather than having to piggyback off of local people, and testing multiple times a year, DNA testing. What are we getting for the contract? And how much are we spending? And that's a thing that I haven't yet to see. And that's one thing I do want to see before I confirm where we go and who we're going to choose. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not on a dissimilar page, although I understand where Councillor Pretko is coming from. I would ask that perhaps staff, and this isn't a direction for me. I'm thinking that this could be added through resolution. We have a number of different identities doing water testing. I've asked SSEA to come in and do a delegation to us about all the different parts of our township that they're doing water testing in and providing data for. I'd also like the District of Muskoka, who does water sampling and testing on our inland lakes, to tell us where they're sampling and what they're sampling for. Because for the last 10 years on council here, I've seen duplication and overlapping of expenditures, and I'd like to see that end during this term. So if the district is doing 15 different sites and SSEA is doing 10 different sites, then perhaps this sole source doesn't need to do the amount that they're scheduled to do. There may be less that they can do because we're being covered by other sources. So as much as I'd like to support this wholeheartedly, I would like to have the information first from district and SSEA, either through delegations or through staff, contacting them, finding out what they are doing, and then strategically align that with what this sole source identity is offering and come up with a plan to move forward with it. I think we're putting out the money 2 and 3 times for the same thing, to tell you the truth. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Sound, there we go. Just a few things about this particular opportunity, I'll call it that. Dr. Tatchell Fraser and her team from McMaster were not asking for this work. I asked them to quote on it because we didn't have anybody else. And we still don't have anybody else. They do very comprehensive work. And I would just remind us all that McMaster pays the salary of not only Tatchell Fraser, who analyzes all the work, but her students. So what we're paying for are expenses, both on their travel expenses, shall we say, and some of their lodging expense, although not all of it. That's both for the township of Georgian Bay and then subsequently for the inland lakes. So if you think you can find somebody that's going to do it for no salary and do it this comprehensively, because the other thing that needs to be understood about SSEA and the district testing is that, as I understand it, it's a maximum of maybe 1 or perhaps 2 tests per location by those 2 organizations anywhere that they're doing testing. This program would be a spring test, and you need the spring test to be able to verify. So it's sort of the early season, the scientists tell me, versus the high season versus the low season again. So you need 4 tests in each location. So that's what they're offering here, is not only that their salaries are paid, but they're going to be providing far more testing than you'd get from anybody else. Now, if Hutchinson can come in and do the same thing for that kind of money, what's the expression? I'll eat my hat, but I don't think so. So if nobody, if there's no desire to have that service, I don't think that that's going to break Dr. Tatchell Fraser's heart. It was more to provide a service to the inland lakes. And the other point I'll make to you is, as I understand it, and maybe some others know more about this than I, but the type of testing that they're doing is incredibly comprehensive, far more comprehensive than we've had in the inland lakes for years. That's just a matter of fact. So I don't know. I would suggest that we'd be ill-advised not to take this opportunity, but have at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
My understanding is that Dr. Chow Fraser and her team are doing the work on the bay. This was extended for the inland lakes. We put a number out there at 25, although I think the quote was only 15. So it's from a sole source perspective, it's just adding more work onto an already existing contract. It's not really the same in my mind as a sole source provider, but I would like to just talk a brief bit here on the other options we have in front of us. Sorry, not in front of us, but the other options that Councillor Bocek spoke about. SSEA, they come to us every year. I've been asking them every year to help us understand and explain the massive weed growth and algae growth in the shorelines of our bays. And they basically, nod and go, yeah, we'll look into it. And next year they come back and nothing, crickets. So they have done nothing to address the issues that we have, which is we have a massive weed growth, aquatic vegetation growth, and algae growth along the shorelines. The district water quality testing have a similar strategy to SSEA. It's nothing to do with explaining why we have the problem and only to do things that they in their theoretical world believe is important. Sadly, the outcome of that is those organizations say that our water quality hasn't changed. So explain to me, if you could, why there is massive weed growth and algae growth along the shorelines that wasn't there 20 years ago. So that is what Dr. Chow Fraser is doing in the bay, on the bay this year. They've introduced a new strategy to start focusing on nearshore water quality issues and assessing where there are likely problems and trying to explain it. It's the first time, last year was the first time that they embarked on this new program. I'm anxious to see the results, and I'm anxious to see this go forward, and I'm very anxious to see explanations for why we have this massive weed growth. And none of the other organizations so far have ever even mentioned that they could do this kind of thing. So I think that we're in a situation right now where we're just adding additional work to an existing vendor for way less than the amount that we've set out in the budget. We should carry on with that kind of strategy, but I fully endorse the final that statement that we should put a multi-year RFP out, because we want to know what we're doing for the next several years. And we want to plan it out and not just be in react mode. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, do you wish to add anything before I make my remarks?
Yes, I was gonna put my hand up as soon as Councillor Graziano got back online, but I realized that'd be a second time around. So yeah, comment. I'm finding myself in favor of comments made just by Councillor Hazelton. While I like the idea of an RFP, and I think RFPs are essential to the way we do our business. And I agree, we haven't seen too many of those come to council in the form of motions from staff because we seem to have been hard pressed for time. In a lot of cases, and this is one of those as well, where we've got an organization through the GBGLF to do this out on the bay, and they have pretty comprehensive ways of doing things, and I much prefer the way they're handling it, and I think we will really appreciate the reports they provide for us. So I'm all in favor of moving forward this year, but I think we've got to look ahead with an RFP process for future consideration down the road, because yeah, we gotta keep something we will have to continuously monitor. And an RFP process will probably help us understand exactly what the total cost should be based on what and compared to what we've been paying. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a few comments from my part. One is, I think the last sentence of this motion is quite important for a number of reasons. One is we've had discussions off and on over the last, I don't know how many years, about water testing and the various advantages and disadvantages of different suppliers of that work and et cetera. And I think coming up with a multi-year RFP, which hopefully we'll get a number of interested parties, might help us get a little consistency across the township and lessen the amount of conversation we have to have about it and spend a little more time looking at the results. As far as sole sourcing is concerned, you know, I think we'd be mistaken if we were to suggest that most of what our township is acquiring from suppliers is sole sourced. Because most of what they're acquiring is going through the regular procedure as per the guidelines, and therefore does not have to come in front of council because they got council's approval through the budget. The sole source is the exception. I think it makes sense that the sole sourcing comes in front of us to not only inform us of the situation, but also to protect staff and our residents. And normally we have an explanation from sole sourcing that we understand, i.e. we haven't had the number of bids we used to have in the past. It's a tougher market out there. And so I'm not going to be critical of staff in regards to the sole sourcing to date. I also believe that in this case, they are putting in front of us a known provider who's provided good service to us in the past years. And therefore, I don't think it's let me call it a high risk situation. Therefore, I find myself in favor of this motion at this time. But I say what I really appreciate about it is the last sentence about RFP for the future. And with that, round two, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. CAO Mariotti, has Hutchinson come back with a revised quote? And if yes, has it been made public as of yet?
Through Mr. Mayor, if I recall correctly, excuse me, their quote was originally $50,000 to do testing. Professor Tatchell Fraser came back with a price of $10,000. And that price also includes DNA testing that can differentiate between human or animal fecal matter, which I understand it was something that council thought would be a good idea. And so, yeah.
I'm sorry. The question was whether they return back, and in the last conversation that we had,
I'm not going to enter into a bidding war between. I'm not going to go back to Hutchins and say, "Look, Professor Tatchell Fraser can do it for $10,000. What can you do for us?" That's not.
Okay, fair enough. Has Dr. Tatchell Fraser provided a list of what she would do for us, and has that been made?
Yeah.
Has that been made public?
No, it has not. No, but essentially, I can share with council that all the locations that have been tested before are being tested again. All the previous tests that have been carried out are being carried out again. Professor Tatchell Fraser will actually do a review of all the previous year's testing that has been carried out to provide a summary, which I think is fantastic. And on top of that, she's also going to do the DNA testing, which I think is going to be great for for us to kind of start studying.
So it'd be correct to say that council has yet to be able to determine what they would do relative to what Hutchinson could do and render a decision from there, because we have not made Dr. Tatchell Fraser's scope of work public. Is that correct?
Well, if I recall, council gave staff up to $25,000 to continue inland water lake testing for this year.
Mm-hmm.
So if there was a different set of parameters compared to previous year's testing, then, staff would love to hear back from council if there's any other locations or lakes or those kinds of details. but staff went ahead. Obviously, we're May. We want to, it's timely that we move forward with testing. We don't have the staff resources ourselves to administer this. So Ms. Nicholson was kind enough to liaise with various people to try and get something in place in short order. And, again, the end of the resolution is clear that going forward for a multi-year process is that we want to issue an RFP, which hasn't really happened in the past either. So we want to straighten things out here.
Out of curiosity, how long does staff forecast that it would take to get competitive quotes?
If you go through the RFP process, you'd be preparing a document, preparing a list of requirements, issuing it to various potential bidders. There would be a timeline by which they would need to respond. Staff would have to then review the responses back from the various bidders, assess which one meets the closest criteria to the RFP, and then staff would have to come back to council with a report to say these are the results of the RFP, and we recommend with A, B, or C. So the process could take at least another month.
So one more month to determine who's going to give us the best bang for our buck? Roughly.
If I think, again, as staff, I think we're pretty confident that to do this additional testing for $10,000 is pretty good bang for the buck.
Additional 10,000. I'm sorry, where did the additional 10,000 come from? I'm sorry.
In order to carry out the inland water lake testing, including the DNA analysis, is actually $10,000.
I was under the impression that it was 15,000.
No, it's $10,000.
So Dr. Tatchell Fraser has quoted 10,000 for this year.
Correct.
To do how many tests? Once per year, twice per year? 4 per lake per year? Do we have this in writing? I'm sorry, I'd like to be able to compare this. My last question.
If I could just add in, McMaster pays all the salaries.
Okay, but I think Councilor Graziano, you asked a lot of questions of CEO Mariotti. They've responded.
I have one additional question.
One additional question.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it not part of our policy that when a sole source supplier is proposed to provide goods and or services pursuant to section 1 above, that a written report indicating the rationale for non-competitive selection shall be submitted to council for approval prior to the award of any contract? It's number 2, page 11 on our policy.
Or council could forward a motion to allow staff to single source the work.
I haven't seen a report yet, so I'm just identifying the objective reality here is I haven't seen a bid nor a report advising why we need to go sole source, and secondly, what we're getting for that sole source. Just want to put it on the record. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Jarvis, is your hand up again?
Yeah, actually wasn't up earlier, so it's up now, yes. My comment is only with regards to the recommendation. The final line that staff develop a multi-year RFP for 2024-26. How about just for water quality testing as opposed to inland lake? Because I think we want to look at the whole project, the whole scope of the project as opposed to just the inland lakes.
I think that's an excellent catch myself.
Other than that, okay.
Friendly amendment, Councilors Predko and Hazelton. Friendly amendment, it will stroke out inland lake. Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. I have moved by Councilor Predko, second by Councilor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council directs staff to sole source a service provider up to the maximum amount of $25,000 to carry out ongoing water quality monitoring of the township's inland lakes for 2023. And that staff develop a multi-year RFP for 2024-2026 water quality testing and monitoring.
Your Honor, or excuse me, Your Worship, can we make another friendly amendment? Can we remove the $25,000 to show and reflect the 10,000 that was quoted by CAO Mariotti? But he said that they are quoting 10,000.
And it says up to a maximum.
Up to a max.
Can we then resolve that to say that we wouldn't spend more than $10,000?
What if we?
I want to confirm that
Sorry,
we're
if
not
I may,
paying
why
anything
don't-
more than 10,000.
What do we add a whereas clause that says, whereas we've received a quote from Dr. Tatchell Fraser of McMaster University in the amount of.
I think,
10,000.
I think there's a wish on most councillors to vote on the, including the mover and the seconder, to vote on this this motion as it currently reads.
Your worship, I'd prefer to keep the $10,000 in if that's acceptable, fellow councillors. If not, then I respect the democratic process. However, I want to make sure that we don't pay a dime more than 10,000. Thank you.
Council, any other comments? All those in favor? And that passes 6-1. Just, you may.
Actually, it's a question
Okay.
to staff. Question is to our CAO. I have the data from the SSEA and the District of Muskoka explaining what lakes and the frequency of testing. Would that be something that I could share with other council members so they can see what is done as a sharing it with all of council so they can see what we're doing at district in the way of water testing and what we're doing at SSE for water testing, because I sit on both. Would that be fine?
Absolutely, Councillor Wojcik, yes.
Okay.
And I see Ms. Nicholson was going to say something.
Just on a note, I made the Excel document, so if anybody wants to discuss it, you can discuss it with me, just in case there's any questions or discrepancies.
Councillor Cooper?
I think but if I may say, I think we've agreed we're looking at all water testing anyway, including this. And so I think that really is information that needs to come in on all the different levels of testing and even how much money that we contribute.
Doesn't do water testing free, and neither does the district.
No, they sure don't.
All right, let's get on to our next item. We're going to be here, I think, until midnight, whether our clerk allows it or not.
Oh, no.
Large item barge service. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Just doing what I'm told. Seriously, in a chat, CEO Mariotti said we need a resolution for this. We already have a large item pickup at Go Home Lake and Honey Harbor, but the large item pickup out on the bay, which CAO Mariotti was instrumental in making it happen last year. And he suggested that we put a resolution in place so that he could continue the good work that he did last year. Thank you so much.
Should turn my microphone on. You all read the motion. But I'll read it again. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas large item barge service has been a key visible service to the water only access properties in the Bay and Georgian Bay Township. And whereas the township needs to enable the booking of barges to deliver this service in the prime months of July or August. And whereas the District of Muskoka may decide to handle this later in May or June. And whereas the delaying the committing of this service will likely result in non-availability of barging services. Now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to carry out large item barging in 2023 and draw on funding up to $40,000 from reserves to obtain quotes, dates, and awarding a contract. Any discussion? Councillor Cooper. Sorry, I was going to let Councillor Graziano go first because, okay, is my mistake here.
Okay, I tend to be over. There you go.
Okay. Yes, I'd just like to, first of all, thank Councillor Hazelton for bringing this forward. It's a very important service. And while there, has been, I think there was a 2 or 3 year hiatus for large item pickup on the bay. Given that the barge service last year that was wonderfully organized by our CEO was in September when a lot of people had left town, so to speak. especially when it's in the first or second week of September. Nobody seems to be around. So we still had a pretty big turnout. So I think if we do this in July or August, high season, we're going to see a lot of activity. And I can tell you, I've been hearing from most of the cottage communities, they are going to be very, very pleased if we can make sure they have this service. And so I wanted to point that out. And I know that our CAO Mariotti is quite a yachtsman, and I'm sure that he would very much like to drive the barge out there. So I'm quite excited about that as well. Thank you.
I do hope he has the appropriate licensing. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We tend to like to use the analogy of ducks around here quite often, and I thought I'd build off of that. You know, as the old saying goes, if it smells like a duck and quacks like a duck and looks like a duck, then it's a duck. I can't help but draw parallels to this and the road issues that we debated in the previous term, or excuse me, previous month of council, specifically that of Oak Bay as well as that of the Sand. I can't imagine how this helps the community as a whole, rather, you know, individuals on a specific area. And at the same time, I can't differentiate between why we would not provide sand for safety, bona fide safety reasons to local roads, and why we would not cover signs specifically for constituents that had no real input in the overall planning matter leading up to the point where they had to pay signs, but yet we'll pay $40,000 for barging. Perhaps someone can help me understand that. Thank you.
Perhaps Councillor Jarvis will, because he's got his hand up next.
No, I'm not going to help them understand it. I'm in agreement with the process. I just, the barging service we provided last year and that we're proposing this year within this motion, it's barge service to just to where actually, yeah. Which barge service are we talking about here?
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. This would be large item barge service for Cognishine, potentially Present Island, although they did say that they may not require barging again this year. And I forget.
Go Home, I think Go Home was the other one.
Yes.
Go Home Bay. So I was wondering if Present Island was part of the package. So if Present Island chose to opt out this year, would that reduce the cost?
Yes. Yeah.
Conceivably, depending on what the barge services decide to charge, or have you already talked to them?
No, not yet. And like last year, I will be getting multiple quotes for this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I think most of my question was answered here. My phone has rang off the hook for the last 3 years from Present Island. And it hasn't rang off the hook for the last 10 months. So I don't know what's changed, and it could be that they did receive service last year after not getting it for so many years. So I would certainly hope that Present Island would be included if they so desired, that they would be included in this, because it's of vital importance. I was told what was on the island up until the last barge pickup, and you don't want that laying in the bottom of the bay. You want that on land and sorted out and put away. So yeah, if they asked for it, I certainly hope that they would get it.
Yeah, the offer will be extended to the same locations as last year.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Cooper. Or yours.
Just thank you, and I think that's a good idea. By the way, Present Island is in Ward 4.
I know, but my family's in Present Island.
Oh, well, at least you're not conflicted.
Councillor Graziano, is that a new hand?
That is a new hand.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'd like to pick up and build off from where I was going with this. I think it's incumbent on us to, as councillors, look beyond whether a certain area, a geographical area, is going to benefit in one way or another, or whether or not our roads are private and or whether or not this is going to be supporting people that doesn't necessarily, benefit the township as a whole. I am very much in support of this. I think that, as a water access resident myself, I can understand the challenges that, and I can empathize with the challenges that, water access islanders are confronted with when having to bring large items to the dump. I've had to do it many times myself. However, I think that as councillors, we have to look beyond at times and not just look at whether it's a local road association or a local condo corporation. Rather look at it from a big picture perspective and say, how does it help our community? Even though it only specifically helps a certain few. So I do support this, and I just wanted to pick up and build off of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to add one remark, and that is the first sentence, whereas the District of Muskoka may decide to handle this later in May or June. I know that there's no enthusiasm there to do so, and the only way they would if all district councils stood up on their heads and said, you got to do it. So I think we can assume fairly comfortably that they'll do their best to avoid it. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper, whereas large item barge service has been a key visible service to the water only access properties in the Bay in Georgian Bay Township. And whereas the township needs to enable the booking of barges to deliver the service in the prime months of July or August, and whereas the District of Muskoka may decide to handle this later in May or June, and whereas delaying the committing of this service will likely result in non-availability of barging services. Now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to carry out large item barging in 2023 and draw on the funding of up to $40,000 from reserves to obtain quotes, dates, and awarding a contract. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank Admiral Mariotti for helping out.
Council, time's wasting away here. And well, I know we're not. But we have one more new business item, and that's from Councillor Graziano with regards to activity lanes on Muskoka Roads 5 and 34. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Risha. On February 28th, 2023, Mr. McIntyre, John McIntyre submitted to the District of Muskoka a request for a study to have activity lanes on Muskoka Road 34. During the May 22nd District Council meeting, the requested study was heard under the informational items, with Commissioner Steele advising that the noted request would be considered under the district's active transportation policy, and that a resolution would be required from this township of Georgian Bay to move with the evaluation process forward for potential options. With many of our township constituents advocating for, activity lanes, and with many of them also transitioning from part-time seasonal to full-time residents. And with the expansion of surrounding municipalities' active lifestyle infrastructure, we have an opportunity now to promote a greener and more active life community within the Honey Harbor and Port Severn corridors. I want to also make a point to mention that Councillor Bocek had the opportunity to ride his bike in today across a gravel shoulder. And I'm sure to his chagrin, it would have been nicer with a paved, dedicated lane. With that being said, there's a couple of additional things that I want to also provide council some information that may not be listed in this. There are two things that we need to consider here today, one of which is going to be the 50% requirement that the township is responsible for. In a lengthy conversation with Commissioner Steele, the District of Muskoka, he's advised that based on the wording here today, which the wording was drafted in collaboration with the district as well, that we would have the opportunity to review their final report prior to making a commitment on the actual costs. But we do have to acknowledge that we would be responsible for 50% should we decide to proceed with the actual plan once the report returns back to our council. And as such, I've moved this motion forward to get the process underway so the district can develop a report, submit that report back to council for us to review and discuss and deliberate, and then make a decision, go forward, and whether or not we do actually, in fact, apply and or move forward with the development, or excuse me, the construction once the roads are slated to be repaved. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Counselor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and Mr. Mayor, and this is something we've been working on for years and really gotten nowhere with. I would add that there's quite a few safety issues involved here. One being a District of Muskoka sponsored early days daycare, which is at the Baxter Ward Community Center. And how many times a week do I see 30 kids walking up that shoulder all the way to the Port 7 Park to go to the water pad? Extremely unsafe. And so I've supported this from the beginning. I've talked to Councillor Graziano offline about the history of that's around this. And I think we really need to take a stab at this. And I think we need to involve our sustainability officer to find out what type of funding is out there. We're going to be responsible for 50% of this. So I don't have 50% in my pocket, neither do our constituents. So let's see if there's some provincial funding or federal funding through our sustainability officer that would be available to help subsidize our 50%. And you got my hand up on this one. This is a good resolution, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Predko.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, I just wondering, do we have an idea of the scope of what the project would cost? So we get an idea of what 50% of whatever it is going to be?
Say in the millions.
In the millions. Yeah. Okay. So
He's
from
not responding.
from a, I guess this is a question for our Deputy Treasurer. How would we budget for this going forward? It's obviously going to be a capital investment to get thrown into the capital budget, but is it all going to happen in one lump sum at the front, or does it get smoothed out except for a cash flow?
That's a loaded question, if I may. It can be included in our capital plan. It isn't probably currently, therefore it may cause some issues in getting funding, but doesn't mean we can't try. Because typically they try to look at what can we do, how are we meeting our current capital plan? Now, I don't know that it is or it isn't, a bit short notice, but we can look into it. And as far as financing it, then I would assume that this type of project would take quite a few years. So I would eagerly encourage council next year to start considering that when you're deliberating your capital budget.
Point of clarity, your worship. Yes, thank you. If I can just answer that, Commissioner Steele advised me that any commitments that we would make to the district once the report returned back with the costs associated with it would not essentially be built out unless they're building that specific road. And each road is earmarked to be repaved at different times. So a portion of it would come out during the one road being repaved, and maybe 5 or 6 years later, the second road would be repaved, at which point that second 50% responsibility would be due. So thank you. We don't know what the costs are yet. This is hence the request for the report. So in the report, they will return back saying, based on the amount of square feet, and perhaps Councillor Bochek can speak to this because he's far more knowledgeable about how roads are quoted. But for per linear foot or per square foot, whatever it's going to be, X amount of square feet is required for Whites Falls, X amount is required for Hunting Harbor Road. This is what each cost is going to be, and that's the intent of the report.
Not to make a big point, just to add a bit of clarity on that. I've been told that the cost of these trails would be significantly lowered by the fact that we already have shoulders, and the material that is on our shoulders is of a grade such that we would not have to replace it. We would just pave over top of it. So there'd be quite a cost savings there as well, too.
What that information should hopefully come out in the report that we're asking for. So now we're down to Councillor Jarvis, I believe.
I believe our director of operations may have some idea of what this might cost. I think he was trying to avoid the question entirely earlier. I could be wrong. But I am curious to know if he might have some idea. And just to clarify before we get the answer to that question, I think we're looking at sharing the cost of the shoulders, not the entire road, correct? So maybe that would complicate things from an estimate standpoint from our operations department, but it would certainly reduce what I think the cost could be if you're doing the whole road.
Through the mayor, I just did a really quick search, hoping that my report from the Majer bike lane would come up, and it's not. So I don't have the cost off the top.
Oh, you don't?
of my head,
Okay.
but I can look it up.
I appreciate that. I know that we did put out a letter agreeing with Councillor Bocheck. I think in our first term, my first term, we did send a letter to district requesting exactly this on future paving of the Honey Harbor Road. For whatever good it did or does.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and I'm surprised that our Director of Operations doesn't have a number, because I do recall that as well. I think we did have a quote for the Honey Harbor Road, and it was in the millions. I mean, it's big money. So I think we need to think about that. And then the White Falls Road, I don't know how long, also I've looked at it recently, it's pretty long. So the Honey Harbor Road is what, 8 or 9 kilometers in White Falls? Do we know what that is?
It's the shortest township, it's the shortest district road in our township.
Is it? Oh, well, there we go. So it's only 5 kilometers.
I'm not sure that maybe.
It's still, even if the shoulders are in good shape, I do recall a quote at the time, and it was in many millions of dollars. So for what it's worth, and I'd certainly like to see it. I'd like to make sure that we could get most of the funding from other sources. Thank you.
No, I personally, I support this motion. I think it's good to get the ball rolling and get a study, because then we'll have more information from which we can make future decisions one way or another. Councilor Graziano, do you have an additional remark?
I do actually, and it's a friendly amendment to my motion. I thought I had included the authorization for our sustainability director to seek further funding in parallel. And it looks like perhaps in working with the district on this, that perhaps it was precluded. So perhaps if we can also include that in, that we authorize staff to proceed to look for other ways and or any funding that might be available by the province or the federal government as well in parallel. Naming rights as well, yes, perhaps. Councillor Predko wants to adopt a section of the lane.
So White Falls Road, you want to be called Predco Road? Is that what you're suggesting? That'll cost you multi-millions.
And perhaps that's not a bad idea. Perhaps we can also look at the township and seeing whether or not we can do a fundraiser for this as well.
That's not been taken already.
Who was the guys that's wrong?
Okay. Everybody ready for? Okay. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Whereas through report PW 10-2013-7, the district municipality of Muskoka created a framework for area municipalities to request paved shoulders on district roads to support active transportation in their communities when surface improvements to district roads are undertaken, which was subsequently approved through district resolution R 102/2013-PW and district bylaw 2013-46. And whereas the framework requires an area municipality must express its support for the installation of paved shoulders through a resolution. And whereas the framework also requires an area municipality must agree to pay half the cost of the shoulder paving. And whereas the installation of paved shoulders for remote active transportation Muskoka Road 34, White Falls Road, and Muskoka Road 5, Honey Harbor Road is desirable to the township of Georgian Bay. Now therefore be it resolved that the township requests the district assess the feasibility of installing paved shoulders on Muskoka Road 34 and Muskoka Road 5 within the township. And that prior to proceeding with the design and implementation, the district be requested to provide township with a result of the feasibility assessment, estimated cost, and a plan for capital construction. And the council acknowledge the township of Georgian Bay is responsible for 50% of the costs. And that the Director of Sustainability Research Funding Options, that's a new sentence, and that the Township Clerk circulate this resolution to the District Clerk. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I think so. Everybody, any objections? Okay. Okay.
Unanimous vote. Yes, can I say something?
Sorry. Yep.
I think that we should all compliment Councillor Graziano. I think we are closer to on this topic than we ever have been. And his research on district policies and so on has gotten us much farther now. And I think,
Yeah, I think it's excellent.
thanks very much.
I think it's a great endeavor. Council, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. I'm going to suggest a quick 10-minute break because we're going to go on obviously past 4:30 with what's still on our agenda. We may or may not get the full agenda done today. But Clerk Whey will come back at 4:15 and then go through what you need us to do so we can carry on as best we can until 6 o'clock perhaps.
There's just 2 bylaws to pass before closed.
If that makes you feel better.
If you want to do that.
Okay, let's do it.
As long as no one's gonna.
Sorry? Well, that's important. Okay, let's see how quickly. Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Hazelden. Be resolved, the Council adopts bylaw 2023-046 to appoint MLEO students. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Hazelden, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Council adopts bylaw 2023-047 non-union remuneration. I think did I do it right the second time? Remuneration. All those in favor? Yes.
In the report, I don't have the report in front of me, but there was a graduated holiday pay scale of years of service and the holidays that are allotted. And I found that to be very different than industry standards. Whereas incrementally each year, they were given more employees were given more vacation time and more percentage of vacation. So in standard, I think is 1 to 5 years, you get 2 weeks holidays, and after 5 years, you get 3 weeks holidays. This chart didn't reflect that. This was something completely different. I've never seen anything like this before. And is this something we need to be concerned about, or is this something that has continued on in years past? And we should accept it for what it is, because it's something that is a carry forward item.
Ms. Seymour.
Yes, thanks through your worship. So we haven't changed the vacation schedule portion of the non-union remuneration bylaw. So that was in there previously. Essentially, I know what you mean. So essentially what we've done, and it's the same in the union collective agreement, is that staff earn 1 extra day per year. So then in a 5-year period, it ends up being an extra week. So essentially, instead of waiting, 5 years for your next week increase, you receive 1 extra day per year, if I understood the question.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad as a businessman, this was never brought forward when I was in business. It would have cost me a fortune, but I understand now. Thank you for the clarity.
Councillor Hazelden.
Thank you. Question for Amy. Non-union pay grid, how does that get changed?
So the non-union pay grid, as you know, we implemented the 5% increase in 2022. And then this year it was a 1.7% increase. You'll notice that when we looked at the pay grid, we made some updates. So essentially we found out that the Excel spreadsheet that finance was using wasn't rounding to 2 decimal points. And as you can imagine, in our payroll system, it has to round to 2 decimal points for an hourly rate. So we've just edited it in the non-union remuneration bylaw to reflect what's actually being paid in the payroll system.
Okay.
So no change in the payroll system, it just reflects accurately.
Next question, if I may. Where's group 8?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Where is group 8?
Group 8?
It goes 976.
So there is a bit of a break. Where is it here? Sorry, let me pull it up.
And so while you're pulling it up, this is really more to trigger thought and conversation. We live in a township where planning is our biggest challenge. Planning executes our number one strategy of the environment. And I would think that next to the CAO, our Director of Planning would be the top dog, so to speak, which I'm guessing would be Group 8, but Group 8 doesn't exist, and I'm wondering why. You don't need to answer the question
No.
right now.
No,
I
for
just
sure.
wanted to table that for thought. I don't know where that discussion goes, but when I saw this a while ago and also in this report, I couldn't help but think that, you know, we've got lots of other roles in the township, but I think the Director of Planning is, other than the CAO, the most important because of our strategy, and yet Group 8 doesn't exist.
Please let our Manager of Human Resources then answer.
Through your worship. So it's definitely something I can take back and look into. So we have an external salary review company, Gallagher, who conducts our salary reviews, puts the grid together. I know at this point it does look funny that there's no step 8 in between 7 and 9. And it was just because based on their point system, no one fell into that category. So we didn't include it on the grid, but it's something I can look into more with the external, or if the CIO wants to mention something.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
More complicated than what we have here, and this ain't Markham, as I said earlier today. So I would just encourage us to give some thought to how we could accomplish maybe a Group 8, so that we can maybe look at directors of planning. Whether we have one in the works or not at the moment is, I think, important, but longer term, I think it would make sense for us to really make sure we have the best players possible. And if they're more expensive, so be it. We need to deal with planning and make it successful. So I'm sorry I jumped in front of you there, CEO Mariotti, but I did pose that question quite some time ago, and I would encourage that we move in that direction or give some consideration. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Hazel and seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2023-047, non-union remuneration. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that council extend past 4:30 p.m. but no later than 6 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Predko, where section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 239(2). And whereas the council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). Council closed minutes of April 3rd, 2023, legal files listing, litigation or potential litigation, etc. Sustainable Community Advisory Group appointment, personal matters. Majer Arena Advisory Committee adjustment, personal matters. Property Standards Appeal Committee appointment, personal matters. Code of conduct, personal matters. And CEO KPI setting, personal matters. Now be it resolved that the Council of Township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session of council at 4:12 p.m. All those in favor? All right, and I'm suggesting we take a 10-minute break before we convene in the little room. Thank you. a couple of us are on camera, but okay,
That's okay.
so. All right. Just for anybody watching, we are rising from close. Not everybody's turned their cameras on because they're want to get the heck out of here, and we just have a couple of motions for you. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 5:47 PM. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Pedco, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council adopts the closed council April 3rd, 2023 minutes as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried. And because we did not finish all our items that were on our closed agenda, and just for our audience to understand, I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council does now recess until May 9th, 2023. Oh, reset. Oh, you want recess at 16:48 or sorry.
No, 5:48, I got it.
5:48 until May 9th, 2023. Sometime tomorrow afternoon, I suspect, given that we have 3 other meetings tomorrow and we're going to slot this in if we can. That's not in the motion, but we're recessing until sometime tomorrow, May 9th, 2023. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are now recessed for the day.